Good morning, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas! I'm your host, Kelsey Plays, and we are here for the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championship presented by TexF. How are we feeling? It's Championship Saturday. How are we feeling? We've got 9 titles, 9 belts, and 9 champions for you all. So let's get these games started. Boardy McBoard, Captain at Soka, please take it away.
Everyone, after a lit session yesterday, we are back and better than ever. I am Boardy McBoard, that's Captain at Soka, and let's get hyped for the 2024 TexF Undisputed Texas State Championship. And guess what? Today is Cap Championship Sunday.
Oh, that's absolutely right. We got 9 champions to crown here today. But not only that, but we also got our championships done as well, because Boardy McBoard and I are the Undisputed TexF commentator champions out here.
You know, we're all winners all around here. Well, we're all winners inside of our hearts. But today, we'll be crowning 9 winners for several different esports. And today on main stage, we have a treat. But before we get into all that action, let's talk about some of these games that we're going to be seeing. We have Overwatch, Street Fighter, Valorant, Apex, Fortnite, League of Legends, Mario Kart, Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. Ooh-wee, we have a whole buffet, smorgasbord even, of treats available for us, Cap, today.
Oh, absolutely. And then, you know, we're going to be starting things off here. Of course, we got to take a look at how these things are going to be playing out throughout the day. We have so many titles to get through. Let's take a look on how this is going to be broken down. Of course, we're going to be starting off with our top 8 for Street Fighter 6, starting at 11 o'clock. And then right after that, we're going to keep with the theme of FGC, and we are coming in with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate at 1, followed by Overwatch 2 at 3:30, then the Rocket League Final at 5, and finally Valorant Finals at 6:15 today.
And you see final at the end because we are reaching our finale. Several different champions will be crowned not only on stage but off stage as well. So make sure you are kept in tune with everything that is happening here today. But before we talk about what is happening here today on our schedule, we have to shout out some of our lovely sponsors who are making this event possible today. Next Level Racing, Intel plus Lenovo, iShoney, ViewSonic Gaming, Texas Army National Guard, CLX, LandFest, Data Projections, and Play Versus, all making sure that this event is possible here at Texas Six Flags Fiesta. We're having a good time here today and making sure that we're, salsaing up, having a great time, having a fiesta of our own time, not only with these lovely jewels that we have right here, but then also to the belts that we're about to give to all of these casters.
And you know what? We haven't even gotten a chance to show the belt on stream yet. We're going to save it. If you were here last year, then you already know what we're talking about. But trust me, these belts are sick, and I cannot wait to start giving them away. I actually tried to take one last year, but they caught me on my way out. I wasn't good enough to have one. We got to give them to the rightful owners, and those are going to be the champions that we present here today. And honestly, I can't wait to get into it, because with the FGC titles we're about to go through, Street Fighter and Smash, those right there are fighter championship belts, and they deserve them.
We are going to start the morning off with hands, but before we actually start with these hands, we have to give the competitors for our Street Fighter top 8 a couple of hands as well, and by hands I mean claps. Let's start with Kelsey to introduce who is competing up for this Street Fighter final.
Let's give it up for our top 8. First up, Capcom Man! Ben Liu! Give it up, Ben Liu! King Jones! Jason! President Patty! High Skies! And last but not least, Cece! Let's give it up for your top 8! One more time, you guys, top 8! All right, back to you, Bordy and Captain Atsoka.
Tell you what, Bordy is not going to be with us for the remainder of this Street Fighter competition, but we do have a very special guest. It is none other than Zip. What is going on, Zip Master Flex? Welcome to the desk. We have ourselves a Street Fighter genius, a mastermind, a true knowledge to be had in this FGC title, and it is a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
I might have been a little oversold right there. I don't know if I'm a Street Fighter genius, but I do have a good bit of knowledge in the noggin. So I'm ready to see what we got from these competitors that are coming up. I did a little bit of digging, a little bit of research, and we're gonna have the top tiers that we're all expecting coming out there. We've got the DJs, we've got the Kens, we got the juries, the $1 million character from Capcom Cup. So we got some big banger players coming up here to show us what they've got to do with the top tier boys.
And you know what? I can't wait because we are in the top 8. This is where things are going to get really nitty gritty. Now, I'm a big fan. I honestly watch a lot of the Street Fighter. FGC is actually my favorite as a spectator to tune in and watch. And these matches get down to the wire. And one thing that I noticed is that we got to see a couple of the players up there showing off their fighter sticks. Now, question, is the fight stick diff real?
Oh, see, when I saw them coming out with the fight sticks, I knew they were real. You don't buy a fight stick if you don't know how to play.
Oh,
now,
absolutely.
what my question is, I was trying to look and see if anybody had a hitbox. You know, the leverless, right? That's when you know it's for real serious. But we'll find out what these guys got here in a moment. But you don't make it to top 8 final Sunday if you're not a real deal competitor.
I'm telling you, I saw the fight sticks, and those are the players I'm going to be watching out for. I believe in the fight stick diff because you got to be prepared. You come correct when you bring the fight sticks. Not only that, they got a lot of room to work with. You got one hand on the joystick on one side, and then you got the buttons on the other. And then the buttons are just a lot bigger than they are in controller. So every single button that you hit, to me, is a lot more deliberate and a less chance for slips because my hands get sweaty on the controller. You know what I mean? So I'll try and hit, down 2, and then I accidentally hit forward 3.
Yeah. Like you said, they're all separated. They're all deliberate. So, yeah, fight sticks definitely fine-tune your gameplay. But at the end of the day, we do have some controller players down there. And if you are a top-level competitor, you can still play on controller. We watch Sonic Fox, right? Sonic Fox plays every game on pad. So it doesn't matter what you play on, it's what you're comfortable with. And we'll find out what these guys are comfortable with here in a moment.
Oh, absolutely. And now that we're in the top 8, I got to ask you, along the lines of the current meta of Street Fighter 6, we see these top 8 competitions. Who have the highest pick rates as far as characters?
The highest pick rates in competitive play, it's definitely going to be Luke, DJ, and Ken fell down a little bit in competitive play, but he's still one of the higher picks. Surprisingly, Jury being the $1 million character is not a very high pick rate. You're very much so a specialist if you play Jury. And like I said, we have one here, so we'll see what they've got. We're going to hear a lot of her drive rush coming at you.
Now, you see, it's so funny because, again, like one of my top pick rates is Ken, right? And to hear that they're getting lower and lower in the pick rates makes me a little bit sad faced because, again, I love the Shirai Ryuken. Not the Shirai Ryu, that's Mortal Kombat. I like the Shoryuken. The Shoryuken, again, I just absolutely love it because, again, I'm always a big fan of the Daigo parry, and Ken was the Daigo parry. So, again, that's where I always harp back to. Ken will always be my favorite Street Fighter character, and that's just the way it's going to be.
I'm not mad at that at all. I've definitely been a Ken fan for a while. Now we got Capcom Man going up against Ben Liu as our first game on the docket. Next up is going to be King Jones versus Daz. Drop down a little bit down onto the lower side here, and it's going to be Jason versus President Patty. And then one more again, we've got High Skies versus CC. Now, when I told you I did a little bit of research, the first match, if I'm not mistaken, my research could be faulty, but that first match should be a DJ Mirror.
Oh, really? Okay, so we're going to start off with a doppelganger matchup off the rip. Okay, I hardly ever see the doppelgangers anymore, to be completely honest. So when they do occur, those are always fun to watch, especially because, again, each player knows what the other player is thinking most of the time. So, again, you really got to get creative when you're inside of these doppelganger matchups.
For sure, for sure. But let's go ahead and do a little breakdown. You guys are taking a look at this bracket. I did mention lower side a minute ago, but there is no lower side, actually. These guys are all in the winner's side. This is single elimination, best of 5 games, okay? So the first player to win 3 matches is going to be moving forwards and take their way all the way to that grand finals and try to take this one home for their school.
Yeah, and again, just a friendly reminder, it is an actual fighting a championship belt that's on the line. So when you're playing like an FGC title like Street Fighter, there's no better accolade than having a championship belt to take home.
I could only imagine being at their age and being able to take a belt home for a fighting game. This was a dream of mine when I was a young man, and it's amazing to be here to speak about it here at Undisputed and watch these guys live a dream that I didn't get to have.
Oh, and not only that, but you get the title of the best in Texas, you know? I mean, that is going to be something that looks really good on a resume, especially when a lot of these high school students, they're going to be applying for college, of course. There are going to be, I'm sure, college scouts watching, looking for a #1 draft pick to bring into the collegiate esports program. And we've already seen a lot of these students already have plans bringing their esports career to their collegiate career as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. We could be seeing the next up-and-coming top echelon of the Street Fighter pro scene here today.
Oh, yeah. I've definitely seen it before. I've seen these scholarships happen for people. You know, I've been doing a lot of high school esports leagues and collegiate type stuff. So you see the pipeline, and I love that it's happening in this era right here. And so we'll maybe we do see the new Sonic Fox. Maybe we do see the new Mina RD. You know, this would be amazing that we have that type of talent here, the best of Texas. And Texas births very, very good fighting game players in general, not just Street Fighter. So, I mean, I'm just excited to get into the games and really see the level that these guys are bringing out. I'm telling you, when we watch the walkout, the determination in their eyes, the fight sticks we talked about, they look like they're going to be bringing their A game, and we're going to see some top-level Street Fighter.
And you see, that's the thing that I love about the fighting game category and just in general, is that you have to have a little bit of that extra confidence because you're all alone, you know? In most cases with Street Fighter 6, Tekken, it's a lot of solo play. It's a lot of 1v1. So if you're not bringing that attitude, if you're not bringing that confidence, it's just gonna hold you back. So you have got to be confident, especially in these top 8s, because it's all down to you. It is the 1v1. It is bare knuckle esport competition.
All esports are mental first. That is where it first comes down to. Your hands can do whatever they want to do, right? When we talk about it, there are players that, you know, there are disabled players that don't even use their hands to play games, and they can play at the highest level because it all comes down to your mental. Now, obviously, the hands are going to mean something, but if you're not mentally strong to fight through a bracket of other players by yourself in a fighting game, that's the first detriment. Right? And like I said, all esports are like this, but you have somebody to fall back on when it comes to team sports, right? When we're talking about our Apexes, our Valorants, our Rocket League.
Even Smash.
You can Smash, right? If you're playing doubles. You can place the blame on somebody else. Right here, it's you, mano y mano. You can't say anything about anyone else. Everything that you did that goes wrong is your fault.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, that's the thing about also being able to play on stage for a lot of these high school students. Again, it's the lights, it's the cameras, it's the crowd, it's the people watching on the streaming platforms. Again, it's all that extra pressure. That's why you got to get control of the shaky hands. You know, you got to watch it because, again, one slip up can cost you an entire round, could cost you the entire match. And honestly, this is just a big opportunity for a lot of these young athletes to get a chance to put their talent on display on a big stage like this one here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas.
Man, and when you talk about the stage is so much different. You think about it, if you have not competed, you think about it, you're like, oh, well, they're just playing games and they're comfortable, they play games all the time, every day. It is so different when you sit on that stage by your lonesome, nobody by your side, and those lights are beaming, the camera's in your face. Oh my goodness, Capcom Man versus Ben Liu, the first to deal with the lights, the camera, and let's get into the action.
I'll be honest, like Capcom Man has got to come out swinging. I mean, they put their whole name on it. I mean, you can't come into a Street Fighter tournament with the name Capcom and then just not cook. You know what I mean? I mean, they made it to the top 8, so they're already cooking, but I still have higher expectations. You put the game on your name. You gotta represent.
You definitely gotta represent. And we will see if I was correct, if it is going to be the DJ versus DJ. If it's not, you know, I'm excited to see what characters come out. My favorite thing about fighting games is watching and seeing character diversity. So if we don't end up getting a bunch of top tiers, if we get some Zangief, you know, if we get some Jamie, I'm here for it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and then not to mention, you know, it's so interesting to see, because like you had mentioned, you know, there's a lot of regional differences, right? So in Louisiana, we have our own meta that may be different from the Texas meta. So we have our own, like, different type of play styles. And I've seen it. I've seen it occur in Smash, Tekken, same with Street Fighter. Again, you go to different places, you go to different areas, and they have their own different play styles. They have their own different metas. And you know what? There is nothing I would love more to see a Louisiana and Texas clash, because I'm going to be bringing my experience from New Orleans. So now I'm getting ready to come over here and see how Texas plays, all right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're definitely right, though. Region to region, it definitely changes up. But we are going to be all in the same region. It's all Texas here, baby.
Well, let's see what the best of Texas has to offer as we get ready to head into our first matchup. That's right, the crowd is ready. I'm ready. I got to ask you, are you ready?
You know I'm ready. Let's get it. The music's bumping. You see Ben Lou, he was bobbing his head. He's so ready. He's in the vibe. And I love to see that they do the headsets on, right? Because fighting games have so many audio cues, so many different things you need to pay attention to outside of the visual. You really have to be locked in. He's got the headset on. He's already vibing to the music. It is DJ versus DJ. Let's get it. Capcom Man versus Ben Lou.
And you know what? There can only be one. There can only be one DJ. We got to get to the nitty-gritty and see which one of these players is, in fact, the better DJ.
When we start off, there's two styles of DJ. There's Rushdown, and then there's the zoning version. And they both wanted to start off with the Fireball game. Doesn't get a confirm now on his Fireball confirm, but the Dry Rush grab is good for Ben Lou. All right. Feeling each other out. Burnt out Capcom Man very early in this match, but he's doing a very good job with his zoning. But we have lockdown. Ben Lou tries to drive impact. Nothing doing. Hey, hey, hey. Double burnt out players here, but the corner is good. Ben Lou trying to put some work in here.
Yeah, I'm about to say, having both burnt down meters right now is going to benefit Capcom Man a lot more, because now they don't have to worry about too many counterattacks. But now, big whiff going for that up air now, and they could be completely exposed. And I'm surprised we haven't seen any grapples yet with all of these block combos.
Yeah, there was only one grab from Ben Lou early on. The burnout is going to lead to the plus frame situation. Ben Lou coming around with the first round.
And not to mention, I love the util exchange as well. They're both canceling each other out here. As you can see that, once again, Ben Lou able to get the grab and get the back throw, putting them even closer to the side of the cage.
All right, we got back throw here from Capcom Man, grabbed out of his drive impact. I like the attempt. He's just a little too close for it. Ooh, it's another back throw. Okay, so we did have a little mix-up. The winner of that round was Capcom Man. So we had mix-up side. Oh, you think he's gonna go through with the level 2? Yes, he will. Capcom Man, he has the rhythm, and he will dance all over the opponent for the first round dub. It is 1-0 Capcom Man's way.
Now you see, I'm glad we were able to decipher who was who, because fun fact about me is I'm slightly colorblind, so this yellow and green looks very similar to me.
Agreed.
I gotta have the colorblind mode settings on when I play these games.
Oh, this is gonna be a big punish. Ooh, doesn't get the full confirm. Missed opportunity, but Capcom Man's very close to burnout. If we can get a little bit of pressure for Ben Lou, he can really turn the tide of this match. I was fireball, but the jump is good. Capcom Man, nice tech.
And now going right back into it here. You can see they're hardly giving any time for each other to breathe here. And just so that way we can reiterate, we can get a little bit more knowledge. Can you tell us about the meters that are underneath both of the players' health bars?
All right, so when you have your drive meter, you're able to do moves like your EX moves or your overdrive moves. He just did an overdrive reversal, right? So he's gonna be invincible using that when he goes up in the air, hey, right? Now they're both burnt out. When you block in burnout, your frame advantage is decreased by 2 on every button that you block, okay? So there's so much nuance to utilizing your drive meter.
Yep, and that was a really good play that we got to see there. Not falling under the pressure either, because the comeback looked like it was coming through. It looked like there was a lot of momentum shifting back to Capcom Man, and now Ben Lou taking some of that momentum and now bringing it back against Capcom Man.
Oh yeah, the jab grab. That's the DJ special off the drive rush. He was able to parry that. Interesting. I did not think he was gonna recover in time. effective burnout. One more block move and he's done so. He's gonna spend it. Sometimes you wanna go into burnout on your own accord, but right through the fireball with the Drake Drive impact. It was a 2-hitter. It needs 3 hits to defeat that, and it's getting red hot. He's gonna land the super, the bullet uppers. Smack that ass. Look at the damage. Oh my goodness. Opportunity for drive impact, and it's there. Capcom Man tying this one up 1 round apiece.
Oh my goodness. And then, you know, that couldn't have hit at a worse time because they were both maxed out at full 3 meter and they just were able to use all of it. I mean, it ended at a 43 hit combo.
Yeah, DJ definitely is gonna do big damage. He's gonna do large combos. Ooh, nice jab check. No, he's got the level 1 on deck. Does he spin this? And he doesn't even need to. Capcom Man. He is trying to make these boys understand he's here to play the game.
And there you have it. That's going to be game number 1 in this best of 5 series. Still plenty of opportunity. Is it best of 3? I thought it was a best of 5. Oh my goodness, that's even going to be less of an opportunity.
No, Capcom Man is up 2-0 right now.
They're up 2-0 already?
Yes.
My goodness.
Capcom Man is up 2-0. They got 1 more potentially if Capcom Man takes this one away. All right.
Yeah, you can see both players are locked in.
So he's playing on a pad, right?
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier. You play on what makes you comfortable. I'm going to be a little honest here. To me, of all the apparatuses I've used in Street Fighter, but specifically, the PS5 pad is actually the most uncomfortable to me. So it's impressive to me to see him doing the things he's doing.
And then we even got to see, you know, on the other side, the player was using a whole like keyboard, like a section of the keyboard, and using just straight keys.
Very interesting. Oh yeah, that's a nice confirm. Ben Lou is in the corner now. He does use his reversal. I like it. Getting out of there. Air slashers all the way through, trying to lock him down. Air to air is good for Ben Lou. Back throw's gonna, no, does not burn out. It was not a counter hit. There it is.
And now Ben Lou close to having full meter here, and they're both going to be set on full meter 3. You got to ask, and you got to wonder who's going to be able to pull off their special meter first.
Yeah, they both got level 3 on deck. Ooh, Capcom Man's going to get his drive back here in a moment. This has got to be the moment that Ben Lou makes something happen. Oh, he's going to get a full confirm. No, he only goes for the back heavy punch and tries to drive impact. There's still nothing doing. Reversal for the AA. Safe jump setup. He doesn't get the punish. Oh my goodness, this is so scary. Reversal right back at him for Ben Lou.
Ben Lou able to clutch that up. Now we're here 1-1 in the final round. Ben Lou trying to hold on here and get themselves a dub. Big grapple to start things off, and now going to be pushing them all the way to the edge of the cage.
All right, we've got lockdown. Capcom Man has really been making it work when he gets corner positioning. He uses overdrive fireball. He's gonna burn himself out to keep this positioning, but the damage was worth it. He's got level 3 on deck, so he can wake up if he needs to. He's gonna go for the level 2 through the fireball, and it is gonna work out if he does not drop this rhythm. He dropped it. That was the game. It's an opportunity for Ben Lou. Drive impact. What do we got? What's next?
Yep, still not over yet here. And then you got to keep in mind, Ben Lou has full meter now. If they can find an opening to use it, they very well could turn this game around. And here we go. Here comes the combo coming in, and they're able to use it.
Ben Lou coming through. He's able to get on the board. It was looking like it was going to be a sweep for Capcom Man. But Ben Lou said he's here to play. It is going to be 2-1. Look at the recognition there.
And you know what, again, I've seen this so many times in all esports. Some players are just better under the pressure. They're better with their backs up against the wall, and they love to shine in the second half.
He literally was playing from that whole round with his back against the wall, and he was able to come out clutch with a very nice play leading into level 3. Now, here they are just tussling. These guys are squabbling in this one. Both of them came out the gate, no zoning, just straight fisticuffs.
And take a look at this already. So much damage has been dealt to Ben Lou. A little bit on the lower half. I mean, don't get me wrong, Capcom Man, not exactly, you know, blocking all the damage either. But at the same time, you know, Ben Lou, once again, having their backup, what seems to be against the cage.
Oh, that should be it, yes. He did a nice jab, confirm into the Sobot. And the good thing about that in burnout, he can just let that rip because he's going to be plus anyway if he blocks it. So there's no negative to doing something such as that.
Good counter out coming from Bin Lu in order to break that combo a little bit early too, because again, it looked like Capcom Man was trying to build up to something, and now here they go again, being able to get the forward grab, going to avoid the whip from Bin Lu, and now here comes the juggle, being able to follow it up, taking Bin Lu all the way to the cage.
Oh, there it is, level 3. Capcom Man taking it to the crib. He's moving forward in the bracket, and I said it is single elimination. So unfortunate for Bin Lu. That is going to be the end of the road.
Yeah, but still, there could only be one DJ, and at the end of the day, it had to be from the player that put the game on their name, Capcom Man, able to take the dub, and they're going to be moving on.
Yep, you said it. If you have Capcom in your name, you better come out here and stretch your stuff. You better do your thing. Look, gotta pump the crowd up. Come on, y'all, get loud for these boys. That was a great first game.
Oh, it absolutely was. And not only that, but now we're gonna continue on to root for this DJ, because now we're only down to our one DJ player.
Well, we'll find out. There's more to come, because whenever I was looking at who these players play, I didn't see, I think there was 3 to 4 that I didn't get their player.
So there
could
be more DJs.
I know there was Ken, and I know there's a JP. So there was 3 players that I don't have their character. So we're in for some surprises.
There very well could be another DJ amongst us. We'll see. But going back over these highlights again, it was a real back and forth here. And you know what? I don't think the scoreline does it justice, because again, Bin Lu really came in close on a lot of these rounds, and they were a lot closer than what the scoreline would suggest. Like, any type of misinput from Capcom could have really led to games going the way of Bin Lu.
Oh yeah, he was in it every single time. It was just the big moments when something needed to happen, Capcom Man made it happen. Now we do have this clutch moment from Bin Lu. He got his jump in, he confirmed it fully, led to the level 3. It's such a clutch. Look at him, he's in burnout. First off, that is such a huge deal. We're gonna see that as we keep watching this tournament. Burnout is a terrible state to be in. He was in burnout, on a sliver of health. Almost anything would have taken him out. So to see him bring that one home, that was definitely a good look.
And what was interesting to me is that when we started this out, we were wondering, where are the throws? Where are the back grabs? Where are the forward throws? And then we just started seeing them come out time and time again, because it was a lot of blocking, so much blocking that a lot of these combos weren't landing. And then once they started bringing out the throws again, the forward throw towards the edge of the cage, that's when we got to see more combos coming out as well, because they were trying to avoid the throw.
Yeah, and we saw some pretty good techs also, right? But like we said, we'll see in the next game when we get Capcom Man back up there. One of the tools that after you condition them to block your drive rushes and your buttons and everything that you're going to utilize strike-wise, that's when the jab grab really becomes a threat, because you're so scared of him coming up jab Sobot or anything like that. And then he can really just hit you with the plus jab, snatch you up, and now you have to worry about that. Now you're liable to counter hits. You're liable to jab into walk back heavy punch, things like that. And those lead into big combo damage starters. And I know he has those in his arsenal from seeing him play.
Yep, and now not only that, but Capcom Man has their first game out of the way. They're nice and warmed up, and now they get a chance to sit on the side and watch their competitors play. And this is the moment where you got to sit back, relax, and take notes. Get ready, because chances are you're going to be playing one of those players moving forward. So you have best start taking your notes, seeing what their inputs are, and making sure that you're ready to counter, because during that match, Capcom Man had some really great counters, and they were able to actually time a lot of the inputs that we saw from Bin Lu, and then punish on some of those whiffs. And that is really what changed and turned the game around.
He was definitely AAing a lot. He was making sure he couldn't jump. One thing that I really liked that I saw, we don't think we saw it on one of the replays, but he was in burnout. There was a jump in situation. He didn't have his charge. So DJ's a charge character, so you have to hold your direction down and then up in a button for your reversal, right? Your anti-air. And he didn't have his charge set up. And so he did the slide anti-air, which is his crouch heavy kick, right? So he ended up anti-airing him with that. And when I saw that, I was like, this kid's something special. That's you utilize all those tools like that, because he has 3 different anti-air options. He has his reversal, he has the slide, and he has his heavy kick. So he can do all 3 of those. The heavy kick's probably the easiest and the one you can be ready for all the time. If you have your charge, the anti-air with the DP, and then if you do the slide, that's when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, well, clearly Capcom Man knows what they're doing, as clearly they're going to be moving on into the semis now, going to be waiting for their chance to fight for the grands, but we still got to see who is going to meet them up there. We still have other players that need to get their shot at trying to make their way into the semis and eventually into grands, so I can't wait until we get to the next matchup and see what the picks are going to be, because we already got to see DJ, we got to see 2 of them. Now I'm looking to see what other types of characters are going to be representing Texas today as we continue on to see the rest of these players getting ready to get their shine on and getting ready to go head to head.
I myself, I just want to see somebody get dunked by Zangief. That's all I want to see. If we get a surprise Zangief, that'll make my day. That'll make my day.
I want to see Ken. You know, again, it's basic, but at the same time, you know, that is Street Fighter for me. Again, I've been playing Street Fighter since Street Fighter 2. As a matter of fact, one of my first and early mains was actually Blanca, but we're not going to see Blanca. I mean, nobody plays Blanca anymore. I did because all you had to do was spam B over and over and over again to get the electric charge, and it was easy for me. But with that being said, you know, in competitive Street Fighter, I love Ken because I also love Super Smash, and Ken is in Smash. So I love being able to see the Shoryuken. I love being able to see the Hadouken, you know, and again, watching Ken go to work is just always a good time for me.
Oh yeah, and what's cool is, you know, we're in Street Fighter characters right here, and then next is Smash. Like you said, Ken's in there, Ryu's in there. You know, we even got some Tekken characters in there, so we're gonna keep the fighting games alive. But now, we're gonna get into our next fight. This is game number 2, King Jones versus Daz. And if I'm not mistaken, King Jones, now, like I said, my information can be faulty.
Okay.
You know, I got this from backstage, I don't know. But I think he's a JP player.
Okay, well that I'm going to be looking forward to seeing that. Now, my question is who is Daz going to be bringing to the table? Now, from your knowledge in Street Fighter, what would be the smart counter pick if you're going up against a JP?
If you're going up against JP, the best counter would be Cammy. I think Cammy does the best out of anybody in this roster in that matchup. Luke does very well. There's a few different. I mean, Blanca can fight him also. So there's a few different characters that you could go with. But we'll find out. You know, we'll see what they end up going with. But seriously, if it was a Cammy pick, at that point you almost need to just get off the character. Like seriously.
And one thing I really love, right, that I'm seeing so far, at least from this Street Fighter contest, is that we're seeing so many different controllers that players are using, showing what they're really comfortable with. We got to see a PS5 controller. We got to see literally a keyboard. We've seen the fight sticks, and now we got another player bringing in the PS4 controller because it's still just as effective, but it's all about your comfort. I remember I was playing on the PS4 controller for so long, and then eventually I started switching to the PS5, and come to find out, I like the DualShock 5 better.
Okay. For fighting games, see what I was saying earlier, for fighting games, I like the the PS4 controller over it. I don't feel quite comfortable with the PS5 controller. PS5 controller I'll use for any other type of game. Any shooters or anything like that, I can do that, FPS. But for fighting games, I just can't do it. So I always commend anybody that can play a fighting game with that pad. But the PS4 one though, he knows what's going on. You stay with that one. That one was chef's kiss when it came to input control. But what did we see on the other side? What was Daz using?
I think they were using a PS5 controller, maybe? I don't know. We didn't. It was a brief glimpse, and I didn't really get to see. I want to say they were using one of the DualShocks, but I could be mistaken. But with that being said, you know, if I was to actually go like full tilt into Street Fighter, like try and do competitive, I would have to go with the fight stick. You know, the fight stick to me is just a tried and true. It's kind of like when you're playing Smash and you see someone bring the GameCube controller. You know they mean business. But now we get to see it actually is the DualShock 4. Both of these players are bringing the DualShock 4 to this contest.
They know what they're doing. I personally use an Xbox controller for Street Fighter 5.
I was getting ready to say that
Street
too.
Fighter 6. Yeah, I use an Xbox controller. I play on PC, Xbox controller all day. That is the most comfortable fighting game controller out. The Elite controller, yes sir.
We'll agree to disagree.
Oh, come on.
No, we're going to agree to disagree. I'm sorry. You know, when it comes to Xbox controller versus the PlayStation controller, I'm always on the fan of the DualShock rather than the Xbox controller. It's too small for me. The Xbox controller is too small for me, and I got thick hands.
Controller's fat. What are you talking about?
My hand, no, it is not. That thing is so small. Like, I can literally hit both sides of the controller with just my thumb. All right, I need the PlayStation controller. It's wider. You know, it's more comfortable feel for me.
That is hilarious. We definitely gotta agree to disagree on that one, but we both are gonna agree that this is gonna be a banger. King Jones versus Daz. About to get into it now. When I saw the screens when they were handing to the players, I saw Rashid.
Okay.
I don't know if we're getting Rashid, but that would be amazing. That is a very high execution character.
Hey, I'm just saying, just for the sake of conflict and getting back into the smoke, I ain't seen not one Xbox controller on stage yet. I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay, so we had this was the jury that I was talking about. There we go, and then it is gonna be Rashid. Very interesting. I'm hyped because this character, this is a very high execution character. I want to see what he's got. Now this matchup in itself should be pretty fair. In the mid to neutral game, we're gonna see that Daz should have control with jury, but King Jones with this Rashid should be able to close the gap. at his will, the way that he just did. Nice aerial entry. He's got the lockdown, the mixulation station. Oh, he tried to go for the low, yeah, but I like the reversal from Daz.
Yeah,
Get out of my airspace.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice. And by the way, that looked like one hell of an anti-air as well. And it's starting to look to me that Jury could be a little bit of like a jumpy character at times. So again, Rashid's anti-airs should be a decent counter. Look, they're constantly throwing out that anti-air util as well, and they seem to have it timed perfectly.
They're both on point with that. Very good job. Yo, plus frames, what do you think you're pressing, Daz? Does he have enough to close this? I don't think so. Yeah, he's going to have to go for one mix-up, and I like that Daz recognized the situation, utilizes his reversal, knowing he can go through the fireball or any meaty situation. The level 2, he should be through. This is going to lead him to burnout, and 1, 2. Yes, sir. King Jones.
That is just overwhelming for us. And then one thing that I'm also noticing so far is that, King Jones on the Rashid has a lot of that util. They're able to throw out these ranged attacks, and then they follow it up, and they go inside of their own util to bring in the melee. So not only are you going to have to block against that range, you also got to block against the melee attacks, and that is just switching things up because it is hard to block those multi-directional attacks simultaneously.
King Jones. I will say, this guy's execution has been very, very good. The only thing that I'm tripping on about him, nice side switch. The only thing that I'm worried about is he's going into burnout very, very fast. So if we see Daz start to understand how to contain him in neutral, this might get scary for him. But right now, still in control, gets a nice throw. Tried to go for an empty jump throw, doesn't catch, but he does get the touch. And that will be game number 1 for King Jones.
And you see, like you were saying, where, King Jones just goes all out for it, not worried about the burnout. And you know what? I think that's where their success is lying, to be honest. Not really thinking too much about the burnout and just really going for the dub. I mean, what's the old adage that sometimes the best defense is just a great offense?
I mean, dude, he's been offensive this whole time. I like the pressure from Daz to start this one off. He said, you know what? If I can't stop you coming in at will, I'm going to be the one to start this one off. And he rushed him down, got him down to about 30% health. Look at him. Huge lead. Goes for level 1. He's going to be able to jump it. Still clipped. If he did a forward jump, he could have got out. But now, dash up. The double dash into the grab from Daz. Nice first round here in game number 2.
Yeah, and you could already see, Daz clearly was struggling a little bit in game number 1, but that's the thing about fighting games and esports in general. Whenever you take a loss in a series, you just got to put that in the back of your mind and GG go next.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You've got to just forget about the last round. There's certain things you need to log about what they're trying to do to condition you to a reaction to the drive impact. And when I talk about conditioning, we've been seeing Daz throwing out the drive impact willy-nilly, and King Jones said, you know what? I'm not going to let you keep doing that. Drops his combo, but he still keeps the pressure on, coast to coast, got him to the corner. He is going to burn out off that drive, and I know he would have reacted, but he was not able to do a drive impact back at him. Level 2 on the screen. What's the guess? Oh, baby. Blessed his toes. Blessed his toes. The tornado's coming, you're scared, and then he just comes in over the top, and it goes for the low. Can't do nothing about it.
And not only that, but that was actually really good spatial awareness too, because they knew that they had Daz up against the wall, and then Daz had nowhere to go. So you either have to block all this incoming damage, or you have to jump over them, and then you're jumping right into a tornado.
Now we do have Daz burnt out. He's going to get a little bit of the drive gauge back while this level 3 rocks. Look at the damage though. Look at that was optimized combos. But he is in the corner now. Plus frames into the drive impact. We all knew that was coming. Nice short little combo. I don't know, maybe he should have spent his bar. He had enough for level 2. One of the best tools in this game. He's going to use it on wake up after the knockdown. Oh, dash up grab. Now it's going to be a guess situation. Oh, okay, he just went for a little bit of pressure. Oh no! Ill-advised reversal from Daz on the plus situation. He didn't have to press anything, so King James gonna come away with that one. King Jones.
King Jones now up 2-0 in this best of 5. Needs one more to get the sweep and to move on. They have been playing dominantly here, but still, Daz has been putting up one heck of a fight each and every round. Again, these matches have not been one-sided at all. It has really come down to the wire.
Yeah, Daz has really been heating up. They've really been starting to recognize situations, but King Jones is adapting to every change that Daz brings to him. There's the drive impact, no reaction, but able to block, right? You got to be ready. Goes for the crossbow, puts himself in the corner, but he's able to keep his pressure up with the double medium, yes. Beautiful touches here. What's this? Oh! Goes for the fireball meaty, didn't even charge it. I like it. Oh, baby. Counter hit. No confirm, though.
And it's when you get down to that last sliver of health, you just want to jump right on in. Comes through with the aerial in order to confirm. And that is going to be 1 round now to King Jones. They only 1 win away from getting the sweep here.
Man, King Jones looking really good right now. He does have 2 bars. He's clipped by the drive impact. It's a nice short little combo. And this one's reacted to. Daz getting a little too frivolous with the drive impacts. If you're reacting to on those, it's gonna lead to big damage. Goes for level 2 setup. Pushing him away from the tornado. I actually like that. He's gonna have that thing trailing, gonna go back, play into it, kicks it over, and he does get the touch.
Now you see, that is amazing. One thing that I really love, and something that I've noticed between our first match and the second, that with DJ, they were using a lot of their level 3s, but here in game number 2, King Jones has made a lot happen just by using the level 2s.
He baited him with drive rush into nothing, and my goodness. Drive rush into nothing, he's able to block the super, the level 3, and he didn't get the punish at the end, but he did get a nice little closeout. Got the game with the drive impact. Beautiful stuff from King Jones. That was a nice display of Rashid play. Like I said, I wanted to see what was going on because that's a high execution character, and he's definitely put in the work. Because you don't just pick that character and get to pressing buttons and things work out for you.
Oh, absolutely. And again, that's what I try to explain to so many people. Again, you might think it's a little bit of button mash, but until you actually play somebody that knows what they're doing, you're going to realize real quick that there is no luck involved here. This is all practice, all time, and all execution coming from King Jones in order to secure this win and finish out with a 3-0 sweep.
Gotta give a good shout out to Daz though, because he definitely had some good adjustments. I will say at the end of the day, the drive impacts, right? Some of these worked out, but that was the biggest detriment to his gameplay. To be honest, that was where he ended up losing a lot of close games, trying to do a drive impact. This right here was the level 1 that led to AA. If I'm not mistaken, yes, he did take this one with the dash up grab. So it was good stuff. He had moments, he had good stuff coming for him, but there was. Yeah, he was too frivolous with the reversals and the drive impacts. That's all it was. So Daz, watch your footage, come back stronger. You're definitely on your way, but this is gonna be King Jones' time to shine. He's gonna be moving forwards in this bracket. Dashed up, that was drive into nothing, and he's gonna be able to block, neutral jump into the drive impact, and close that one. Sealed the deal. That's gonna be a 3-0 victory.
And you know what, I gotta be honest, watching King Jones play on Rashid, even though Rashid might not be considered like a full-fledged zoner, they were definitely showing some zoning qualities there. Again, really controlling the area that was the stage, being able to really force Daz into all of these really dangerous scenarios. Like when they had Daz up against the wall, they were able to use that level 2 in order to keep them confined against the back wall, and that's the last place you wanna be. And then Rashid, of course, like we saw like towards the end there, they actually jumped back to the level 2 tornado and kicked it right back to Daz. Mm-hmm. They were so good at controlling the space of the stage, making sure that wherever Daz was going is exactly where King Jones wanted them to be.
I love that you said that, because that's one of the things about Rashid. He is, in his truest form, he's a rushdown character. He just wants to come over, smother you, mix you up, and just do wild-looking stuff, right? He's been doing the same thing since Street Fighter V. But the thing about him is he has so much space control. You're too scared to move up on him because he has wall clings. He can jump full screen. He has his tornadoes that he can send up that make it hard to jump because he can choose which range they go up at you at. And then he has so many tools to keep you at bay. It's so hard to deal with, and we saw Daz struggle with it, but over time we saw Daz starting to adapt, but he just has so many tools. So many tools, and I like to see that he was utilizing all of it. And now, we're going to be getting into our next one. I was saying, I wanted to see if anybody had a hitbox, and that man right there has a hitbox.
Yep, and so now it's going to be the hitbox versus the fight stick. Yes. I mean, if you had to choose between the two, where are you leaning?
I'm definitely a fight stick player. I've been playing fight sticks since I grew up in the arcade.
Yeah, I was about to say, back when we had to play a quarter a pop just to run the ones.
Yeah. But Hitbox is definitely super efficient. It's got access to different inputs that other controllers don't have. It's got all kind of stuff to it. So if you're proficient with that, it is probably the best to use. But like we said, you can still lose with anything. It doesn't matter. But we're going to take a look here. It is going to be Jason versus President Patty. Now, I said a second ago that I thought that we had the JP coming up. I think the JP's coming now.
President Patty 2024? President Patty 2024? What do you think?
I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't know if he's old enough, but we'll see.
Alrighty, well, here we go again, getting ready to head into this next matchup. And once again, I'm really interested to see what the character selection is going to be because I feel like some characters just go better with the fight stick. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Again, it's all about that nuance. It's all about the feel, the comfortability. And some of these characters, again, I think they just are a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Acclimated to being able to fight on the fight stick because again, you have the original Street Fighter like we used to play on the arcades, so that's what they were designing for. Mm-hmm. They were designed for the fight stick. And one of my fondest memories, back in the day playing on the arcade, I remember I went to a college campus with my mom actually, and I got to hang out in the lounge area. There was the Street Fighter Mortal Kombat setup. Jumped on the arcade stick to play some Mortal Kombat, and me at the mere age of like 6 or 7 years old was smacking these college kids on the fight stick.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I have a similar story. My older brother used to take me to the arcade to play Street Fighter 2 back in the day. Yes, I'm old. Anyway.
And they still got, there's actually a place here called Be Kind Rewind, and they have the Street Fighter 2 arcade with the fight stick.
I love it.
And you can just jump on and get the ones.
Yeah, he used to take me up there. Dude, I'm talking 5'6", man. And at first I was getting beat, and then after a while he literally would take me up there and kind of hustle and try to bet other people that they couldn't beat his little brother. And I was up there kicking keister.
Yeah, I bet because older brother trains good.
Yeah,
I mean, that's how you learn.
Very well.
I try to explain this so much too. Again, you were asking me yesterday, well, how do I get good at Valorant? How'd you get good at Street Fighter? You jumped in, you had to take your licks.
You gotta do it.
It's the only way to learn. You gotta get jumped in.
Yep, that is hilarious. All right, these two, you saw them with the camaraderie. They dapped each other up,
Respect.
gave them a little bit of fist bump. Yeah, you gotta have the respect out there. But once the game starts, there is no friendship anymore. It is a battle. Once we're done, we can smile again, we can handshake. But during that match, it is not friendship time. It is the battle of the best. And we're going to see what's going on coming into this one right here. President Patty, if I'm not mistaken, JP, we'll see what the other player has on the docket. Hopefully, I already said it. Please, Zangief, please. Actually, no, not in that matchup. That is the worst matchup in the game. That thing stinks. No, don't do it. Never mind. If you play Zangief, switch characters.
Hey, switch it up on me now. I'm getting all hyped up for a second. I'm ready to go into this matchup. You're like, hang on, backtrack. No, I want to see something else now. Wait, so what am I getting hyped up for? I was ready. I was already in the zone. I'm hyped up. We're ready to go. And now, what are we bringing to the table?
Oh, we'll see.
Bring me back in. Bring me back in.
So, I mean, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
Oh,
There's
absolutely.
like we said, if it ends up being JP, there's a lot of characters that go neutral with him about 5-5, right? But like, if we end up seeing Zangief gets destroyed by JP, it's a terrible matchup. But we will be able to see something like a Cammy that can get the upper hand on JP, right? So it's interesting to see. I mean, he has a weird matchup spread, one of the best matchup spreads in the game. So it's hard to really figure out what to go up against him with because in this game, this is a very technical game, so it's hard to have multiple characters under your belt. So you're kind of just stuck with whatever you have to deal with. So anyway, we're going to be getting in here in a moment. They're over there chopping it up, getting fine-tuned and ready to play.
Oh, those are button checks that we're running through right now.
Oh,
At least that's what it looked like to me because I'm watching the one on the left, and they were flicking the stick, making sure the input was good. And I respect the button check. You got to make sure before you go in that everything is on the up and up because, again, you got to remember, a lot of these players, they're used to playing online. And with the online servers, sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to make sure that your input is inputting.
Yeah,
so by all means, run the button checks every single time. Even though we're on LAN, still, you got to run the button check.
You got to do it. You got to do it. It's funny. It's a trope in the FGC. People always say, I was just at a major last weekend, and people always say when they're casting, why are we doing button checks in 2024? You can do it at the character select screen. Brother, the buttons are mechanical things. You need to make sure that all your buttons are hitting on all cylinders. If there's a delay, is one stuck, or anything like that, you've got to make sure your hardware is kicking. Because you get into a game and one thing goes wrong with one of them buttons and you get smacked up, you're going to be kicking yourself.
Especially when you're on a stage like this, especially when there is a lot on the line. We're talking about the belt. We're talking about the potential prizes. So much on the line. You've got to make sure that you're checking everything. I don't care at what level you are. Pro level, doesn't matter. Always do the button checks. As a matter of fact, I actually got to cast one of the majors to Smash myself, and they were still doing the button checks. Yeah. Put respect on the check.
That right there. Did you see just what they did right there?
What they did.
The fist bump. They both looked up in the camera. That's a picture right there.
Oh yeah.
That's a Twitter banner. That's a Facebook banner. These kids they're young bucks, man. They're high schoolers. Do you think they still use Facebook?
No.
Yeah.
I don't even use Facebook.
You know what? What am I talking about? I don't use Facebook either. So we got the Jonathan Pizzle, JP, going up against Ed. This is going to be an awesome matchup. The battle of the psycho power. And to be honest, I'm not fully well versed in this matchup. I haven't seen it enough at high level to know exactly how this plays out.
I was gonna say, I'm glad, because me neither. But I will say, in Street Fighter, I'm a big fan of the boxer character, so I'm really gonna be looking over towards Jason's side of things. But with that being said, it already looks as though that President Patty's character, very zoner, like big range here. You can see they're trying to keep full screen at all times.
You know, and that slow fireball right there, having a slow fireball that you can chase behind is one of the best tools in this game. So we do see that Ed has such. He can do the fast version, he can do the slow version. Nice air-to-air, but the grab from President Patty. He's trying to get himself established and start the zoning. All right, that was a nice check, right? He's like, I know you're going to jump right here to get through my fireball game. Air-to-air them, reversal for Jason into burnout. He's trying to burn out President Patty right now with the pressure. 1, 2, and he does it. And that should be game. He's going to just chip him to death. He can't do anything, right? That is one of the special things right there with Ed. Once you get somebody burnt out, he can loop that over and over because he gets the extra 2 frames of plus frames.
Yeah, and you see, that's why I really love the boxing type characters, because yes, they are a little bit more predictable in their movements because we have just seen them so many times and they're kind of limited in what they can do. But at the same time, they're going to challenge you to beat them head on. You might know their game, but the thing is, you got to be able to work around it.
Yes. All right, I like this. Okay, level 2 setup with a large lead here. Doesn't even try to block it. The mix doesn't confirm the jump heavy kick, but either way it goes, he gets him. And there we go. President Patty with a super clean round. Almost got a perfect.
Almost got the perfect, but not quite, as we now head into the final round of game number 1. Both with a win apiece. Here we go. Who's going to be able to take the first game? Is it going to be President Patty, or is it going to be Jason?
He's able to react. Drive impact for drive impact. Gonna confirm into the level 3 ski. Put them hands upon him. Big damage to start this one off. And actually, if he decides to push up, he went for the long range with the snatcher and wasn't able to catch him. And he could have pulled up on him and burned him out. That's what I was looking for. And now he's giving an opportunity for President Patty to run this back. The zoning begins. Level 2 on him. Does he go through the portal? Blues could do, we can too.
Now you see, that was big there, because I'm thinking that, you know, President Patty is probably going to wait for that level 3, and that could have been a big opportunity there, but instead they tried to throw out the level 2, and then it was all blocked. You got some good chip damage, but at the end of the day, Ed can eat a good bit of it. So now they're able to take the dub, and it will be Jason in order to come away with game number 1.
Yeah, Jason held strong. That was actually looking like President Patty was going to run away with that one, but Jason definitely held his ground. He did a lot better defending that second level 2, right? Like you said, he took a little bit of damage from it, not too much. He ate a little bit of drive damage, but he held strong. He held that corner and was able to deal with the onslaught coming in from President Patty. Maybe President Patty shouldn't have came over. He should have probably just kept zoning him, because he waited so late after the level 2 to come around. So he didn't have like that reinforcement, the safe way to play it. Nice drive reversal. That's interesting to see that utilized right here in this matchup. He wanted to keep him off, but he's allowing too many jump-ins from Jason. No anti-airs at the moment.
And you know what I think is really interesting again is, like, on paper, I would initially think that President Patty had the advantage as long as they keep Jason away, because they are such a close-range character, and clearly President Patty can operate from full screen, but still Jason is being able to close the gap on a lot of these zoning abilities.
He got a nice bait there on the amnesia, the wake up from President Patty with the neutral jump, but he didn't get a full combo. This is going to be a full one. Just a short one into the grab. A snatcher Rooney will do the job. Jason, 1 round up here in game number 2.
Well, here we go. It's clear to see that Jason has a lot of momentum here. Let's see if President Patty is going to be able to keep them at bay a little bit longer, so that way they can get some of those full screen combos.
Yeah, he's trying his best. I think he's having a really hard time fighting up close. And he's trying his hand at that because he's not fully able to keep him away. And I really think if he just starts to anti-air the jump-in attempts, that's how Jason's getting in. Almost every time there's the jump, right? He's not waiting for the opponent. He's trying to react with something to keep him grounded instead of reacting to the jump itself. And I understand that. Better, easier said than done. Jason steamrolling the competition and taking this one 2-0 so far in this set.
Yeah, and again, like you were mentioning, we weren't really seeing a lot of anti-airs coming from President Patty. And again, Ed constantly, from Jason, of course, was able to come through with the overhead time and time again. And all you need is that first initial hit, and you're open for a long combo chain.
Oh yeah. He's been getting a lot of clean jump-ins. I mean, if we could just see a little bit of crouch heavy punch, maybe a forward heavy kick, and we are gonna see a character swap, so maybe some Shoryuken anti-airs as we saw the Ryu selected.
Yeah, and I'll even be the first to admit I'm very guilty of spamming the overhead. Like I'm one of those characters that constantly jumps, trying to look for the overhead every single time. It's like my go-to, you know, because at the end of the day, the last thing I want to do is hit like hit it like a down 4. It's not my niche per se. I just feel like getting the overhead is a lot speedier opening. So again, I get punished a lot for spamming the overhead, rightfully deserved. But you know, I gotta admit my shortcomings.
Oh my goodness. So he didn't end up committing to the swap. I understand that you want to stick with your guns and go with your main character. So he does decide to stick with the JP. The jump in is clean once again though from Jason. Very short combo though, so he didn't suffer too bad for that nice drive impact. Not reacted to by Jason. Gonna be some solid damage and the keep away. This is where he's been solid, but he decides to come over.
And you know what? There's a rule of thumb I have when I'm commentating Smash, and I think it translates very well to every FGC, is that no matter what the counter picks are, it should be comfort pick over everything else.
Agreed. You always go with what you're best with. And there it is, nice. He hits the level 1 reversal. His amnesias haven't been working out, so he said, you know what, let me spend a little bar for it. Nice jump from Jason. He tried the anti-air. Okay, so this is good. He has a chance to win this one. Oh, the drive impact. What do we get here? Okay, he didn't do anything huge. Oh, another jump in, and Jason held on for a victory. But what I wanted to say was we saw 2 whiffed anti-air attempts from President Patty. He tried the crouch heavy punch, and he tried the forward heavy kick. And there we got the crouch heavy punch. So he's aware. He is going for the anti-airs now. So if he can keep this up, that might make Jason have to change his game plan. But it's only 1 round away for Jason to close this one out. Another wake up, level 1.
And now you see that's why going for that overhead spam sometimes pays off, because it's a little bit harder to time it. You know, you can get away with some things every now and again just from a little bit of shameless spam.
The level 3 one more time. We haven't seen this from Ed since game number 1. Jason, the large lead, react with the drive impact. Oh, and they clash. So we got no punish on either side, but Jason still finds his way in, capitalizing for the victory 3-0 against President Patty. Look at the love, man. I got to love it, man. Everybody out there, give these guys a hand. It's, you know, you get to make it to a stage like this. And, you know, it doesn't matter. Win, lose, or draw. I'm glad that they had a good time and they got to show everybody in the world what they had.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? Again, you love to see the spirit of play coming from these players. And you know what? We were talking about it yesterday, and that's what we love about high school and collegiate esports is that, again, there's that extra level of spirit. There's that school spirit that comes into play there. And again, I love seeing the camaraderie between these two. I don't even know if they're friends, but they look like they were just best friends on the stage. When you're on the sticks in Street Fighter, I feel like you make a new best friend.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know what would be cool? I don't know, right? But there's the possibility that they practice together. They don't have to go to the same school. You can run into somebody online, right? You can practice together. They might be in the same Discord servers. They might be, you know, they might be friends that went to school together a long time ago. There's so many stories that it could be. You got to talk to them and find out what the case is.
No, absolutely. But regardless, you could tell that they both enjoyed being on that stage. And again, they put up one heck of a fight. Again, being able to see, you know, the amount of talent, you know, coming out today, you know, from high school students is just completely extraordinary, because again, you know, we're watching these two players go at it and they're playing their characters as if, you know, they're ready for the pro scene almost.
Yeah, they're definitely showing their stuff. And I love that lockdown right there, the knowledge that he can loop the speed bag in Burnout. We got a good drive impact there from President Patty. This was the level 2 that got him on the board. He got nice stuff. He got a reset right here. Didn't confirm that, but he still ends up coming away with it. Boom, bam. Pressed the little ill-advised button and Jason got clipped. You know, this set was really good, man. So that type of stuff right there, being preemptive in the neutral and not, you know, with JP, you kind of have to be reactive and keep and control what the opponent wants to do and stop them in their tracks. And we saw a lot of time President Patty wanted to be on the aggressive end, and that was allowing the jump-ins from Jason. Backdash on the jump-in, right? But that's a situation where he could have crouch heavy punch. Now, this is the game 3 where he started to try. He tried the crouch heavy punch right there. We do see the clutch situation coming in from Jason. This is when he clutched up, jump in, got him, and that's gonna be a good one. And this is the level 3 that led to the victory of Jason in game number 3. It was hard fought, and I love the adjustments that we saw from President Patty as the set went on. Yep, he tried to go for the drive impact, and then they were reacted, they clashed. And I feel like at that moment you saw President Patty kind of just stood there, and it was like, what just happened? And then he just got caught sleeping at the wheel. But either way, I love to see his adjustments. He did end up losing 3-0, but he had the adjustments. And like I said to Daz earlier, go watch those tapes, President Patty, because you're on your way, you're doing a good job. It's just adapting a little bit faster is what becomes the way that you take a game like that. You know, because if he could have got that in game number 2, if he would have started his anti-airs there, we could be still watching that match right now.
Yeah, not only that, but we're starting to get an inclination on how the top 4 is beginning to shape up and looking like. Okay, so right now, let's take just a refresher moment to remember who we got moving forward. To start things off, I remember the Rashid. We got a Rashid that was moving forward, and then we were just able to see the Ed that is going to be moving forward. And then we had, remind me, what was that?
Capcom Man with the DJ.
Capcom Man with DJ, that's right. We still got a DJ in our bracket here. So now, you know, we are really shaping things up as we continue to move on. And I think we have at least one more quarterfinal left to see who's going to be able to go into the semis.
Yes. We got one more set up. We're going to have a few more games on the docket. These guys are getting into the crunch time. But this is going to be the beginning game for our guys coming up next. We can take a look over at this bracket and get a breakdown of what we got going on for the rest of this Street Fighter so far.
Yeah, I mean, the bracket has been shaping up quite nicely. Like we said, we already got Capcom Man, who was able to push through. Now we got Jason that is able to make their way into the semis as well. And again, just being able to see a lot of these players just start out, you know, they were playing all day yesterday. Or they have been playing all day. You know, at the end of the day, like the stamina and the fatigue really start to wear you down. And I think that's kind of one of the underappreciated aspects of esports is that you don't realize that you have to go through an entire day, days even, of just constantly playing. And at the end of the day, you know, when your hands are on the controllers, on the sticks for so long, it really is going to come down to who is going to endure, who is going to have the stamina. Because after playing for so long, you're either going to go numb in the thumbs or you're going to go sick on the sticks.
That boy spitting, that's bars. I like that one. I like that one. I couldn't have done it any better myself, man. But yeah, so we've seen this dwindling down. These guys, like you said, they've been playing all day yesterday. The mental stamina, the mental fortitude you have to do to get through such is just second to none. These guys, you have to be a top level competitor to get past all that. Even if you're better than somebody, you could just be mentally tired and end up losing the game all the way through the pools, right? But now we're here in the top 8, and that's still the case, but there's less games, and they did get a break from yesterday. But the thing is, are you still as heated up as yesterday? Are you still ready? Did you get enough rest?
Did you do your homework?
Did you do your homework?
Yeah.
Because, you know, we're talking right here and we're trying to figure out what characters we're going to see. As a competitor, you should have went through and checked out every player and tried to go watch footage on them to make sure you know what's going on.
Oh, exactly. And not only that, but make sure that you're doing homework on your own character as well.
Oh, yeah.
Making sure you know them front with the backwards. If you need to, actually meet with the players you're going to play against and then pre-scrim before you go into the tournament. Again, maybe you don't want to go full tilt, but you need to get at least an idea of what you can expect. You don't want to show all your hand, but at the same time, you do have to run those scrims. Again, before any tournament, make sure that you're nice and warmed up before you're on the stage.
I will say, sometimes in a fighting game, you kind of do want to show all your hand.
Really?
Okay, so this is the deal, right? You want to come out and show that you know how to do everything with the character and then maybe show a little extra sauce, right? Some tech that maybe only you do. Now everybody's going to be looking for all these options. You now showed so many different elements that it's hard to key in on a specific thing that you do.
Okay, so you got to just flex from jump, get in on the get-go, and just make it happen. But with that being said, we still got one more of our quarterfinals to go, and we have already gotten to see some great character selection as well. I mean, we're really going through the character roster. There's still so many characters that can be chosen. But again, just to reiterate, we got to see the DJ, we got to see the Rashid, we got to see, again, the Ed that all managed to go through. But we also got to see, you know, the JP come out. We got to see Jury come out. You know, we got to see all these different characters. So again, you know, we have to wonder what else is there that can be coming out on display today. Again, I'm still waiting to see Ken, and I know you're waiting on the character as well.
So from the data collection, which I've been pretty on point. I mixed up one of the games.
I'll give you that.
I mixed up one of the games.
You've been on point. Gotta respect the greatness.
So from the data collection, if I'm not mistaken, in this next one, you do get your Ken.
Yes!
I think I've been pretty on point, so I think I'm right to say that, yeah, in this next one, you do end up getting Ken. I don't know who the other player is going to be using, so we'll see. I'm interested to see what we get here. And Ken, like I said earlier, has fallen down from being like the top represented character, but he's still ridiculous. He's still top 5. He's still one of the best characters in the game. That's not a question. He barely has any. He doesn't. I don't even know if he has a losing matchup.
I mean, yeah, because they are such a well-balanced character. Every fighter, again, every FGC title, you have those characters that, again, that can be very niche. Again, like Rashid, like you said, they have like that very aggressive playstyle where they just jump in. And then you also have the characters that like to play, more zoner, like we saw with JP. Try and keep it at the full screen distance, try and use a lot of that utility. And then you have someone like Ken, who is just pretty well balanced. It's one of those characters that I think are easy to pick up, but difficult to master.
Oh, no, for sure. Ken is not, he is, like you said, he's a pick up and play character, but when it comes down to his long combo routes, and a lot of his combos switch sides, right? So you got to know if you want to switch sides, or if you want to keep corner, like how you want to position them after you finish the combos. He has lengthy ones that take a little bit more execution. So at the top level, he's pretty difficult to use.
Yeah, well, with that being said, that is going to be remaining to be seen because we're getting ready to head to a short intermission, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more Street Fighter right after this short break, live again from the Six Flags Fiesta, Texas for the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championship presented by TechSef. Do not go anywhere. We will be back. Okay, so this meter is for when you block.
on in for Cap. I'm Bordy McBoard. That's Flex, and I know you'd like that too because, hey, we're doing some Street Fighter 6 action. I'm super excited, pretty nostalgic about this game, and very excited too because I'm doing it with a pro right here. I learned a little bit about you and a little bit about this game, and I can't wait to learn more about these opponents coming up soon because we are approaching the finals. We already saw a big portion of action just before, a lot of flair, a lot of excitement, but now it's time to get down to the nitty-gritty. We're approaching endgame, Flex.
Oh, yeah. And like we said, we took a little break, but we have one more of our quarterfinal matches coming up, right? And then we're going to get to the deeper parts of the bracket. But it's been some really good games so far.
Yeah.
You know, me and Ahsoka, we're talking about the characters we've seen. We saw Double DJ.
Oh, wow.
Saw the jury. We saw the JP. We saw Ed.
Yeah.
Right? Now, and we saw Rashid.
We did see Rashid too. Rashid was cooking right there.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
You might be my favorite player so far.
Honestly,
King Jones.
Honestly, the planning that they did with the tornado move, so saucy, so saucy. So I can't wait to see more of what they have in that bag because, as you said, they were already starting to cook there. And not only cook when it comes to the play, but also, too, a little bit of flair, too. I like it when players, especially FGC, too, you're on an island, you're by yourself like you talked about before, but then you also need to gas yourself, too. If you're alone by yourself, get the crowd to be behind your back and make sure that you feel yourself a little bit.
You gotta feel yourself. Now, these guys are definitely feeling themselves out there on the stage. Everybody in Twitch chat, whoever you're having the most fun watching, put it in the chat. Let us know who you're enjoying watching. Now, I said King Jones with that Rashid was definitely the most exhilarating for me, and so especially since that character is so difficult to use, watching him use him proficiently was amazing. Now, you were just sitting there watching,
I was sitting there watching.
Who did you have the most fun watching?
For me, I like a little bit of Joel Embiid flair, right? A little bit of Stephen Curry, a little shimmy action. So I loved it when I saw from Capcom, man, too, right? Really cocky, feeling themselves, but also to put the pressure on their opponent, cornered them, got them slipping. And honestly, it can be a little bit dangerous going on as you're talking about during the break. Maybe could be punished doing that. But honestly, be aggressive. Be aggressive. I like to see that action, especially when you have the game to back it up too. I'm hoping that they go deep into this matchup, but honestly, I also heard from the background too that this next upcoming matchup, there's a competitor here with long flowing hair, not quite Fabio, but plays like it too. Hero in the night might be coming for you soon, so maybe you might have a new favorite,
I got you. We're gonna see what's going on. There he is. He's got the flowing locks, and he is playing with hitbox. We're talking about the controllers a lot.
Yeah.
So hitbox is definitely a perfectionist tool. Okay. So coming in here, it is gonna be High Skies versus CC. They already got their combatants. I told you that we had Ken coming up,
and
it is gonna be Luke, his opponent.
Oh, absolutely. Luke, I know early on when the game first dropped that Luke was a popular pick, but Ken, being a staple long-term again, Ken, one of the second fighters, again, to the Shoho characters, I love to see him too, because their game is always so nice too.
This is actually, I was going to say, right? High Skies is playing the modern Luke. Ooh. So he's going to be able to react to things that are way easier, right? He doesn't have to do the inputs the way the other person does. Forward in his special button, just one button, and forward is going to be his reversal. And then his fireball is just one button, right? So he can really just throw his tools out without having to think about reacting too much.
What are the advantages between old Luke and new Luke? As he said, he saw the one button thing. That means he can get off punishes faster, I'm assuming, but also are there any drawbacks to see that? As you're seeing, there's no drawbacks in the game right here. Cornered and also dizzy too. Good job getting out of that too with the Shoryuken.
That was a drop on the side of CC. Gave him an opportunity, but the neutral jump into the crouch medium punch is going to get the job done for High Skies. For CC. Now, the drawbacks when you use modern, you get the upside of getting faster tools, right? Not having to think too much about your inputs, but you lose damage from doing easy inputs, and you're going to lose damage, and you're going to lose some of your attacks. You can't have all your special moves.
Okay, and definitely you need special. As you've seen before, it's really saved a lot of these competitors during this matchup right here. Going back and forth, staying in the middle, which is also good. Trying to zone out right now. You see, you go to Shoryuken, you're laughing. What's going on right now?
Oh, the jump in was so clean. And we're going to Memphis. CC lands the level 3. Bam! Burns him out. Smooth 50% damage. Dash up.
And
Wake
then
up level
coming
3.
back
But he parries it. CC was ready.
We always love to see parries. We know one thing about this game, that parries makes it good. No Daigo combo, at least quite yet. But come on now, a good parry to make sure that you didn't absolutely get punished. Back and forth, I like that with the specials.
Yes, I love it. You saw like CC. See, okay, look. High Skies has been ripping those reversals. His
Yeah.
DP. He's been throwing out the Shoryuken. And that was what CC was looking for. I can almost guarantee he dashed up into nothing looking for that, but he got an even better option, which was the level 3, which is easier to punish. Now, we're seeing the offensive end nice, does a drive rush into a punish counter grab, so that was a parry attempt from CC. He is burnt out. The drive impact that he was ready.
Just right there.
Smelled it and jumped it.
Good job to interrupt that flow with that right now, as it looked like he could be approaching Dizzy, luckily able to get out of that. Oh my gosh, what a play by Ken to make sure you're holding on in, but his play will come through too.
He utilizes the level 1, the best level 1 in the game, but it is not going to keep him alive in this one. So maybe you wonder to yourself, was it worth spending that bar, right? Because he's going to come into this next game and be in a situation where he might not get to level 3.
You know, if you have it in your hands, I guess you might as well use it. Like you said, we'll see if it comes through. But they've been doing a good job on their own, just coming back with an already got that level 1 back in their pocket again. So let's see what happens with it. But Ken feeling themselves right now, approaching a perfect. Let's see if they actually get it to go down. Another grab, put him in a corner. Ooh, that's not a great place to be.
What an anti-air and getting the side switch. CC drops the combo, but the neutral jump, punish on the grab, level 2. I think he's through. High Skies allowed CC to hold on and tie this one 1-1. Oh my goodness.
The hands are in session, and like you said, what a great reversal too. That anti-air was honestly all that they needed in order to reverse and switch it, because like I said, Ken was feeling himself getting close to perfect. What a good job on that. And Luke continuing their dominance into this early game. Oh, it's on and popping.
CC's got the combos. He fakes with the double jab break kill. Oh my goodness.
Oh, well, we get it. We finally got it. Look at that. Not an inch of health off that bar. What a great job by Luke. I cannot believe it. Your mouth is agape right now. You can't believe it either.
CC is gaming to the fullest. I'm loving it. Trying to do a little bit more of a zoning game. High Skies ready for the little hop knee approach from CC. Gets some good damage. Backdash the grab. These guys are on it.
Tried to get that parry to reverse it on down, but that actually didn't go down. And now the combos are just going down. Again, let's put in another one off the wall and then back again. Good job getting out of that though, because you were in a tizzy. So Ken just holding on for life there. Maybe they can try to get a couple combos to go down, but the block game is really good. And now the reversal too, but now a reversal to that reversal.
It's a little bit of a drop right there. It's going to be a really bad situation for CC, but the drop right back at him. High Skies has the corner, jab into the drive impact. The level 1 reaction on the fireball.
Oh, let's go through the fire and the flames. Got it to go down and won that game.
CC, for every bad situation that he's given, he's been making up for it on the back end. Reacting to that with the level 1 was just so perfect for him. And now he's 1 round away from closing out this set against High Skies.
You know what? I heard a little bit about CC's game before we got on here, but I didn't know the game would have this much fame behind it. Really doing a good job, but Ken High Skies says not enough right here. Doing their own combo of their own. Unfortunately, couldn't string together. Got that Shoryuken to go on down. Only a sliver of health. A grab. Can they do it? The crush and got it. KO. Good response.
Oh yeah. The placement of that drive impact was perfect. He waited until he got a little soft knockdown and he placed his meaty right there when he was getting up. So he had to react. There was no other option. Maybe he could have parried, but a re-DI was the only option, and he didn't have enough health to eat a DI right there. So he had to parry.
Oh, but look at that right here, going through it again. And you talked about that, right? That means that you have high R going on in. That means that you have a little bit of damage to your game, too. And look at that. Oh, my gosh. But look at that CA coming through again. Ooh!
He actually clipped him. I thought CC was ready for that one. As, you know, as Ken said, sit down and shut up. He's got him burned out. We'll see if he has. Ooh, he caught him with the jump in. There was a buffer going on for CC. Level 3 is going to be coming in soon. He got the AA.
Oh my gosh, but he's not letting him popping off right now. He actually does have the C available to him. He pops it off that. Oh, couldn't do it with the level 2. And instead he comes back and does it with the sure you can instead.
That was a nice neutral jump bait from High Skies. You saw CC try to go for the level 2, and I'm not mad at it. I think maybe the level 3, if you're going to let it rip, you might as well let it rip. But he ended up going for the level 2. Did not get that one. It's 2-1, but CC starting off strong in this one. Man, High Skies is not afraid to fly in the sky with that reversal.
Absolutely. It looked like High Skies might have been honestly swept, but look at this. CC said, I'm coming back with a thing of own. Could have closed out last game. Burnout on the other side. Ooh-wee. Now, you talked about Burnout a little bit beforehand, too. When you have Burnout, can you actually get out of situations like this when you're in the corner and not feeling great?
That was an unfortunate drop combo from CC. High Skies burned him out. He's now in corner. He thought he was going to go for the drive impact and tried to do the level 1. I understand, but that was a panic situation. And now, a beautiful back dash. He has an opportunity. He blocks the DP. The punishing grab, and CC held on for that one.
Oh, wait. I got nervous there for CC. Almost half their bar in that combo that Ken had in the middle of that. CC fighting through. What a clutch grab right there at the end to make sure that they can close out that game. High Skies, comeback season?
Man, it's looking like he's cooking, but CC's definitely still in the driver's seat.
Absolutely.
We saw a game hit on the board for High Skies, but he's still playing from the back foot. But at the moment, he's playing a very good zoning game. He's trying to get something rocking. There it is. We saw that earlier in game number 1, going through the hot knee with the drive impact. He's catching the cadence a little bit of CC.
Oh, we going ahead and getting a little bit on that too. Awesome, good job for that. CC building up right there. Level 2 is available for them. We'll see if they go ahead and use that. Level 1 right there at 3-2. But look at that, Ken burnt out right now, right?
Yep, definitely both burnt out. We have a good jump in for High Skies. He drops it, and this is detrimental because we're definitely going to Memphis. Perfect.
It doesn't matter in the air, tossing them around. Oh my goodness. They still have a sliver of health left to go though. High Skies holding on with the Shoryuken. How do you come back from that?
I cannot believe I just witnessed that. Hanging on by a thread. High Skies living for his school. But a nice jump in. CC trying to close this one out. Does not.
Oh, wow.
With a nice little shim jam. Caught him with the stand fierce and a big combo. Goes for another bait with the double jab, but looks like he pressed something else.
Absolutely. Getting back out of that corner, it looked like you said, that shim jam coming through. But guess what? Hit him with the blam off of that too. Oh my God. Great combo to close that on out. CC doing the job after it looked a little bit dicey there. CC stands for common clutchness at the end.
Common clutchness. I am not mad at it. CC definitely was doing his thing. I am a fan. He was very proficient with his character. There was a little bit of drops there. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe it was not being used to the offline timing. But look at him, holding that fight stick in the air. He's still confident. He's still standing. He's still strong. He's going to the next round. Good play from his opponent. High Skies did a good job there. We start to see the adjustments. Start to see him really getting acclimated to the game. But unfortunate, that is going to be the end of the run. Single elimination. You don't get a chance on the lower side of the bracket.
Hey, you know what? Salute to High Skies, okay? Still flying high, even though they did not end up with the dub. To have your back against the wall, honestly, it looked like CC could have made this a sweep, but then Dwayne came around and decided to turn it around as well. But like you said, early on, CC was cooking and continued to do it the entire day.
Yeah, that dash up right there into the bait, closing that game, he sealed the deal. There goes that level 1 that set him up for a clutch.
And look at that, burnt out, but still able to get it on out is Ken right now. High Skies, again, really contentious in this round number 2. Got him in the corner. Ooh, 11-hit combo right there.
That is definitely the coolest level 2 in the game. I don't care what anybody says. It ain't the best one, but it's the coolest one. This right here is just a little drop, but he got the reset on High Skies. High Skies really was trying to press something. Don't know exactly what it was, but that was the detriment to him in that game. Ended up losing that one. CC had the upper hand, and this is the reaction with the level 1, my favorite play of the set, to be honest.
Yes, through the flame ball will always get you, right? Shuriken means nothing when you go through that. Look at that right there, closing out that game. I can't wait until we get to that anti-air, like you talked about a little bit early. Burnt out right there in the corner. Ken was feeling themselves. Again, high skies, man, just great the entire time. And this is where we finally saw Luke push through.
Yep. And no,
that was
a
high skies
reversal.
come through. Yeah.
That was an interesting one because you're not invincible when you do that in Burnout. So if he did get hit, that could have been the game, but it did keep him alive a little bit longer. But we did see the closeout right there from CC. The long flowing locks, the crowd going crazy. I love to see it, and now living stronger in the next round. We're going to be getting to some a little bit more heated games coming up.
Can you believe that this is only the quarterfinals? The quarterfinals. You know, I don't know if you can see this. You can't see this. On it says quarterfinal 2024. Right now, that was quarterfinals action, but it felt like a finals, how contentious it was. We still have more to see. I heard a little bit about CC's game, but as you said, long hair, don't care. Fabio coming through at the end of the day, making sure, not to like save the tournament. The tournament is already popping, but I mean to put the tournament on his back and establish himself as what could be the lead, because honestly, one of the most impressive games I've seen the entire day.
Oh yeah, that definitely was one of the best ones. For sure, from both players. Like, it was very, it started off heavily in the favor of CC, and then we saw, like we said, the adjustments from High Skies, and then they started getting into, they were tussling. They were getting up close and personal and really checking each other and making the other ones second guess themselves. So that was really good stuff. But, I noticed that you're using Fabio, right?
I am using Fabio.
So you're using Fabio. I'm getting some Troy Polamalu out.
Troy Polamalu, I like that. A little toughness with it too, a little grit and grind, and honestly too, holding that up too. That fight stick is pretty heavy. That's a little bit of strength. So maybe Troy Polamalu, that makes sense. Somebody give him some head and shoulders. But I have to ask. You talked a little bit earlier on too. You said the Rashida was one of your favorites that you've seen today. Is CC's Luke? Are they competing with it? Because, ooh-wee, that was a heck of a matchup.
So look, we're talking about two characters that can hold their own at any level in this game, right?
Yeah.
That Luke, barring the drop combos, that's my only issue with CC right there. And if he can tighten it up, like I said, I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know if it is not being used to the offline timing, because it does change. There's a little bit of input delay when you're playing online,
Absolutely,
right?
totally different.
So it changes like your combo timings. And Luke, whenever he did that one combo, I said perfect. You have to perfectly release your inputs whenever he's doing the upper into the punch combo, right? That's hard to do, especially if you're not used to the offline timing. So now, if he gets those drops off, to me it leans in his favor. But if he keeps playing the way that we just watched, I think the cleaner outcome comes from Rashid.
So I have a question, right? Again, still, I wouldn't say I'm a Street Fighter chow person. I still remember back in the day, hey, there's a reason why I don't play FGC games anymore. I have a little bit of a story, right? When I was like, 11, 12, right? Street Fighter 3, right? Third Strike, really popular, very technical game, right? So me and my brother loaded it on up. My brother beat me 50 times in a row.
Hey,
50 times, especially with a game like that, very technical, skill matters, right? You talked about Luke not dropping, right? Not dropping, meaning holding on to that input. You mean holding on so you can keep up that combos like we saw before when DJ dropped it mid-combo and couldn't complete that and couldn't finish out the play. You're talking about something like that?
Yeah, for sure. Technical play. And sometimes people just, there's guys in the pro scene that end up getting washed 20 games straight. It happens. And I was talking to a guy one time, and he's a very wise guy. He told me it'd be like that.
It'd be like that. Honestly, all the way. You know what? Whether it be button mashing or whether or not, there was one time I beat my cousin 20 times in a row in Mortal Kombat. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just cheesing. If you don't know what cheesing is, you just do the same combo over and over again. It was like, boom, boom, bow. And then we teleport through the wall, boom, boom, bow, boom, boom, bow. Did that 20 times in a row. I'm a pro, like you said. You can't afford to do that, though, obviously, in these tournaments. Punish games happen. But as you talked about, keeping up your combos, making sure you're stringing things together, too, so you can catch that other opponent slipping. We saw 50 HP go down during one of those strings of combos from Ken. When you're in a competition like this, you need to string it together because the other person can flip it on his head, just like High Skies almost did the last time.
Oh yeah, High Skies definitely was, like I said, he was always playing from the back foot, but he was bringing back every game that he won. He was playing from a deficit, and every game that CC ended up winning, he was still right there with him because he was adjusting mid-match and putting on that pressure that Ken does, right? That's what Ken does. Ken just gets on you and he makes you guess. He's scary. He's hard to deal with. But there's not going to be any more Ken, right? We're going to be looking at Capcom Man versus King Jones, and that's going to be the first one that we get up here, and that is going to be DJ versus the Rashid.
And I know you were excited about that, Rashid, but you made some commentary during the break about Capcom Man, right? You really appreciated his game. I talked a little bit about it, alluded a little bit to it, right? The aggressiveness was interesting, fun to see, but was it something that could be taken advantage of and honestly countered by their opponent?
Oh, definitely. So one of the things, well, okay, actually the funny thing about this is, so we were talking about the fact that Capcom Man burns himself out very early in the game. And if you're going to play like that, you have to capitalize. You better make sure you do damage. But the thing about it is, King Jones was doing the same thing. So both of these guys are going to come out the gate swinging, I guarantee it. You know what, I'm going to make a gamble here. We're going to start the game. When the game starts, we're going to get an EX Fireball from DJ, and we're going to get a Tornado Light from Rashid.
And
he
guess
did
what?
the EX. Okay, I was almost there.
Almost there. But again, basically the gist of it, like you said, it's just going to be Hands City here today. We're going to see a lot of probably zoning out to make sure, especially that DJ, right? But DJ going right on in and joining up with the hype right here. The Fireball, trying to space him on out so you don't get those combos.
That was a good wake-up parry. He's getting a lot of drive back from parrying all that. Drive meter low for King Jones, but the damage lead is in his favor. Beautiful grab, lockdown, mix, but the block from Capcom Man.
Capcom Man trying to get himself out of a rock in a hard place right now. And guess who's for rock? It is King Jones, but Capcom Man says, hey, I'm Rock Lee. I got hands on deck and legs too.
All right, fighting for the Leaf Village. Oh, never mind, fighting for the Wind Village. He's gonna put the Tornado down. And it's gonna anti-air cannon. He kept it. No, he needed the overdrive version of that. He wasn't able to confirm. He ends up whipping, and the level 2 is gonna do the job, Capcom Man.
So close yet so far. If they had that overdrive again, would have been KO. Instead, able to turn that thing around. Capcom Man, another clutch play right there to secure that one, but still early on.
That was a sneaky getaway for the boy, but they both ended up using level 2s. And like I said, remember, I told you their drive meter's gonna get dwindled away really quick. Capcom Man almost in burnout. He gets hit by the wrong thing and pushed towards that corner. It's typically scary, but he's fighting his way for real estate right now. He's got to the mid-screen. It's looking good, but the touch from King Jones, and he ends up being the first one to burn out. Hey, both of them.
Good reversal right there, but accurately predicted, right? Both of them burns out using everything in their arsenal very on early. Let's see how they fight through that right now. King Jones can do that in the air.
Yep, King Jones showing he's still got the anti-airs. He's got the air-to-airs. That was a good, nice jump light kick. Okay, that's another anti-air. I feel like that one was on accident. He wanted some ground plus lane. He's gonna be able to parry here. But he's on one touch away from getting closed out here. Goes over the top.
Good parry right there, but unfortunately, just like
Spike,
that.
that was good. Okay.
Who parried that whole thing right there?
Oh my goodness, he baited him! Oh my goodness.
Tried to get up and around there, and it could have pulled that off too. Almost right there, but no cigars. Kind of like the opposite, right? King Jones almost had him in the corner. Capcom Man came through. Then the opposite, Capcom Man almost came through around, but King Jones hit him off.
Such awareness from King Jones to pull up there and not press anything. Grabs him out of the drive impact. You can see Capcom Man really wants out of this corner. He's gonna get opened up, not a full confirm. I like it. Level 2 right after the drive impact? Are you kidding? Grab and to wake up has to deal with it. Whoa! There we go. King Jones, 1-0.
Is that a person? Is that a person? Oh, okay, I was gonna say, I looked at that meter. It was a lot of that meter. There was none of that meter that got put off right there, but what a great job. Putting them in the corner and then pushing through that burnout, like you said. It's really hard to get through, but that's exactly what King Jones did.
I've liked the defense from Capcom Man for the most part. He's been doing a very good job. Now, here in neutral, this is what the issue is. He's finding a hard time getting hits.
Yeah.
Drive versus under the jump in attempt. Nice. Got a touch there.
Yes,
He's not catching the big ones.
And I'm assuming he's trying to touch on it so he can go to his high up combo right here. In combo as well. Like he just did right there.
It's a good jab confirmed, right? Nice drive impact. Caught him lacking. It's not enough.
Just a little sliver and got him and finished him off with a jab. After the last couple times, you know, it ended in fireworks. That one was quite simple. Simple and clean.
Starting this one off with high pressure. Got the grab, goes to the toes, the neutral jump. Gonna start this one off saucy. Dancing and romancing. He's not gonna get level 3, but he's gonna level 1 nice.
Dancing, romancing, burning it out, but hey, pushing through that right now in the corner. Just come on, punishing right there. A first perfect in the game. I was hoping for it, but we got it.
That was the first perfect of the tournament so far. That was actually very well done. Capcom Man started that one off very aggressive and never let up. Everything he did was right.
Capcom Man and King Jones going at it. And it's 1v1 against Tide exchanging a game each. But Capcom Man maybe cooking with some gas. Look at this in the air though. Burnt out, but fighting through that. Ooh, not too long. A punish counter right there.
And he tried to do an eagle spike on block. If it wasn't a drive impact, he would have flipped backwards and maybe been safe, but ended up getting blasted, and now he's in the corner. Got his drive back, but a nice grab. Dunzo. KO. Capcom Man.
Back throw to finish it on off. Again, I like how sometimes it's spectacular with Capcom Man finishes, and then sometimes it's just like, you know what? We're just chilling, back throw, jab. You know what? Why do it with fireworks when only a jab?
For sure. We got the jump in drive reversal. That's the second one we've seen in the tournament. It's a very useful tool. If you do get it blocked, you're going to be negative. If I'm not mistaken, was it like 8 or something like that? It's pretty bad. but if you utilize it correctly, it is good. He is going to be in the drive meter lead. He is at a health deficit, but now he's able to put the pressure on, cross them up. Level 3.
The level 3 is popping, and guess what? They are now in heck right now. All up high and in the sky. Punch City is happening. Capcom Man finish it off in style too.
Oh yeah. But I like this. King Jones, he's in burnout, but he's going to set up a tool right here, right? Eagle spike.
Yep.
He's going to kick it over. I think you should have played around it a little bit more, but you're going to have Capcom Man burn himself out. That was actually, to me, I feel like it was unnecessary. Now, you're in this is drive impact. You're done. Boom, boom, bam.
He's trying to string it together. Look at that Capcom Man fighting through. Right now, he can't believe it right now. After he misses the attack coming through towards the back, you're shocked. You're shocked.
Jones gave him that game.
You're shocked.
He had no meter and he was in burnout. Drive impact was checkmate. There was no world where Capcom Man was supposed to win that, but we do see 2-1 on the board as he's leading this set, and now he's got the corner. Dismantling King Jones on the defensive end.
You say there's no world where Capcom Man should be getting it. It's Capcom Man's world and we're living in it. 2 perfects against somebody who was cooking earlier in this tournament.
My goodness. The second perfect of the tournament, both from the same player.
Ooh-wee, both in the same match too, same series I should say. But look at that, King Jones coming back with a move of their own, trying to get through that, pairing a couple of these attacks and trying to zone out right now. It's Capcom Man.
Yes, sir. On the way. Got him. Jab. Doesn't go for the Sobot. He goes for the little sway ski into the grab. I ain't mad at it. Sway into another grab. Doesn't catch him that time. The reactions from Capcom Man, but the drop combo. Pick up level 3. Did he block it?
Oh,
no!
wait, no, it's Pepper Ball. Let's see. Oh, no. Capcom Man getting close right there in the danger zone right now with King Jones. Gonna have to fight back with a move of their own. Let's see what they do with this. Tornado up in the air. Will they be able to move around with it?
Doesn't really get to do anything with the tornado, but it bought him time. He does have his drive back. Jump in. Oh, what a drive under to get the corner. Real estate is in the favor of Capcom. Punish counter grab for the game, and it will be 3-1. Holding up the plushie and moving forwards in the bracket.
Moving on up. Look at that. After seeing Rashida early on just dominate, we have to hold up the plushie because guess what? Capcom Man, and not against odds because Capcom Man was showing themselves early on, but my goodness, to do it the way that they did, 2 perfects. We didn't have any of them in the tournament. We have the crowd lit right now because of that performance. What a show.
That was great. We have one of the guys up here, one of the runners. He was going for him. I feel like that might be his school. He was getting
it is his school.
Hype. Okay, that was awesome. That was awesome. And you guys can hear the crowd. The crowd's energy is just up there, and that right there is going to solidify his spot. Capcom Man is going to be in the grand finals.
You know what, and I love that too, was from that parry, even though right now, again, getting assaulted in that corner right now, you saw the skills and you saw that they had that reaction time to come on through. And honestly, like you said, fighting through odds where he should not have won. Ooh-wee, right here, coming on through. It looked like that could have gone Rashida's way, but as it came on, more and more this tournament too, Capcom Man found a way.
So I wonder if we're going to see that moment, right? Okay, this was a very strong game from King Jones. He got that grab, and then he goes up low, got him. Yes, sir. Just make him block it. He's got to deal with it. Drive impact here from Capcom Man. He's going to close this one out. Doesn't get enough right there in that combo. Gets the jab after whipping the grab. Perfect. It'll work for him. It'll work out. Now, I want to see the one where King Jones, it changed the tide of everything, I'm telling you, man. He had him in the corner.
Yep.
There was no drive meter for Capcom Man. He had a free days combo. There was not even any meter. And the reason why I bring that up is if you have meter and you're in burnout, that's the only way that you can stop a drive impact. Unless you grab them. If they mistime it, you can grab them out.
Okay.
But you can do a super through a drive impact and it'll always win. But he didn't even have any meter. So literally, if we can get that moment, was it? No. Okay, it's not.
It's a little bit after this, I believe, but yeah.
Yeah, he had him in the corner. He hit him with the double jab. But on the wake up, he hit him with a heavy, and that's when you drive impact him. He hit him with the tornado into the heavy, drive impact. He doesn't do that. I'm telling you, that changed the whole tide of the set.
You know what? Sometimes in these games, it's not even what your opponents do. It's what you don't do in order to ensure a victory, and that's exactly what happened. I believe this is the play you're talking. Well, this actually isn't the play. It's a little bit later on. I believe that was the closeout.
That was the closing play.
Yeah, that was the closeout. So we didn't actually see that replay, but we did understand, and we both felt that right now. Everybody is chanting their name. Capcom, Capcom. Oh my goodness, what a show. And coming on up, we have Jason versus CC. Capcom and CC both go to the same school. So we could be seeing a same school final at the end, but Jason determined not to let that happen.
Do you know how fire that would be to go back to his school and being like, hey, yo, me and the homie.
I'm talking so much the whole way through. Come on, whoever wins. I'm just gonna remember a couple months ago when I held up the belt in your face and you didn't get it, but it was my belt. Remember? I don't know. I remember that just a little bit,
Just a little bit.
But again, Jason determined not to let that happen, but we've seen the prowess of CC. How do you stop somebody like them? That Luke was so good, played that so well, and honestly had a lot of answers.
CC's Luke, man. I'm still in the same place with it. I'm still wondering what the issue was with those drop combos. He did almost everything to a T, and I could tell it wasn't that he doesn't know the timing for the combos. Something was happening in there. So I don't know what was going on, but if he's cleaned that up, he's definitely in the running to win this bad boy. But he has some interference here. He's gonna have to deal. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that another Rashid, or are they just sitting there hanging on to him?
Ooh, let's see if we might get a Rashid coming on. I know
No.
you'd be,
That would be awesome.
geeked. I know you'd be geeked. A counter pick would be fun. But as you talked about, right? Sometimes in person, sometimes in LAN, totally different input lag is a thing. You are aghast because we got some gas coming up. I know we do, the way that you're looking, Flex.
I'm trying to see. So you guys can't see me, but
Right,
I was geeked out. So this is the Ed player, but for a second he hovered over Marissa. And I thought he was going to try to counterplay Luke with Marissa. I don't think that Marissa counters Luke really, but in the same right, if he could just get a few touches, she's the highest damaging character in the game. So you can just overwhelm somebody with that character. So that's what I thought he was going to do, but he is going to stick to his guns. He's going to come back out here with the Ed. He was definitely very nice with the Ed, but that Luke, man, is something scary. So you're going to have to prove to me that you have what it takes to take down CC.
Well, Ed versus Luke, CC versus Jason right now, and Luke has been anything but somebody you want to mess with. So we'll see what happens as we jump on into the game. And you're already starting off. You could see Luke starting to get a couple blows early on here.
All right. This looks like you think this is a button check, I'm assuming.
I'm assuming this is a button check and everything in order, right? Okay, so we're still hyping on up. Making sure you have the sticks underneath you, too, because, they're both having these, in the lab, making sure, buttons feel it. You got to warm up, too. A lot of people don't understand that all your muscles are actually muscles.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Like, muscles are muscles. Crazy, right? No, but fingers are muscles, and you need to warm them up. You need to stretch them. You need to make sure you're good, especially, too. I know you competed as well. Do you have a little warm-up that you used to do with your hands to make sure your golden gloves were ready to throw some gloves?
I mean, essentially just kind of crack my knuckles. It was swift. It was swift. But my actual ritual before every match, I beat my chest 2 times and then take a deep breath and then say, let's go. That's what I did every time I sat down for a set when I competed. But
I feel like that's kind of like LeBron James' beats his chest and then he's like, and you're just missing the high knees. That's all you're missing, right?
But it ain't about me right now. It's about these boys on the stage. They're getting hyped. The crowd is cheering.
Absolutely.
They got big smiles on their face. They are so ready for this moment. And I'm loving that we're seeing the enjoyment, the happiness out of these kids. And they don't have like that. They don't look like the pressure is getting to them.
Oh, absolutely not. You can tell that their experience in the scene. Look at that. Just, sometimes too, you have to get into your head. You don't want to get into your head, but you want to get into your zone, right?
Oh,
and that's what it looks like right now. CeCe feeling all comfortable. Jason on his phone feeling loose right now. It's better to be loose than tense because, if you get too tense, then your game's tense, your reaction is tense, and then guess what? You're not looking good. You're probably getting punished,
Oh, yeah. Definitely. All right, so Jason and CeCe definitely sitting there chilling. Look at him, man.
That's my favorite shot, too. Sometimes the action shots when you see people doing craziness on the camera. Hopefully, we see some craziness in this match as we see Luke versus Ed, CeCe versus Jason. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
We're going to find out who's going to grand finals. Luke versus Ed, CeCe versus Jason, and we're underway.
Let's get on into it. We saw early on in, just, testing out the waters. CeCe was aggressive, and right now the aggression is there. Off the wall bounce, going ahead and getting some more combos, grabbing them too. Starting off hot here early, Flex.
The corner game, air to air into the grab on landing frames. Tries the reversal, nothing doing. Perfection! CeCe still coming in, stinging like he was before.
How many perfects are we gonna see after a draw? Not a single one all tournament. Now we got a whole bunch of them. You know what? Sometimes good things come in bunches, and sometimes they come in threes too. And that's what we've seen before. Maybe we might get 3 in the final just because we've seen so many right now. But look at Luke again coming on through. Honestly, Jason is doing a good job, especially after coming back with a perfect,
Oh, yeah. I like right now, he's being really, really aggressive. He finally got in close where he wanted to be, but unfortunate for him, the touch for CeCe was better than anything he landed. Walk back, drive, impact, and Jason was not ready. Sometimes you just throw it into sneaky situations.
And right now, I'm not ready with the way that they're in the corner. Luckily, doing that, trying to break out of that, but right now, it's just hard to get through. Burnt out, so maybe this could be their chance. But right there, anti-air, sit down. Right now, CeCe winning the first one.
That is the actual best anti-air in the game that isn't like a special move, right? Luke's crouch heavy punch, you might as well not even jump. And he was locked and loaded. CeCe knows that it's that good of a tool, and he waited on it and locked him down.
That hitbox looks super long, right? I feel like he was much higher than that hitbox actually went, but hey, that's what happens. Link sometimes actually working out for them. Let's see what they do in this next matchup coming on in. I mean, look, CeCe is doing what they did before, and that's perfection, right? Not just because they got the perfect, but because they are doing it to Jason. It's going to be hard for them to pull out of this, especially the way that they're playing.
Put up a fight. Coming into this one, Jason did play very well, but the touches that CeCe is getting are more meaningful. When he hits it, it's capitalization for big damage, and I'm watching, right? Okay, so that's a nice confirm.
Yep.
Maybe not for the amount of drive that he used, but that's what I'm saying. He's got to hurt working hits. Because look at this, right?
Yes, chunks.
Every time CeCe touches, you're getting, oh my God!
Through the burnout right here. Who has hand? Oh, he's speechless right now. Flexes as he gets that 1-2. Coming back with a one of their own, though. Trying to get out that corner. Good job for Jason. But man, Luke, man, I think after you get out this burnout, bad things are going to be happening. But man, burnout, they are in heck right now.
The jumping is good. Does a little jab extension to make sure he does enough damage straight into the flash. That was beautiful. CeCe. Jason had an opportunity there, but man. like I said, it's just hard for him to keep up with the damage output.
So much so it's leaving you speechless. Finally getting a little bit of chunk. You know, we talk about football chunk plays right now. He's getting them chunk meters right now, going ahead and using all of that to their facilities. But Luke coming on in with a combo of their own. Oh no, Jason's empty right now, burnt out.
He's running away, trying not to deal with the onslaught of Luke, but you're giving up too much real estate.
Oh no!
Drive impact's good, and then there's another one for the days. He's not going to be able to kill right here.
I think he might be
not gonna be able to.
Okay. I was about to say, you might be caster cursing it, but right now, he's prolonging it right now. Jason is, but coming back to your own, able to block that and come back with a move of their own. Ooh, we might push through. They're dazed and confused. Jason, what a response!
My, how the tables have turned. He is smiling. He can't believe he got away with that one. He ended up getting out of the corner on a drop combo from CC, and Jason capitalized. Very good stuff. He's sitting on 3 bars a meter while Jason only has 1, but controlling neutral right now. CC really just making everything work in his favor.
Can he get close so he can go on in and pop some of that bar that he has right now? We will see. Trying to get on in. Good parries right now from CC. Coming on through. Trying to zone him out too. So smart play from Luke.
I like that when he had the spacing where he couldn't reach with a jump in. We saw CC utilize a bunch of his fireballs, but this right here, this is huge. Jason's gonna get this big damage. He's getting a lot of his drive meter back. He's gonna be able to set up for an onslaught here that could be the game. Does he go for a fireball? No, try to just step up into a heavy punch. Oh my God, anti-air level 2.
Getting him right down out the air, and now they're both basically at the same amount of health. Using out that drive right now is Jason, and guess what? Driving to the finish line is Luke.
My goodness, CC, anti-air level 2.
Kissing your enemies too.
The showmanship.
I tell you what, I don't know what they have in the water at CC and Capcom Man School, but I need to have some of that because the cockiness, I love to see it. I love a little flash with my show that I'm seeing in this tournament.
That was great. That was greatness. All right, pushing him to the corner, but goes under with the drive impact. So now the state of the screen is in the favor of Jason. He's trying to work his way over. Trying to go for the Superman punch. I'm really not mad at that. If he would have caught him throwing a flash, a sand blast, it would have been a counter hit, right? So you got a big combo out of it. But right now, taking back screen control was CC, but Jason lands some good stuff here. He's a little bit more patient now. He's respecting CC a little bit more.
Absolutely, very aggressive on early on and trying to jump into the action instead. Decided, hey, let's wait and react like a good boxer does. And that's why he ended up getting a dub in that matchup.
Oh, yeah. Very good job. I like it. Slow it down, play it a little bit cooler, and he just, he kind of let CC make the mistakes that time.
Yeah.
Whereas that's more so what CC's been doing. Nice anti-air from CC coming down. Doesn't anti-air that time. Trying to go for a flash jump.
It really needs to get into his anti-air because Jason's been using it to get around Luke right now, looking back and forth like they did before, using all that drive, and you might be burnt out, but guess what? I'm gonna burn out my opponent. Hit him in the corner. You're lights out.
CC has really been baiting those grabs with the shimmies so much. This boy, he's Shimmy Butler. Shimmy Butler, Shimmy Neutron, either one. Dude.
Shimmy Neutron, I like that one.
Oh.
Shimmy, shimmy, out, shimmy, ain't shimmy. Oh my gosh, coming through. Oh, both of their meters at 3% right now. So let's see what they have in their bag. Ooh, Luke also has that drive in their back pocket as well. Good job right there with counter.
Jason, he's heating up. He's gonna spend all of his drive right here. I really would have liked to see a level 3 right there. He's trying to lock him down. Level 3 is not gonna work out. Ooh. There was no gap right there. What are you reaching for, CC? Jason, burnout, but still has control.
Sometimes when you get caught in a corner, you are desperate. Made a desperate play, did not get rewarded. Still burnt out, but fighting through the burnt out and no more. But look at that. Luke trying to come through a grab and has CA in the back on the other side for Jason. You better use it now.
Beautiful tag right there on the grab. CC just waiting. I like this. He's like, you know what? I know you're gonna make a mistake.
Yep.
He's actually waiting for a jump. I guarantee it.
Yep.
He goes for the toes, doesn't catch, and goes in, applies the plus frame pressure, and catches him for the game. CC That is 3-0, and he's going to grand finals.
If I can't get it up high, I'ma get you down low, and that's exactly what they did. Waited for that mistake. The mistake never came. Guess what? I am the mistake. I'ma put you down, and that's exactly what they did. Oh my gosh, the crowd is going crazy, chanting CC's name. Blow a kiss to them, CC. We appreciate it.
Look at the energy. I love this so much. Oh my goodness. I can only imagine the power he's feeling right now, the energy, the vibe going through his body, his veins.
You know what? When he show out in front of a crowd like this, it is crazy. But also, we have a heck of a show coming on up. Before we get to that heck of a show, because we are going to see two competitors from the same school go at against each other. My goodness, Luke, crazy, putting on the punishment early on in. I see you jabbing right now because, man, they were getting them dabs in, weren't they, Flex?
Oh my. That was just one of those shimmies, man. He walks into him and he hits him with the backdash, makes him grab, and he's punishing for it. And this was a very strong one right there from Jason. But that anti-air, level 2. This sequence was my favorite sequence of this set right here. He lands that, right? Then he's going to try to come back over, and he's going to hit him with a nice anti-air right here. And then he ended up closing the game with the EX Fireball. So that was a beautiful play from CC into the kiss blow.
Right, I was about to say, in the favorite, just a Terry on top, little kiss to the cam, just so you know that I'm flexing. You know, I have a flex next to me, but I'm also seeing some flexing right now on the camera. But honestly, a good job from Jason after going down 2. Really turned that thing on around. Honestly, did not get the wins, but did a heck of a job. But right now, we have a heck of a match coming up. Capcom Man versus CC. Both crowd favorites got the crowd hyped. Got you and I hyped, especially you. Jaw to the floor, guys, during some of these matchups. And now let's see what magical moments they might produce coming on up. Because, mind you, they go to the same school. They're used to going against each other. And they're going to see each other afterwards. So whoever has that belt, ooh-wee, they're not going to get out of each other's faces. Or at least I wouldn't, personally.
You know, there's 2 realms. It could be all love, and you're just like, you know, if I win, cool. If you win, cool.
Yeah, whatever.
Or, you know, you could be like me and wholesome animosity. Because I'm not going to be feeling taking that L.
Hey.
Not one bit.
Your name is Flex for a reason. Come on now.
I got to flex on them at all times. You know what I'm saying?
Show out. You know what I mean? Show the guns out. Blow a kiss to them, too. Cheer on the crowd. Especially, too, as I talked about it, right? You're on an island alone during these matchups. The only person that has your back is this wonderful crowd that we have here. So, hey, make sure you boost them on up, sizzle them up, do a little shimmy game, and win them on over. Then you have a whole crew by your side. You're feeling good? And you can make through any situation, especially if you have that confidence.
Oh, yeah. We saw CC definitely has the confidence. CC definitely has the confidence. And so does Capcom. I mean, yeah, Capcom, man, he's definitely got the confidence also. So these guys are going to go into a clash. Like you said, classmates is awesome, man. But everybody out there, you know, if you guys go to the school, we probably already know who you're going to go for, right? But for the one time, if you're going for Capcom Man in the Twitch chat, hit the 1 in the chat. If you're going for CC, hit the 2 in the chat. And for the crowd, if you're going for Capcom Man, go and make some noise.
Okay, we got, it looks like a little right side.
I like
Okay,
it.
all right.
If you're going for CC, make some noise.
Oh, we got backside too. We got some really clutch people in the back. It's looking like a split affair right now. The house is divided, and we will see who comes out on top, especially if you're going to the school too. I know the manager is one of our runners helping us out during the tournament. I know right now he's sweating, thinking about, oh man, is it going to be this person? Is it going to be that person? I don't know. And honestly, that means it's going to be a good show. I'm getting ready to see blown kisses, hyped up things. I'm trying to see dolls hoisted up in the air. I'm hyped, dude. I'm hyped.
Definitely hyped. I'm excited to see what these guys bring to the table for this. But let's talk about one person that hasn't been mentioned yet. The probably the most comfortable, relaxed person in this building right now, the coach.
Ooh. Oh, this is true, right?
His 2 players are playing. He's like, oh, Job's done. Job's done.
I taught them everything, you know that? I taught them that, you know? They do understand. It doesn't even matter, right? It can just be them jumping. I taught them that, you know what I mean? That's like exactly what I'm doing as a coach because, you know, as we talked about, there are over 1,000 students who are here participating in this tournament, right? The Street Fighter pool had a lot of participants in it. For you to be top 8, that's already worthy of a flex, right? And I'm not talking about the one beside me. I'm talking about just, you know, putting on the airs, hoisting up something, right? Gotta have some chains, some jewelry on, feeling yourself. But to get to the finals, and for it to be from the same school, if I'm the coach, ooh wee, man, it's my national championship. I'm winning regardless, okay?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm already calling back to the school. I'm like, all right, so next year, I'm gonna need a new office.
Right. I'm gonna need $50,000 plus. Just give me $1 billion right now.
So about that bonus, like,
Right.
seriously, I mean, he's maxing, relaxing, he's chilling, man.
Absolutely. You know what? Anything but relaxing when I'm talking to you. We talked a little bit about your experience, but in the Street Fighter game, right? Wasn't competitive in 6, I believe, but you did have some competitive stance in a lot of other Street Fighters. How does this Street Fighter compare to previous ones in terms of technicality, in terms of skill, in terms of art?
All right, so guys, I want to answer that question. But we're going to answer that when we get back. We're going to go to a short intermission before we get into grand finals, and we'll see you guys here at Undisputed for grand finals of Street Fighter in a moment.
Sticking it out with us today, we are here in San Antonio, Texas at the Undisputed Esports State Championships. I am the Pretty Boy Jackal, joined by none other than Uncle Zip himself. What's going on with you, sir?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. You know, I've been here through the whole journey. It's a pleasure to have you joining me here for this grand finals. But, you know, we're going to take a look at this bracket and really break down what we've been through, what these players have been through to get here for this moment in this grand finals. These two have been putting on a clinic all the way through. So we'll take a look here. It's Capcom Man versus CC, right? So we have Capcom Man. He went up against Ben Blue the first game. In that match, I would say he kind of, it was 3-1, but he kind of dismantled him. I ain't gonna lie. It was in control the whole game. He was really on top of everything. Now, coming to the next one, he goes up against King Jones and that Rashid. In the neutral of the game, he was dominating everything, and we saw King Jones versus Daz. Daz wasn't able to contain him in the neutral space, and once he was able to contain the neutral space, that's where he just was able to sit back and let him make mistakes, okay?
I saw a lot of baits there in that one.
That was beautiful. And now, so let's go down to the other side. It's gonna be CC versus High Skies. That was the Modern Ken, one of the best games of the evening, of this morning. Those two went at it, toe to toe. Now, High Skies was playing from the back foot the whole time, but he was definitely hanging with CC. Let's go over here to CC versus Jason. CC versus Jason, unfortunate to say, that was another one of those cook-ups, you know what I mean? Jason was finding moments later as the set progressed with his ed, but he just wasn't able to keep up with the offensive prowess and the neutral control of CC. Now, CC going up against Capcom Man, it's gonna be DJ, it's gonna be Luke, it's two high-tier characters, two of the top-tier characters. It's gonna be exciting to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely, you know, and Capcom Man has been doing a great job of utilizing DJ's drive rush, right? Still one of the more dominant, one of the fastest drive rushes in the game. So it's gonna be really interesting to see just how CC tries to contain that, right? Because that's been the theme of the day, is who gets theirs first, right? And we're definitely going to see a lot of sparks fly, folks. So for those of you that have been sticking in here with us, this is a single elimination bracket, meaning that these batches prior have been a best of 5, first of 3 series. But for the grand finals, it will be a best of 7. That means we're going to get plenty of time to adjust, plenty of time to adapt. But enough about that. We'll get into that later. We're going to go ahead and switch it over to the main stage where our very own Kelsey Plays will be introducing our competitors.
What is up, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas? I'm Kelsey Plays, and we are here for the Street Fighter 6 Grand Finals! And can we take a moment to look at this belt that they are competing for? We are here at the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championship. We've got TechSef on the side. We've got Street Fighter 6 on this other side. Look how cool this is! It's pretty heavy too, I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's get our players out here. Capcom Man! And CC! Let's give it up for our grand finalists!
The spirit of competition flowing through both of these competitors, of course. Capcom Man and CC, both crowd favorites. Matter of fact, let's check that right now. If you want Capcom Man to take this set, to take this tournament, make some noise! All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, for the kiss of death themselves, CC, if you got them taking it, let me hear you make some noise! I don't know, folks. It sounded pretty even right now, and that's exactly what we're expecting here in grand finals. We have the best of the best, and these are high school students. We're not even out of it yet. We still got stuff to do next week, right? We still got to go to class. We still got homework after this, right? Can you imagine you coming in with the belt, and your teacher's like, thank you, here's your pop quiz.
I know, right? You know, talking about the belt, right? Check it out. Oh yeah, look at it. They're getting the energy out. These dudes, yeah, get the energy out. Take a look at that camera. whatever. Show some sportsmanship.
Yes,
you know
enjoy
what I
it.
mean?
You earned
the
this.
Showmanship.
Exactly.
But now talk about that belt, right? You know, I know they're high school students. So I don't know if they would remember this, but if whoever gets the belt, bro, I need to see the Aaron Rodgers discount double chase, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing I would do. But maybe that's the old man in me talking.
Yeah, it's definitely we're going to need to see some hypeness for sure. We got to make sure that both of these competitors here, and then not to mention, just want to show a huge appreciation to everybody that has turned out over the weekend to compete here, because we have students from all over the state coming to show their finest, their best, and it has been nothing short of amazing. We have people coming in from 6 hours out, from up and down the panhandle. So we're gonna go ahead and get right into it. Right again, we have CC on the player 1 side, Capcom Man on the player 2 side, Ed versus DJ.
Yep. No. This is Luke versus
Oh,
DJ.
Luke, sorry.
CC
Luke versus
with
DJ.
the Lukington. And we got Capcom Man with his DJ. And
Yes.
now, so this is one of the things that we've been watching throughout this. We've seen their play styles. Capcom Man is super aggressive in the early going of games, right? He may do the classic DJ start off where you throw an overdrive fireball, and then you start to come in, or he might just pull up at the very beginning. You don't know which one you're going to get, but you do know he's going to use all the drive meter possible to see if he can find an opening. So he's going to force his hand early in the game. The only thing about that is Luke hits so hard and controls so much space that if you burn out and you did not make your hits count, if you didn't make the damage count, and now you're on that back foot dealing with Luke on top of you, it could get scary out here. So we're gonna see if he decides to keep the same play style, if it works out for him, and if it doesn't, will he be able to change it on the fly?
Yeah, and then not to mention, Luke has some pretty decent space control themselves, right? So like you mentioned earlier, with DJ looking to force the issue, Luke has tools to make that stop sign, right? To force you to play more honest. But we're gonna see how this shakes out, y'all. We are here in Grand Finals. Make some noise!
Let's get it. And starting this one off, sandblast to the face, and there is the overdrive fireball. And right there, he stopped him right in his tracks. That's exactly what I was talking about. He tried to force the issue, and CC having none of it.
Yeah, for sure. And Capcom Man definitely loves going for that low, right? To catch you slipping. We're gonna get some early corner carry here. Oh, air to air.
Oh yeah, push him over there. You get a nice little sobot right there. The jump in, good. He wasn't able to crouch heavy. There it is. He's gonna use the crouch fierce to AA right there, but hey, right back at him.
All right, burnout is on the table for Capcom Man. So CC only needs one opening, right? But is not going to get it with the slide. Capcom Man taking round number 1.
Oh yeah, that was good stuff. He ended up playing it slower than he usually does, from what I've been seeing. Ended up forcing him to the corner. That was a great job for Capcom Man.
All right, here we go. CC coming back with it. There it is, crush counter. You see it in the initials.
Oh yeah, that's good damage. He used the level 1. He still has 2 bars, about to have 2 bars after his next move. Nope, the hit will give it to him. He's able to defend for a little bit while he's got this burnout. Very good job from him. Capcom Man is playing the defensive right now. He's at a health deficit, but he does have level 3. One good touch into a level 3 could almost be the game, but it doesn't matter. CC gonna hold on strong.
Yeah, CC did a really good job of resource management there, hanging on to the drive meter to make sure that they had the option available once they realized that Capcom Man was going to try to push that issue. And again, that's what we were talking about earlier. That stop sign.
Yep, it's told him stop the madness, and he's hitting him with big damage to start this off. I like expending that level 3 early in this round. Dash up with the jab confirms. He's gonna utilize all of his drive meter on a drop, and this is where it could get scary for him. Capcom Man has a chance here, yoked up out of the slide, overhead, and he's able to block the drive impact. CC, crouch, fierce, will seal the deal. One game CC's way.
Yeah, and I'm loving these reactions here out of CC, right? A lot of good air-to-airs, anti-air checks, making sure that Capcom Man, again, is keeping Capcom Man as honest as possible, because, like you said, once DJ gets going, it's going to be a really hard time to get them off of you, right? Because DJ is your quintessential mix-up character, kind of an everyman character, right? Because he has the fireballs, he has the mix-ups, the damage, all the different ways that he can open you up. So good stuff to CC there, keeping the pressure going with the corner carry into the level 1. More action here. Burnout is on the table, so the drive impact is going to take it. Burnout on both sides. Possible chip out situation for Capcom, man. Can't let the foot off the gas. Oh, with the overhead, get dunked on.
Oh yeah, he's pulling up. The mix is good right now. Nice jab check. CC was able to hold on, got his meter back, and now Capcom, man, taking chip damage while in burnout. Look at him, whittling away at him. He's putting it to a one-touch game. Jump in, low, tried to low forward. It wasn't quick enough, but that fierce will do it.
Yeah, you saw there that Capcom, man, did try to interrupt there. They did see the gap, but the wrong option was selected at that point. So that is some information that you want to take into account because you're starting to see those intricacies as the match continues.
That late anti-air from CC was crazy. Capcom, man, nice drive impact. He's gonna have control level 3. Yes, sirree.
Yeah,
it's
work
gonna
on
be
getting that drive
big
meter.
time damage. And yeah, he's gonna work a little bit of his drive back, but he's still gonna be in burnout for a significant amount of time. Let's see what CC can muster up here. Drive impact instantly. AA, yes, he's trying something. He's got a little bit of time here. Shutting it down, another anti-air. Oh, he's fishing for those drive impacts. He cannot find one. Sobot to the gut. And Capcom, man, getting it 1 round apiece here in game number 2.
Yeah, remember, folks, this is a 1st to 5, so we're going to definitely be in here for the long haul. Nice drive rush to get the confirm, but misses the DP.
Nice. He's going to utilize his EX Sandblast. Getting worked over to the corner, burnt out. So, coming into this, I really was talking about the meter expenditure, the drive meter expenditure of Capcom, man, but it's been CC burning out every game, even though he's getting health leads. So that's one of the things I talked about. If you make sure that you're keeping your health higher and you're making your hits count. So he's doing the right thing, but now in the corner, drive impact, Daze combo coming in hot. Is we gonna spend the level 2? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, it's something to speak towards Capcom, man's presence in that case, right?
He's got the extensions. That boy nasty with it.
Oh,
Does he
yeah.
have the game, though? CC fighting back, burns out Capcom, man.
All right, trying to get something going. Gets the counter hit.
Perfect. Level 3. Yes. 2-0 for CC here versus Capcom, man.
Yeah, CC's just, kind of basically sticking to their game plan, right? But not to discredit Capcom, man, because their presence with DJ is pushing CC to, like you said, spend a lot of those resources just to contain the DJ, right? So CC's been doing a lot of work just trying to stay mobile, and the same thing goes for Capcom, man. But CC was able to clutch that out there. That was a great read there with the counter hit. And honestly, it's just one of those situations, right, where you just got to get there first. It's pretty much anybody's game, and both of these characters are explosive.
Oh yeah, both of them. 2 of the hardest hitting characters in the game outside of Marissa, right? Those 2 are like trailing right behind her. Especially when you get level 3 on deck. Their level 3 combos, they hurt so much. I honestly, in that last situation there, where we saw from Capcom, man, if he had a little bit of drive left, he could have extended his combo a little bit further before he went into that level 2. I like the extension that he added to it, but he could have turned it into a guess for game situation. And for those out there that don't understand what a guess for game situation is in a fighting game, that means that you have now turned it into, if you do not tech my grab, you lose. If you get jabbed, you lose. So now if the lowest damaging button kills you, then now it's guess for game. You can't react to whatever I'm gonna do to you.
Yeah, essentially a checkmate situation.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so here we are. We got that music playing. Nice sway, touching those kneecaps.
I love Capcom, man's use of that low, right? That sway low is definitely paying dividends right now. And the drive impact right back at you.
He's getting some good damage. This is very solid. Man, that machine gun upper does so much damage. You know what? Oh, okay. He doesn't go for the damage. He goes for the back throw. I like this. You take the corner, but he's not really chipping at him. So I feel like he could have got more chip damage with maybe some Sandblast setups. He's dropped the perfect there so many times. A lot of damage left on the table by CC. Capcom, man, has a chance to close this one out, but ooh, what a touch.
Yeah, and again, sticking to that game plan, even in times where it seems like CC's at a disadvantage, CC is always ready with those counter hit buttons.
Every single time. He knows where to poke. He knows where to prod. Both players burnt out. Overhead confirmed. Capcom, man, getting hit by the level 1. It's not enough for Sandblast. He's going to go through it, but he's not going to be able to reach. Oh, my
goodness! Are you kidding me?
Let me explain, everybody. That was a stored input. During the freeze frame, I bet you he was intending on walking forward, and then he ended up pressing quarter circle forward for a Sandblast and got DP.
Yeah.
I talked about the drops. He did not drop that one. Very nice corner carry for solid damage, but flipping on out of there. Capcom Man turns the tides.
All right, burnout on the table for CC. Capcom Man gets a clean hit that could spell danger, but we're watching you. We're watching you. Capcom Man, you got to be more careful there. CC takes the next round.
That reaction was crazy.
That was amazing.
He went for a drive impact, and then he got level 2'd on
And another
reaction.
anti-air. CC has been keeping the gate closed with these anti-airs. Pretty much almost a full 100% success rate with those.
Oh yeah, he's on top of it.
Oh no, didn't account for the change in distance.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Corner pressure. CC fighting out. Let me out! Let me out! CC coming in.
That crouch medium
Oh!
stop the drive rush. Another one of those drops from CC. Those are like the only thing that I've seen him do wrong, but he definitely was not wrong in letting that level 1 rip. And this is becoming a landslide.
Yeah, and truthfully, I feel like they laughed at, right? Because you know how it is when you're practicing your combos. You're gonna be dropping them all day, and it gets to a point where you're like, you know what? Okay, let me figure out what I can do if this happens, right? And it seems like CC has those contingencies in place.
Yeah.
Capcom Man trying to turn it up a little bit here, going for a shimmy, no dice.
Yep. Tried a little bit of the sway, a little bit of the feint turns. He couldn't get anything to work, but now cooking, punish counter grab, big damage, a big time play, trying to get on the board.
Yeah, no matter if you're in the Midwest or in the South, the Chicago Punish is always there to help you out. We're getting it started here with more corner carry action from Capcom Man. Capcom Man opting to go for the high-speed offense, but CC, again, contingency in play.
Missed that perfect timing to extend that combo, but he was still able to stay safe. Capcom Man making his way over, getting a little bit of damage in as he carries him over. The sway is negative now. He should have been able to check him, but wasn't ready for it. But he is gonna land a drive impact that's gonna put Capcom Man in a dire situation.
Yeah, CC
Reaction.
is, ooh, nice, good catch there. However, you spoke earlier about not checking that sway. CC is 3 games up right now, so you're at that point where you kind of just want to relax. You don't really want to give the game away. So I completely understand why they would opt to just wait it out and look for the obvious reaction.
That was well, chip out.
No,
No, they
not
just
enough. They
got it
just got it back in time. CC now on the defensive and an anti-air.
CC is money with the crouch spears. He has not been letting many AA skate by him, if any. Woo-hoo.
What a
Punish
conversion.
counter. Yes, sir. It goes for the DP.
Oh, nice counter hit check there.
Oh, okay. He's going to get the corner now. It's time for Capcom Man to go to work.
Ooh,
it is
that was
3-0 in CC's favor. Can Capcom Man get on the board and stay alive? Try to go for the jab grab. Nothing doing. CC. More of that big damage. What's the guess here? He baited it.
All right, we got the critical art on deck here for Capcom Man, but CC doing a great job of keeping him contained. The shimmy!
And there it is. There it is. 4 dubs in a row for CC.
Wow.
That should be it. That should be the champion right there.
Yeah, best of 7.
Stand up and put your hands in the air, brother. You won.
There's so much happening so fast.
The embrace between the 2 players. They're both from the same school. The camaraderie, the respect for each other. He's so happy for his school classmate. They're too hype right here. This is going on social media. They're gonna post this everywhere. This is memories made. CC is your undisputed 2024 Street Fighter 6 champion.
Yeah, absolutely, right? In the fighting game community, keyword is community, right? So it's definitely good to see this healthy competition between our 2 players, of course. Big shout outs to Capcom Man for showing out, and big shout outs to all of our competitors. Can we get a round of applause for our Street Fighter 6 players, y'all?
Love it, love it, love it. But enough of us. Let's hear from the champion. Let's go to Kitty on stage with CC.
There we go. Hello, we're here with Cece and our 2 finalists. Look at me, I'm juggling all of these things. So let me get here. Second place, Capcom Man, let's go! Now I just want to let you 2 know, or let all of you know, that these 2 are from the same school. Friendship rivalry here. And of course, first place goes to CC!
One second.
Let's go! All right, CC. So I have to ask, and I heard from your coach and teacher that you had just started playing Street Fighter 6.
Right, I had only started playing Street Fighter 6 since it released. I wasn't playing any time before. I transferred skills from Smash, of all games, into Street Fighter, which allowed me to, well, progress very quickly.
From Smash to Street Fighter, you guys. So you've been playing for 6 months. How does it feel to hold the belt?
It's unreal. I don't even know if this is real. Like, am I actually holding this? Am I to wake up in like a minute? It's insane. Am I really here, you know? It feels amazing.
So tell me, were you playing your main character today on stage?
Yes, my main is Luke. That's the only character that I play. I love Luke. I love his personality, and apparently he's really good, which works out well.
Let's all give it up for CC, our champion of Street Fighter 6! I'll take that from you. Woo! Thank you guys, and back to you up there, Jackal.
Our first champion of the day, crowned and certified. Big congratulations to you, CC. Appreciate you for coming out today, and we are here at Six Flags Fiesta for the Undisputed Esports State Championships right here in San Antonio. Now, don't go away, folks, because we got more action coming up for you here. We have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Valorant, Overwatch 2. We got it all for you, folks. And again, we are here for the long haul. Remember, folks, these are grand finals, so this is nothing but just handing out belts and crowning champions for today. Again, we appreciate everybody here for coming out today. Zip, it is always a pleasure to see you, man.
Always is, always is. Me and this man have known each other for years. Take a look at that bracket right there. CC is your champion. We talked about that run all the way here. Shout out to Capcom, man. Shout out to King James, Jason, and President Patty, High Stakes, King Jones, Daz, Ben Lou, all of these guys. They couldn't have been done without them, but give love to CC. But with that being said, thank you guys for having me. I hope you enjoyed the sweet sounds of Zipmaster Flex and that boy, Pretty Boy Jackal. And we're gonna be moving on to our next game. We'll see y'all here in a moment. We're gonna go to a short break. Stick with us.
Championship Sunday? Well, Saturday, I
Saturday.
apologize. Oh man, you know what? I'm so used to championships being on Sunday because you have different sporting events, the Super Bowl. But guess what? It's Texas Super Bowl right now. The State of Texas High School Championship right now for esports is happening. It's undisputed. I'm boarding aboard. That's Captain Atsoka, and we are here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. You know, dancing on up, having a good time, crowning some champions, as we said, and a new championship is going to arise, something we actually haven't seen on stage. That is none other than Mario Kart Deluxe 8.
I'm actually really excited. First off, like, I love Smash, I love Nintendo, and it's very rare that I get to cast Mario Kart. I have done it in the past at different like cons and esports events, but it's very rare. And not only that, but we get to have a team clash going head to head. It's a 2v2, which makes it even more interesting for Mario Kart. We're gonna get into more details about that later, because trust me, I can go on and on about competitive Mario Kart.
Oh, and we will go on and on and on, not like an Erykah Badu song, but about today. And speaking of today, we have to figure out who these teams are. So we're gonna throw it to Kelsey on down on the floor to figure out exactly who we're gonna see compete for a Mario Kart championship.
We're here for the Mario Kart Championship. Look at this belt! These players are going to be competing for this as their prize. Let's bring out the first team, Revving Roses! And my very own high school, the Colony Varsity MK! All right, give it up for our finalists. Back to you, Bordy.
From the revved up crew, they felt revved up. I already felt their energy, but how about on the other side? You have a little bit of a home team right now. Kelsey's home team, the Colony, which I like it because it reminds me of Teen Titans back in the day. The Hive, it sounds like an academy, which means they might put on an academic performance, maybe clean it on up. Who knows, Kat?
You mean the good Teen Titans?
The good Teen Titans. Hey, man, I like Teen Titans Go too, man.
Okay, we're not going to start that debate, okay? We got some Mario Kart to get to, all right? We'll save that argument for another day and for another show. That could be a podcast. But regardless, we're getting ready to go into our Mario Kart matchup head-to-head. And again, now I get to go into a little bit more detail about how this is going to work. Of course, we're doing Mario Kart 8 2v2 teams going head-to-head. And as we have already been told, and I am going to relate to you, that each circuit is going to be 1 point in this best of 5. Now, the way that works, of course, you're going to get different point differentials, just like you would in a singles circuit, being that first place gets a certain amount of points, second, third, fourth, etc. So again, each player is going to earn points for their respective team based on their finishing placement. And then whoever has, of course, the total points that are higher than the other, you're going to get the dub. And then at the end of the circuit, whoever has the biggest amount of points or the larger amount of points, they're going to be able to get one win in the series in this best of 5. So it could potentially go to 5 full circuits.
Ooh, 5 full circuits, Grand Prix, 1 set. So I'm very excited to see what we see here from this action. And you know what? Mario Kart is always a staple. Of course, both of these competitors, both of these teams, I apologize, they're used to playing Mario Kart. They're used to the ups and the downs the game can provide. And my goodness, can this game get pretty toxic? Of course, we're not going to see that on stage. But my goodness, when it comes to the turtle shells, when it comes to banana peels, oh my, you could really put a monkey wrench onto the other team's ability to get down that track.
Well, and you see, it's all about finesse, really, again, because when you're playing Mario Kart, you get these power-ups that are along, and of course, in the question mark blocks. That's everybody's favorite block. But with that being said, say if you're in first place, your blocks aren't going to give you good stuff. So you have to kind of linger a little bit throughout the race in order so that way you can get better power-ups. So if you're towards the back of the pack, you might be able to pull like a blue turtle shell or a superstar, and that is going to boost you to the front of the pack. But if you're in first, chances are you're just going to end up with a banana peel or a token.
Absolutely. Mario Kart is one of those games where sometimes being in first, it feels good, you feel comfortable, especially if you have a lead. you do not feel good if you have a lead in Mario Kart right now, because sometimes you never know when that blue shell might come out of nowhere. Bow! That is it for your chances. That's it for your game. Hopefully you can recover in time, but don't forget about lightning strikes too. Don't forget about oil spills. Don't forget about the ghouling ghost. That might actually save a lot of these players from any detrimental thing they find along the way. So we'll see how they're able to overcome a lot of these items, because that is one of the biggest things to go through, other than the track, of course, itself.
All I need is that for one of these players to play evil Luigi. For those that are not familiar, like when Luigi ever takes somebody out with anything, most often than not a red turtle shell, he gives the evil eye, the evil eyebrows set in, and evil Luigi has become a staple in the Nintendo community. I love it.
You know what? That's all that resentment from, Mario getting all the shine. How come I was in the original Super Mario Brothers? Yeah, you had to know that you had to plug in an extra controller, but I was there from the start. How come you don't appreciate me too? So guess what? Mario getting some licks from his older brother, Luigi getting some licks in. But honestly, that's why I like Waluigi myself as well. Just as, that's why I love him so much. A little sinister, goofy little guy. Well, big guy, honestly. Pretty tall, pretty lanky. A little bit of evil, but a little bit of niceness in his game too. He's evil all the time, unlike Luigi, who pretends that he's not. You know what I mean?
Oh, and you know what? I'm about to stir up some stuff right now for the homies from Nintendo, okay? Okay, so how come we get Waluigi in Mario Kart but not in Smash?
Oh, wait.
Bring.
Great question.
This is for all the Waluigi homies. I already know we want Waluigi in Smash. Bring Waluigi in Smash. Let's make it happen.
Oh man,
we gotta make it
I
happen.
would love my guy Waluigi as well, and I would love to too. One thing I love about Luigi is he kind of does the same thing that Peach does. He attacks with his dump truck. You know what I mean? I would love if Waluigi has, an equivalent of that too. Waluigi is my guy, but of course too, I want to figure out whether or not we're riding in cars, whether or not we're riding in motorcycles. Really too, how we get over these speed dashes, right? Drifting, how that works out, because if you drift certain ways, you can get that speed boost and just keep on going and going and boosting and boosting and boosting. And really, if your drifts are crisp, you can go a long way in this game and also across the finish line.
I'm gonna let you know right now, DK in this game doesn't just stand for Donkey Kong, okay? It stands for Drift King. You gotta put respect on the name, because I'll let you know right now, Donkey Kong is my #1 favorite Nintendo character ever. My favorite Nintendo game of all time is Donkey Kong Country and also Donkey Kong Country Returns, respectively. And I gotta tell you right now, when I'm playing in Mario Kart, I'm not going with Yoshi, which is often the #1 pick, or even Toad, which is also a pretty high pick.
Absolutely.
I go Donkey Kong all day. DK Drift King was amped with it.
Don't make me start singing Donkey Kong rap. DK and this Donkey Kong. I'll start to do it because I love me some DK, but honestly, it's not the older brother. It's not DK Donkey Kong itself. It's Diddy Kong. I love that. Diddy Kong Racing was one of my favorites actually growing up as well. Love that phonetic kart style going on, just like Mario Kart. But we'll go ahead and see what set of tracks that they might go to. We might be looking at a Rainbow Road. And
You
honestly,
gotta have Rainbow Road.
the type of Rainbow Road actually matters, right? Because there's several types. There's Mario 64 Rainbow Road. There's Wii Rainbow Road. Honestly, the Wii one is kind of scary for me, to be honest. So I wouldn't want to go to that. Mario 64, that one isn't that too bad, DS. I'm fine with it. Which Rainbow Road is your favorite?
64, of course. Again, I was having this conversation earlier, and I am just, I don't know a better way to word it. I'm just a sucker for nostalgia. So like anything that's anything that's related to like Nintendo 64 or Smash 64, Mario Kart 64. I'm just instantly sucked in. So yes, it brings back so many good memories of way back when, and I was playing again in like 97, 98, during the peak of my childhood, playing Rainbow Road, Mario Kart. Well, actually, Mario Kart OG was on the SNES, and then we got Mario Kart 64. So yes, I definitely go with Rainbow Road 64 every single time.
64, interesting. We love to see it. Again, all these different types, they matter of 64. There are some that actually have block sets, some that actually have guardrails, some that don't. So we'll see what set of places we might go to. I'm also a big fan of Coconut Mall. Coconut Mall is one of my go-tos. I love to see Mushroom George is Gorge, but I love to say George as well because one of my friends actually messed up and flubbed it on up. So I just call it George from now on. So we'll see which of these. Maybe we'll even see some one of these DLC tracks a little bit later on because I love the ice cream one as well, gelato. So we'll see what we see as we load on in. Again, 2 different teams going at it in Mario Kart action. It's about to be a blast. Crowd, let's get some hype!
Okay, bet. I'm really surprised how many people we got here from Mario Kart. You know, I thought they were all here for Smash, but you know what? The Mario Kart hype is real. I gotta tell you, let me hear some noise from the crowd real quick if you've ever slipped on a banana peel.
I'll make
Apparently
some noise.
none.
Those are the noises too when I'm actually going the wrong way too, or honestly going off track like you're seeing it right here. But I wonder how we're gonna go with these coins, right? Coins are speed boosting. The more coins you have, the faster you go on in. So it's important to collect those. As we're kicking off our grand finals, again, the Atokasika Revving Roses versus the Colony Varsity MK.
Yep, and we are quite literally off to the races here, and already you can see that, I mean, we do have, a pretty big lead right now at the moment for what appears to be that pink Yoshi. See, I told you Yoshi was like the #1 pick in Mario Kart. You got 3 Yoshis currently on the board in this 2v2.
But shout out to the Daisy, right? Peach always gets the love, but Daisy was the OG. Daisy was the original that you saved in the castle. So I also love to see my good old Daisy Dukes. As we see a red shell coming through, that's the one that hones on in on you. But luckily for Daisy, they have that shell on their back, so can go ahead and absorb all of that. One thing you have to note too is that if you do a trick while you're in the air, you can also get additional boost as well. So that's going to be important. Boost management is what this game is all about.
And right now, I'm just trying to harp in on which team Daisy's on at the moment. I'm wondering, are they on the Roses or are they playing for Varsity MK? Regardless, whoever is on this Daisy character currently in the lead until they get hit by a big old red shell. And that's what we're talking about, because all they have been getting from the bonus, from the power-ups, has been nothing but coins. And we're already on the last lap. This is not the time you want to fall behind.
Not the time to fall behind at all. Getting an additional coin right now is Yoshi, the pink Yoshi, and competing right now for NFTO Shifty right now, coming to the top of the leaderboards right now. Already having 10 coins each, so no more speed is needed, but the lightning bolt can be so destructive, especially right there at the end of the finish line. Boosting through the sand, getting on in and finishing. What a smart play at the end, saving that lightning bolt and boosting through the obstacles on the side.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that that was our AT team. I'm pretty sure. I want to throw out there. I could be mistaken, but I think that was them. Again, the red letterman, by the way, is a lot of drip.
Oh, so much
not
drip.
only are they winning the Mario Kart, but they're winning the drip award right now.
I'm just wondering, can I borrow the jacket just for a second, just for swag-related purposes? You know what? I'll let you have your own swag. Let you have your own shine, because pretty soon you can pair that with a nice little belt if you continue. But again, it's only one. It's looking like we're probably going to do a split right here. So let's see who they go to. Looks like Rainbow Road and Wario Land. So let's see as it goes to a Rainbow Road. So interesting.
Well, here we go. And then not to mention, we literally just watched like the fundamentals of Mario Kart just now. For the majority of it, we saw them kind of like fall behind a little bit, and they were at the middle of the pack for the longest. Daisy was actually in the lead for the majority of that first round, that first map. And then all of a sudden, the Yoshis come out of nowhere and they take the first place, and then they end up finishing in first. So very well done coming from the Revving Roses, who I assume were the Revving Roses, the ATA squad, being able to come through with that first map win.
And this is the Rainbow Road that has the option to drop off the side of the map if you want to get ahead. But honestly, a risky play, I would not risk it for the biscuit. Instead, I would keep close to these guardrails, but you can fall off and eventually lose your place. So we'll see when they decide to use the gorge jumps or whether or not they stick to the track. Wario feeling saucy.
Yeah, I gotta tell you right now, this Waluigi is playing so well. You can tell how many hours, how much time they put into learning this map, because they're hitting every jump, they're hitting every shortcut, and not only that, but their drifts have been flawless. They literally have not missed an input since this race started.
Waluigi finally ended up getting a turtle shell. Now D4 in the lead right now. The red Yoshi trying to maintain the dominance that they had before. Pink one, or should I say magenta? I'm not too sure. All I know is that they're feeling pretty good, getting first place for the first time and holding on to that shell too. That shell will protect them from any projectiles that might go their way.
Yep, and now that shell is gone. They are exposed as they continue to hold on into that first place spot, and they're going to have to try and hold on to it because you have to remember, keep in mind that, you know, it was the Daisy that was holding that first place spot in the previous map during lap number 2, and then what happened in lap number 3? They got absolutely annihilated.
Oh, well, guess what? That lead is feeling really good. There's a big gap between first and second and third and fourth right here, so we'll see if anything might change. But as you said, Cap, things can change in a hurry. No more need for any coin, so honestly, that's a little bit of a wasted slot right there. But the bomb, let's see if they're able to go ahead and get that Waluigi and make sure that they're off their tail.
You see, it makes sense that the Yoshi is on stage because there's literally 3 Yoshis being played at the moment. And again, I'm just so happy that I was correct in saying that this is going to be a lot of Yoshis. And I absolutely do love my little dinosaur, our little dinosaur. That Yoshi is literally everyone's pet dinosaur.
Oh, absolutely. And Yoshi's Island, one of my top 5 favorite games of all time. If you haven't played it, I don't even really like platformers. I love that game. Go ahead and play it on in. Get real acquainted to our good old friend Yoshi. Right now, we got a Bullet Bill blasting Logan to second place. Waluigi, after maintaining first for a long time, is now falling behind Daisy, now taking second.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really close. They got 3 red turtle shells on the rip, coming around the corner for the final push, looking towards the finish line. If that red turtle shell is able to hit, then they're going to drop. They know it. It looks like it did hit. It did confirm. And out comes the boost, but it still won't be enough. Just barely there on the last stretch. What a round. And it is going to be NFO Shifty to come away that turn with a good amount of points, and they're going to be able to even further their lead. And I mean, right now, they've gotten 2 pretty solid performances back to back.
Hey, shifty doesn't just mean that I'm shifty on the track. That means my position is shifty too. Right at the last minute, swapping places with Daisy. I want to know if they had a boosties of some sort, maybe a Bullet Bill, maybe having one of those mushrooms. Either way, they blasted to the front exactly when they needed it. It must feel unfortunate for Daisy going ahead and actually getting a hit with those red turtle shells that are honing, but eventually didn't really matter because they should have focused it to the back, Waluigi right on their tail. And able to swap places with them.
Okay, I'm curious now. I got to know. Do you think one of the players from Asasita heard me talk about Waluigi and put respect on the Waluigi? Because as soon as I mentioned it, the very next round they picked the Waluigi. So again, you showing love to me. I got to show love to you.
You know what? I think so. We acknowledged the drip, and they were like, you know what? Since you acknowledge that I'm drippy, it's time for me to play Liddy, and that's what happened to them. But on this map right here, there are tight corners, Wario Stadium. You have to make sure you are on track and good because obstacles are plenty, making sure you're good. Look at that. Not getting the boost from this yellow Yoshi and not getting and getting into the mud. Unfortunately for them, slowed them down, but they're able to get back to third, so good on them.
Yeah, and I love the obstacles here on this map. Again, the flaming spinning wheels have been the demise of me in almost every Mario game I've ever played. So again, those flaming fire wheels bring back a lot of memories.
Bad memories, I would say, but hey, good sometimes when you end up beating the game. You know, Bowser's Castle is a doozy, especially when you're young. At Tokasika right now, trying to make sure that they can go on ahead. Look at that yellow Yoshi. That's the yellow Yoshi that we're seeing right now in the back right now. Finally getting those boosts and using the mushrooms as well, able to catapult themselves into third place right now, but D4 coming with some arsenals of their own.
Yep, that they are, and they're able to, again, avoid the flaming pinwheel. As you can see, they are going to be pushing ahead now. The pink Yoshi trying to catch up to the red one. I mean, you're looking at the blue squad right now, and they have quite the commanding lead. Even though that their Daisy is last in the pack, that red Yoshi there from blue squad has a pretty sound lead. But again, here comes the danger. It is the final lap.
The final lap, and look at that, fourth Yoshi. Right now, Pink Yoshi is all the way at the back. It's just about luck and timing if you get a good boost. Look at that. Good boost right there, hitting all those boosts when you're up and in the air, but then also to getting some mushrooms, ooh, a turtle shell as well. Maybe they can make their life really unfortunate for the person who's in front, but I think that Red Yoshi, ooh, too far ahead right now as they're right around the final turn, probably about to capture first.
Yeah, I think that lead is just insurmountable right now. That should be another win going towards that blue side here. Even though they did get hit, hold on, they got hit with a red turtle shell. I still don't think that's going to make much of a difference. There we go. The Daisy will cross the finish line, putting it in there to what is map number 3 so far here in our first Grand Prix.
No, but you didn't misspeak when you said claw their way to third right there, making sure that they use that mushroom right there. You get that princess mushroom, you just hit it time and time and time again. You get a lot of boosties in order to get to that positioning. So great pull right there. You know, sometimes it's the luck of the draw, and that was a great luck of the draw right there to push them towards third, get more points for their squad.
Yeah, and again, we gotta zoom in on the Yoshi. This is literally the star of the show, by the way. It's Yoshi. Yes, let's please hear it for Yoshi because we love everybody's favorite little sidekick dinosaur! And also, RIP for all the Yoshis that were lost in every single Mario game ever.
Man, you know, that's why I said Yoshi's Island is such a good place. You know, there's a whole land of Yoshi. So thank you for taking care of baby Mario. We are so thankful for it. Amazing set of games that you produce by saving the young king. Well, guess what? We will see who will end up being the king as we head on in to another set of rounds. Barreling to first place is Red Yoshi, and after a great start, yeah, they're not feeling too hot. Actually going backwards to see if they can DQ themselves and actually get a boosty, so that's smart by them.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't even sure what tech they were doing just now, but apparently it's going to be the right one because they are trying to get back into the thick of it here. I mean, they have a lot of ground to try and make up, and again, also really loving this map because it is in fact the shape of Yoshi.
It is actually the shape of Yoshi. So we love the Yoshis. We shouted out Yoshi. We did the Yoshi. Well, guess what? We're seeing it on stage. Boom box gonna go off. And unfortunately, they ended up booming right into the water. So cannonball! Unintentionally, of course.
Yeah, and it also looks like the red Yoshi from the back of the pack actually managed to pick up one of those superstars, and it has already run out. But they actually did pick up a lot of ground. As you can see now, it looks as though that the red team has a pretty commanding lead, and we already talked about, yeah, sure, you kind of want to like relax and be towards the middle of the pack so you can get better power-ups, but when you have a lead that is just so far ahead, even the best power-up cannot catch you up.
Well, guess who's powering up to another level? Shifty after being to the bottom is trying to shift their way to the top, and you know what? Being in the back of the pack isn't necessarily bad. What they ended up going out of bounds so they can go ahead, get some good coins. They got a bullet bill. They ended up getting several boosties right here from these mushrooms, and because of that, they've catapulted to second, and now they're first. What a come behind right now for the Red Yoshi, but D4 will not be denied.
Yeah, and now you can see just a friendly reminder that drafting is also really important here in Mario Kart. You can draft behind another racer, and that will give you a significant speed boost, but right now you can see it is the drifts that are coming through, and it looked like one of those utilities had already missed their mark on this Red Yoshi as they continue to gain a lead.
I love Yoshi's map because these are tight currents, so that means that we need to see some drifting to make sure we can crown a king, and Red, after coming from all the way behind, DQ so they can go ahead, get some boosties, they revved on up to the front.
Yep, that they did, and it will be NFO Shifty to come away again with the first place finish. Now remember, we got to see Shifty already finish first place prior with the Waluigi, and so far they have a total of 18 points. My goodness, they are putting on for their team, and they are just hitting every single drift, every single turn. It almost seems like they don't have any missed inputs at all. The only thing that is holding them back is some of these power-ups that are going against them, and even still, they manage to recover.
There are two types of ways you can drive a car, right? There's automatic, and guess what the other one is?
Manual.
Yes, manual. But what is manual called? Shift. And
There
guess
you
what?
go.
Shift E, shifting through not only all of these obstacles that come their way, absolutely not afraid to go and actually go out of bounds. That's a really smart technique to establish themselves. got a set of coins. The coins help you speed boost, and everything is about speed. Honestly, there's a good rubber banding technique in Mario Kart sometimes, so being in the back of the pack necessarily isn't bad. So you saw Daisy had a bad start right there, didn't get the initial boost off the 2, but guess what? They can come back if they get good pulls. This is my favorite map, Coconut Mall. Oh, some fireworks can come at the end of this map in the last turn.
Yeah, now you can see that Asosito once again has a lead thanks to NFO Shifty, who once again is going to take a very early start. And then they drop the green shell from behind, and it hits its mark. My goodness, is now, once again, we're coming around the corner here, almost done with our first lap already. And NFO Shifty, once again, making a pretty dominating first lap until they get overtaken by Giberato.
Oh my gosh, what a turn right there to go slightly out of bounds. Unfortunately went the wrong way on the escalator, but went up the railing of the escalator too. What a cheeky play that we're seeing right here. If and even Yarn in the right spot, they're making great moves and really reacting to whatever the track course puts their way.
Yep, and now here we go, going back around the corner, looking to try and make their way halfway through the second lap. A red turtle shell still in tow, and that is going to be either be a big protection or they are going to knock out whoever is trying to trail behind them, especially when it comes to drafting. Meanwhile, you're trying to avoid the hot rods here, coming around the corner, and here we go. We are making our way into the final lap.
I just love that the ghosts are doing donuts in the mall parking lot. Like, that's like people by my mall parking lot. They just go and street race and do donuts. Hey, have a good time while you're at it. Right now, I'm having a great time. Unfortunately, went up the wrong escalator for that orange Yoshi. Now behind, a bomb was there. D4 almost got caught, but good job really having that turtle shell, using it at the last minute. Didn't get caught with the bomb.
Yeah, that was a very good defensive use of that red turtle shell, and now here we go, making our way towards the final lap, and this should be the win here for D4. As long as they manage to avoid the hot rods, they do. They come around the corner, and they have the red shell to boot. That is going to be a first place finish for our Pink Yoshi, and that should be some good points going the way of our Varsity MK squad.
And D4 right now earning some points, 18-2 behind from NFO Shifty. So Shifty gonna feel the sweat drifting from their back right now because they're right on their heels. You know what I love too? I love to throw the item right before the finish line too, not only to make sure that you don't have any opponents that's right behind your tail too, but also when you throw an item, sometimes it looks like you're waving to the camera. So Yoshi, go ahead and do a wave before you cross the finish line. I like that. It's like blowing the kiss earlier too. Showmanship.
Oh, absolutely. And then not only that, but that red shell that they had honestly saved their lives on more than one occasion there. Just by having it towing behind you, it protects you from incoming projectiles. And that was what really saved them heading into that last turn of the last lap, being able to avoid the danger, avoid the damage, and then boost ahead in order to take and secure the win, giving their team some much needed points.
There are three things that I'll always keep on my back right until we're right before those boxes, right? It's turtle shells, it's a boom box, it's the ghost, right? It's Boo. I want to make sure that I have those just in case an item comes my way and I don't want to mess with it, right? Of course, Star already activates as soon as you get it, but at least you have control over all of those. So go ahead and make sure you hold on. You never know if you need it for a rainy day.
Yeah, and look at the strat that they're employing right now, coming from the Pink Yoshi and their squad. The Pink Yoshi is settling towards the back on purpose, so that way they have a player that is up in front, and then you have one that is up and back, so that way you have one that is actually trying to contend with the top front runners, and then you have one that is just eating up all the power-ups, getting all the best power-ups, and also trying to deliver a lot of those projectiles that they can get from the power-up boxes.
And must I remind you, I talked a little bit about rubber banding. Sometimes you end up getting boosted if you're behind the pack, so that's honestly a great strategy. Look at that. 4 different mushrooms that they've had, and also 2 star power as well, which gives you a little extra boost as well. So you get all of those and another star as well. Ooh wee, they're rocketing towards the front, but their teammate already comfortable up there. But it's never really comfortable being first in Mario Kart, is it, Cap?
No, absolutely not, especially if a blue turtle shell comes into play, because right now you can see that red Yoshi again being able to take a huge lead as we get ready to head into the final lap. NFO Shifty once again at the head of the pack.
I love the onions on these players, going ahead and cutting off certain parts of this course. They're not afraid to go off track in order to make sure that they can cut off their competition. So smart, knowing the environment of the match and knowing when you can take your own personal shortcut, even if it isn't really designed into the game. So great job. Again, Red Yoshi keeping on to that turtle shell, all the more important right now, but nobody behind them. This is the last lap, and they're gonna go ahead and confirm their spot where it's looking like it's already confirmed. Honestly, not a lot of movement at the last minute. Good job by NFO Shifty making sure that they're still in this mix in order to stay at the top.
Yeah, and not only that, but you also have Daisy that managed to finish in third, so they're going to get an additional amount of points as well. And again, that is just great teamwork. Like you said, you have the one player that's at the head of the pack that is trying to win the race, that is trying to stay in first place, and then you have that secondary player that is just trying to eat up all the power-ups and do what they can to sabotage the other team.
I think the king with the drip is Shifty. That's why we got a little bit of the blow kiss from the crowd right there. Shifty feeling themselves not only in the drip, but also on the court as well. Drip, and also drift. That's what they have at their disposal.
Yeah, and I couldn't help but notice that right now, if you're looking for the side of Asasita, they have their coach right there, like giving them pointers, like making sure that, you know, they're on the up and up, and that, like just having that extra support goes a very long way. So big shout out to the coach there, coming from the side of Asasita.
Yes, Takasita right now doing a great job, just maintaining, keeping themselves into this thing. Again, it's been a little bit of a shift back and forth at the last minute for some of these finishes, but at the top, Shifty just remains firm. We'll see if we get any change in order right now. So we're still trying to decide on what map we end up going to. I can't wait till we get into some of these picks right now, because there are certain maps you just love and certain maps it's just like no. Like a lot of people like the Mukau fields, right? And a shout out to them, but I always run into a Mukau. Mukaus, you're supposed to be my friend. You always get in my way.
I also love moo cows, again, because they are so adorable and so cute. But at the same time, I'm also pretty good at being able to avoid them for the most part. The only time that I really get tripped up is in like the gopher holes.
Oh, the gopher holes, yeah,
that's where
true.
I fall into things. The moo cows, not so much.
I love the moo cows too because they always remind me of the Harvest Moon SNES moo cows too. They have a particular, fat snoot that's all so cute. It looks like it's very boopable right
It is very boopable.
We love a good snoot to boop right now, but we'll see who ends up going at the top and who ends up being the foot of our race as D4 rockets to the top. Look at that, Daisy right in the mix as well. It's a 3-person race, at least early on.
Yep, and this is the second time we are here on this map. Again, it's looking like it is, I want to say, Wario World, if I'm not mistaken.
Wario Stadium right now, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, again, we were talking about Wario a little bit earlier, and also one of our favorites, Waluigi, of course. We got to see a little Waluigi earlier. Not so much right now, though, but however, we do have a new character here, actually leading the pack right now.
Ooh, a new challenger appears. I believe that's the Atox. It's from Legend of Zelda. And no, not Legend of Zelda, I apologize. It's from Wario Land 3. And ooh-wee, they always shoot the projectiles at you. I never liked to see those when I was playing Wario World 3.
I'm so mad at myself right now because I know 100% what that character's name is.
Yeah.
It's on the tip of my tongue, but I am literally just spacing out right now.
It starts with an O, and I'm very upset. And I know that I'm also kind of like in my head, I'm confusing it with the name of the zombies from Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time as well. So anyway, we'll figure that out for you right now and get into our nostalgia banks right now. But we don't need to live in the past, we need to live in the present. And right now, in the present, Red Yoshi is coming on in, but a blue shell appears. Let's see if it hits a target, and oh no, caught in the crossfire. The pink Yoshi ends up getting it instead of the person in first. Oh no, so tragic.
Yeah, I was about to say, the blue turtle shell is always going to hit its mark. Yeah, no worry about that whatsoever. But meanwhile, I believe that's actually NFO Shifty once again leading the pack as they do get hit. And now D4 is going to take the lead here in the third and final lap. They could very well turn the corner here and go into the last straightaway and take this win.
We are ringing the bell just like it is the Olympics. We're heading to the final stretch. And guess what? They could not stretch the lead. Guess what? Shifty says, I will shift this thing on around. First place is mine!
My goodness, right when you think that we see MK Varsity getting ready to come away with the first round, especially D4, they've been in contention for first place every single race, and then NFO Shifty just always holding on to something in their back pocket, red turtle shell, green turtle shell, it doesn't matter. They always save a little bit of piece of utility until the very last turn.
I mean, that's what you really should do because you never know if that utility might be used on you. So you have a utility as protection to stop you from maybe a turtle shell gets gets your way. Maybe a lightning strike comes and I have Boo and I'm able to mask myself from it, right? It's always nice to have something in your back pocket because guess what? You have a backup plan. And you don't want to end up in the back because guess what? Then you can't come back from that.
I'll be honest, you know what else is throwing me through a loop? But I'm keeping on tabs with it, okay? It's that, Asasita, they come out with the drip, right? They got the red Letterman, they got the red jacket on, but in the game, they're highlighted blue.
You know what? You got to do a walking contradiction, right? My name is Bordy McBoard, but I'm anything but boring, right? Sometimes, you got to change it up for the crowd.
I really do want a Letterman jacket, though. We need some Casters Letterman jackets.
We really
That'd
do.
be so drippy.
I have to shout out again,
The
Tech
medals,
Step,
yeah.
for at least we have these gold medals, to wear around our necks. We have a little bit of swag to us right now as we continue on in. We are now the ice world. Icy conditions mean so drifting is even more important, but drifting can also go a bad way. So here at the Ski Chalet, you need to make sure that you stay off course or else you can go astray.
Yeah, and I could be mistaken, but is Shifty currently on a Mii Racer? It also looks like Logan could possibly be on the Mii Racer too. I didn't get a chance to really get a good look. But in first place, it looked like Shifty was on the Mii Racer. Again, could be mistaken.
I believe it is a Mii Racer. They're in that gap, and I can't really tell, but look at that right now. They're in a gap as well. Pink Racer, after stealing second right now, unfortunately at third. Really, these turtle shells are so dangerous in these tight corners of the Ski Chalet.
Yep, and once again, Logan is going to be sticking with the daisy here, but meanwhile, Shifty still in first place, as they have often been throughout this entire circuit here. And they also have the two mushrooms, able to get a good boost of speed right into the power-ups. They're going to get two, and they're only going to get a gold coin and a pesky banana peel.
Pesky banana peels. Those are always the worst to go into. Maybe oil spills too. But guess what saved them? Having that pesky banana peel. The red honing missile was on their case, and they're able to live another day having that in your back pocket. Backup plan. Always good, man.
Yep, and once again, Shifty going to be able to take the first place spot here on the second lap going into the final, and they have quite a significant lead. Even if they were to be deterred by some type of utility, be it the red turtle shell, blue turtle shell, bullet bill, even a bloopa maybe, it doesn't matter. I feel like they are so far ahead that I don't think anyone is going to be able to catch up.
Honestly, there's only so much of a cooldown when you have the blue turtle shell, and we've only seen one. They are rarities. You don't get them every game. Right now, Daisy going to have to hold on to star powers, any boost that might be coming their way because they're in the back. They might be able to catch up, but that's pretty much all the movement that we're probably going to see in this one because first place is usually determined right here. The bullet bill is actually catching them back up. They might be able to catch these Yoshis in Grimdall right there.
And oh my goodness, look how much utility they have. Look, out comes the blooper. They have the golden mushroom, and they could be able to take at least third place here as they do cross the finish. Finally, the final lap has been completed. But once again, who we see in first, it is Shifty.
They end up, unfortunately, drifting into their defeat. They were right there on the tail end, but ended up hitting the wall instead of being able to get that smooth, crisp drift. So you can use your boosties, but you gotta use them smartly or else you'll get into a bad situation. That's what happened to them. Hopefully they'll be able to recover in this next couple ones, because it's been a rough couple of games for them.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that we actually managed to complete the first circuit, so that should be already a 1-point differential between the two teams in this best of 5, because again, the points look like they have reset already. I mean, we're back. We were, coming across what appeared to be, like a high amount of points, right? And now all of a sudden we're back to like 13. So usually there's like a presentation, you get a star, and then, Princess Peach is there, and it's like a whole award ceremony, but we didn't get to see that. So I assume that the first Grand Prix has already concluded, and Asasita have a 1-point lead overall.
Hey man, we gotta.
And they do, look, there it is.
We're speedrunning this thing, right? Just like these competitors, we're mowing on through some of these races on now. A lot of turns right here at certain points on this map. We'll see if they're able to drift, but this is actually a beautiful showing of how good your drift is. I love the scenery too, a whole bunch of sakura trees, such a beautiful map. We'll see how they're going and how they're able to compete through this.
Yeah, now you can see here, Logan is going to have 2 mushrooms at the ready for a good speed boost, trying to make their way back around, trailing behind D4, but not by much, as they're able to get even more power-ups right when they used that mushroom before, and now they get taken out, but they still maintain at least that 3rd place spot for now.
You know what? I didn't realize that Shifty was being cheeky. They are doing all these shifts because they're doing the shift, the character shift. based on the map. This is Princess Peach's castle. Guess what? They're Princess Peach. The last couple maps, they were, guess what? In their ski chalet outfit because they were bundling up. I like this. Different outfits. Go ahead, Shifty. Go ahead. Keep us guessing. We love to see it.
Yeah, I was about to make a note of that myself. I'm like, we're seeing some Princess power here. We got Princess Peach and we got Princess Daisy just putting in absolute work here on this track. And then, once again, it is Shifty leading the pack. And of course, you got Logan watching towards the middle of the pack and just being an absolute nuisance and nightmare for the team of Varsity MK.
Absolutely. Right now, we are approaching our last lap. And guess what? Shifty doing what they've always done. Lead right now, just getting attacked. Unfortunately, unable to see that right now as you see the frustration on their face. But at least we have some star power going on for these Yoshis. I don't know if they'll be able to beat each other out. But right now, the place for second and third is contentious.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, you do get to see Shifty that is taking a monumental lead. Still not insurmountable, but it is very significant. And like we said earlier, that util might not even have that large of effect. You see they just got hit by one, and it stunned them a little bit, but they still have such a monumental lead. Let's see if they can take it back. But it might be too little too late. Once again, Shifty coming around the last shift. They might be able to finish it out, and they do! My goodness, Shifty again with a first place finish.
That is why they are named the thing that they
that
do.
Much.
Just by this chin of your chinny chin chin, the hair of their chinny chin chin. But guess what? It doesn't matter the margin of victory. It just matters if you have the victory. Getting those points, again, it's a weighted by score and place. The more place that you have, the less amount of points that you have. So if you're in 12th, that's not a good place to be. Fourth, not a great place to be. First, Shifty likes that, and that's why Shifty has the most amount of points.
And it was so funny because at the very end, even Shifty knew it was like that close by that wide of a margin, and they did it by body blocking. Honestly, if it was just like a straight ahead, no doubt D4 would have taken that and they would have got the first place spot. But again, Shifty shifted over in front of D4, and then D4 booped Shifty across the finish line for the finish.
Sometimes booping, a lot of things can happen right at the end of Mario Kart matches, and that's why it's so important to keep these ults by you, right? We just saw an 8, honestly, 2 games ago. We'll see if we actually get more of those 8s, because 8s along with blue shells are some of the funnest abilities to see right now. Right now, we're in DK's world right now in the jungle. Let's see if we might get some Donkey Kong Rasta go on down, Cap.
No, it doesn't look that way. Honestly, it looks like Shifty is playing as an inkling of all things here in Donkey Kong Country. Doing me dirty. I already said Donkey Kong is my favorite character. We come to Donkey Kong Country, and you play an inkling.
Well, guess what? I think they peeped and they heard something from us and decided, hey, we're going to swap it on out. But look at that. Unfortunately, you come from first and go all the way to fourth. A series of unfortunate events right now for the pink Yoshi falling several times, losing their place. Orange Yoshi using that shortcut. But Shifty doesn't need any shortcuts. The inkling is at first, and they're feeling very comfortable. No ink needed, honestly. They don't need any paint to feel good.
Yeah, meanwhile, you can see it looks as though Shifty once again does have a pretty substantial lead. And right now, Pink Yoshi trying to make their way back up, but now also coming from behind is going to be that Princess Daisy. All the while, we still do have the Orange Yoshi here from the side of Varsity MK trying to close the gap, and a big lightning strike from behind is only going to extend the lead of Shifty.
And lightning strikes are always one of the worst things to see. Lightning strikes actually pop away all the utilities you have in your back pocket too. So it's not great to have at all unless you're everybody but Shifty. It really maintains your dominance and everybody can try. Maybe you might even get a blue shell, but at this point, it doesn't even matter. You might as well have lapped them the way that they're as far ahead as they are.
Oh, absolutely. Now we've reached the point of no return, and I think I'm confident in saying so because of how much of a lead that Shifty has right now. And notice whenever we go to player cams, I want people to take a notice of how locked in Shifty is. It's like literally blank, stone face, ice in the veins, calm as could be, not phased whatsoever, 100% locked in.
And I like that because it's a walking contradiction in their own right too, because as soon as that's over, they're back there smiling, hyping up with the crowd too. So they're not they understand when they need to lock in and focus. Right now, showing off, falling off track, knowing it doesn't even matter that they're that far ahead. And my goodness, Shifty again showing that I can be a stone cold killer, but then I can also be a goofy guy as well. Let's just be a goofy guy.
You see, that's why it's funny. Like, part of me is thinking, like, okay, Shifty is just so good. Like, this falling off the map tech just has to be some type of mechanic that I'm not familiar with. Like, I need to learn the falling off the map mechanics because apparently they're working for Shifty.
Hey, falling off the map while you're behind, it's great. You can get some boosties. You can make sure you can set up and line up some coins like Shifty did a while ago. But at that point right there, at the end of the map, when they didn't have any more boxes available to them, you know, Shifty was just like, hey, guess what? You ain't shifting this. I'm at the top, and I know I am.
Yeah, again, it had reached the point of no return, and we have seen that quite a couple of times. But once again, you can just tell the amount of hours, the amount of practice that Shifty has put into this game because, again, you look at them while they're racing, and they are locked in. They are already thinking about their next move 4 or 5 turns ahead. So again, they literally are calculating every single moment, every single move, and every single power-up that they get from the boxes.
And you know what? That's a smart way to do it, right? You want to make sure that you know everything. You have a plan for your plan and your backup plan, right? People are prepared. There's the 7 Ps, right? Piss poor performance promotes piss poor, I forgot of the rest. But I do know this, right? That you need to make sure you're on your P's and Q's in order to do well. And guess what? We're going with a little bit of Link, Breath of the Wild Link too right now, which honestly, some of my favorite Link play, Zelda play of the series. I love that game so much. That and Oracle of Ages and Seasons up there.
Okay, so my favorite Legend of Zelda game of all time, of course, is Ocarina of Time.
Yep.
Naturally. And then you get Majora's Mask. And then, believe it or not, after that, I gotta go with Wind Waker. I loved Wind Waker.
I want to play Wind Waker so much. That's why I can't say anything about Ocarina of Time. We grew up, that's the only console I didn't grow up with Nintendo-wise, an N64. Other than that, very much a Nintendo girl. So I'll have to go back to that, but Wind Waker also in my backlog. He's so cute. I love the cheeky art style, you know?
Oh, absolutely. And not to mention, it was one of the best games to come out on GameCube as well. So again, when I think GameCube, honestly, most of the time I think about Wind Waker. But right now, you could see that Shifty, playing on Link, is leaving the rest of the players in the wind as they continue to hold on to their first place spot.
And making good headwind right here. Going back to just taunt them like that because Shifty knows they got it like that. Again, I love Excitebike Stadium because all of these jumps allows them for extra boosties. So right now, using the homing missile, using the bombs, Shifty still has time to get first place, but might have taunted a little too close to the sun here.
Oh yeah, they gotta be careful, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm all about having a good old time, you know, good old fashioned trash talk, you know, whatever, whoop-de-woo. However, there is a thing as a little bit too much of a good thing.
And I know we're here at Excitebike Stadium, but perhaps that was a little bit too much excitement going on for Shifty. Well, guess what? Princess Peach turning this thing on around from Pink Yoshi to Princess Peach, but guess who's who? Daisy right around the corner too as we head to the final lap. It's looking like Shifty is trying to turn this thing on around. They have the star power. Look at that, the banana peel on the back. Shifty does it! Shifty comes out of nowhere, taunts, and gets first regardless!
That doesn't happen. That did not just happen. No way. Literally putting themselves in the back of the pack and then somehow pulls out the star power. No shot. Not fair. You know what? I'll call it. You know what? Not fair whatsoever. That was literally a blessing from the RNG. Had to be.
You know what? I think we're done. I don't think we can ever top that. I don't think any Smash, I don't think any Valorant, I don't think any Overwatch can top that very moment. To taunt mid-race. It looked like you might lose. You're all the way in fourth to come back at the last minute, drifting into the finish line with a star power too. My goodness.
And again, by 50. This much.
Oh, I need to catch a breath there, Cap. That was intense.
That was absolutely insane. And not to mention, I love how big this crowd is again for Mario Kart. We have been seeing this crowd all weekend long. That's right.
Donkey
That's
Kong.
right.
DK, and it's Donkey Kong. Let's go.
But anyway, what I was saying was I'm really impressed with the crowd because they have been here all weekend long watching so many titles and again, being able to enjoy Six Flags Fiesta as well. So again, they all decided to show out for Mario Kart. This is where they want to be. They're in the middle of a theme park, but the best place they could be right now is watching these two teams go head to head on Rainbow Road.
Hey man, sometimes when you go karting, fireworks can happen, and we've seen fireworks so far. We're not even close to the end. Again, best of 5 situation. We're halfway through potentially actually, we could be just starting. You never know. With the way these games are playing, though, Shifty just in a class of their own, shifting all over the place, drifting as well, and you need to make sure you have great drifting skills to make sure you don't fall off the edge on this Rainbow Road.
And you know what? I'm cool with Shifty again. You know, I was a little bit irritated that we were on Donkey Kong Country and they didn't play Donkey Kong, but now they're playing Donkey Kong on Rainbow Road, and I respect that. We're cool again. We're cool.
You know what? Make it up for you. You know what? At this point, Shifty is just kind of playing around, taunting, you know, making all these choice moves. One thing I love, though, is I love the boost skills right here from Donkey Kong. I like he does a little bodybuilding poses here, too. It's so apropos. If you watch the Mario movie, they made Donkey Kong a little bit of a jog, so I'd love to see that, you know?
Oh, honestly, you could say what you want about the Mario movie, but Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong I thought was actually pretty funny.
It was so funny. I thought the whole movie was so great. It had a lot of references, had nostalgia, and had fireworks. Again, Shifty providing that all over, getting the green shell to go down. That's super hard. Anytime you hit on a green shell, you feel really good about that. There's no honing, there's no help. It's just you, and it's just skill, baby.
Oh, absolutely. That's just 100% calculated. Speaking of Shifty, once again, 100%, still very much in the lead, but you could see this orange Yoshi trying to catch up from behind, able to throw out the green shell, but will it hit its mark? I think it's just going to go wide here as it continues to go across Rainbow Map. Finally, it does fall off of the Rainbow Road, but that red shell does hone in on DK, and it hits.
Yeah, it's so hard to get a red shell right there, but the boom box really erasing their chance of getting first place, at least for the moment. But then out of nowhere, Jimmy and D4 decide, hey, I'm going to head my way to the front. DK using the boom box to go ahead and get close. But as we approach the last couple of turns, Shifty could still pull this thing off and get first.
I mean, at this point, I put nothing beyond Shifty. They managed to come away with the first place finish by a narrow margin every single time, and I'm not going to put it past them now, as once again, we are coming around with that final turn on the final lap. Can they go the distance? Yes, they can. It will be Varsity MK to come away with a first place finish on Rainbow Road.
D4, I love that. They kept onto their boom box even though they went through another set of boxes. That's because boom box can not only make sure that anybody that is close to you that might be on your trail can get knocked off a position no matter how far away, it's just the radius, but now also too if any items come your way as well. So it's a great safety precaution to make sure that you won't end up being shifted at the last second like we've seen time and time again during this matchup. D4 finally getting first after winning first earlier on in the matchup, but they still have a long way to go when it comes to point total.
I mean, for sure, but this is the closest they've been in a while. I mean, they are within single digits, only a 5-point difference between the two, 36 to 31 points total. And again, you can make that up in a solid first place finish. And not to mention that Gibberano, I think their name was, the one alongside D4 for Varsity MK. They have been finishing second and third place this entire time, and they've been able to accumulate those points. They still got 11 points total out of the 31 that currently Varsity MK have. So they have been consistent throughout every single race.
When points are weighted by place, sometimes it's not bad to get second or third, second and third, and then all you need is a first here, is a first there in order to make sure that you're good. We're going to a different version of Rainbow Road potentially as it slows on down. Well, actually we're not. We're back to Yoshi Island to be exact.
Yoshi!
And we're back to the Yoshi circuit. I like that. That was a good Yoshi.
I tried. I really did. I didn't think it was that good, but I'm glad you liked it.
Let me see if I can do the
That was awesome. That actually made me laugh a little bit. That was awesome. I love that. Anyway, getting right back to it. We are back on the Yoshi map. Let's get it popping. Brand new whip. We're hopped in.
We're hopped in, locked in, and ready to go. Logan really feeling themselves, getting some early drifts early on, but look at that. The shell doesn't need to go out to honestly knock you out. They end up not running into it. You can honestly drift or draft your way into a bad situation. Instead, they're holding on to it, so smart of them. That Peach continuing to get to first.
Yep, and I couldn't help but notice that Luigi, once again, I'm pretty sure they decided to go off-map. That's that off-map tech, that mechanic that I need to learn. Because, once again, Luigi going to be powering up on the Superstar from way back when with the star power, trying to gain ground here as, once again, another hit is going to land onto Swifty, and it is going to be Logan now that is going to be able to take the lead, or rather, is that Swifty that's on the Luigi? Swifty is the one coming from the back of the pack.
Swifty trying to make their way to the front. But, we saw a little bit, you talked about off-roading, right? We actually saw why off-roading is good and bad just in that one instance because they went went off-road. They were able to bring down, but then they also ran into some tires. Look at that right there. Shifty do what they always do right there, utilizing that star power, getting on in, and they have the red honing shell to their ability as well. They have to make sure they're on a good curve so they don't end up using it. Right now, Jimmy, there's nothing really stopping them. Jimmy ends up getting them, and a boombox in their way too. They could have knocked Logan off track. It looks like they might utilize it now, or they're waiting for boxes. I'm not sure why they're holding on to it. But
Because
Daisy
Logan's
at
their
front.
teammate. They're protecting Logan.
This is true.
Again, they were both holding on to that first place spot, which is something we don't normally see. Normally, there's one teammate that is at the front of the pack, and then there's another teammate in the back of the pack in order to deal out damage. Now you can see Swifty able to take that lead yet again, and honing in on them currently is that Princess Peach, able to hit the red turtle shell, but they have to go off-road, and they can't make up the difference.
Off-roading is so hard. You need to make sure you have enough momentum to get over the other side, or at least have a boost to go your way through it, or a star to truck through it as well. Unfortunately, they lost ground again, and now the Boo is out in session, sabotaging everybody else, and they're going to end with third. Who else but Shifty at the top?
Yep, honing in on that class of 2025 patch on the Letterman, putting respect on the soon-to-be senior as they continue on dominating here. And not to mention that is now a 2-point lead because we have already finished 2 Grand Prix, 2 both going to Asasita, and again, they are on match point here. If they are able to win this next Grand Prix, they are able to win the series.
And you know what? When you're playing like when you're playing to the top of the charts, I understand why you're rocking the varsity jacket, because guess what? You're not just varsity, right? You're All-American, you're first chair, you're any other accolade that you want. All team, all pro, all conference, all pro. That's exactly what Shifty has done the entire time as we load on into the next map right here. Let's see where we're at.
Do you know how badly I wish I could say that I lettered in Mario Kart?
You lettered in Mario Kart?
No, I wish I could.
Oh, yeah,
no,
no,
that's what I'm saying. You know
yeah.
how badly I wish I could say that?
Yes, no.
But like I have a friend who has a Letterman in golf, and I'm like, okay, well, what if I got a Letterman in Mario Kart? I still think the Mario Kart Letterman is like way cooler than a
much
golf
cooler.
Letterman.
I have a band Letterman, a couple band Lettermans. Well, I actually don't have the Letterman itself, but I have the letters, not the Letterman. So to have the whole drip set, oh yeah, feeling good about that. We're back at Excite Bike, where last time we saw some fireworks and taunting from Shifty. Shifty, not quite the lead that they had before, but still in first place. Again, Excite Bike, I love about this map, so many boost opportunities, but then also too, so many opportunities to hit your opponent, and also too, to get into those oil tracks as well. You don't want to get into the oil or the mud.
You know what? One thing I really like about a Excite Bike is that it's pretty straightforward. It reminds you of just like the classic dirt bike track.
Yeah.
It is just like a solid circle, but at the same time, you have so many obstacles in the way. You got the ramps, you got the mud pits. Again, there is a little bit of a nuance to it, but at the same time, it makes it very competitive of just being able to have 2 big, long straightaways.
Absolutely. That's why I like that in the more condensed version of that map. I forgot what it's called right now. It's escaping me at the moment. I believe it's the figure 8 for Mario Kart 8, where it's just high velocity, high pace, 7 laps to go because it's that short. But as you're seeing right now, Daisy going ahead, racking up points. I took a secret right now. The Revving Roses, wearing red, feeling good, and honestly feeling like Taylor Swift right now, strutting their stuff, feeling nice, and I don't know, feeling 22? I don't know about you.
Well, right now you can see it is Shifty that's currently in that first place spot, and that's going to be Logan trailing behind. So again, if they manage to both finish this final lap in the first and second place, that is going to be a monumental amount of points as they get ready to come across that last turn.
Last turn, and it doesn't look like there's much getting in the way. We did have a red honing shell come Daisy's way, but Daisy had that turtle shell on his flag. We do have 2 stars, but unfortunately, the stars could not come in first place. Instead, they fell behind. Look at that. Takasika right now getting 2 places right now, first and second, and getting the majority of weight of points.
Oh, absolutely. That was a big game. That's going to be a total of 15 points going their way off of that one map, off of that one race. Again, being able to get the first and second place. Normally, we'll see Shifty take a big lead, right? And then Logan will often trail just so that way they can disrupt the other team. But this time, they both got to get a strong finish. So that is a massive amount of points.
And you know what? We have to finish what we started. Remember when we were waffling on, man, who's that character? What is their name, right? With the round face and the open hole? Birdo was that character. Birdo was first seen in Super Mario Brothers 2, so I was a little bit early. It wasn't Super Mario World or Super Mario Brothers 3. Instead, it was 2. But Birdo, I always forget about Birdo. Shout out.
Yep. Well, let's see if they're going to be bringing another Birdo. I mean, I don't know. We just got to see Swifty go in on the Mario,
We
right?
did, right?
So, I mean,
They've been changing it up.
I think they're going to try and make a run through every single character.
Let's see if they do right now. Going ahead with the Caterpillar on down. You don't see the Caterpillar much. That's from one of the newer games. I believe that was introduced in Sunshine, if I remember correctly. But right now, shifting all over the place, whether it be from characters or whether it be from on the track. And right now, they're at second. Fell off the map. We actually had 2 casualties to the map right there. So right now in second place, about to be first. But it looks like Shifty was actually able to maintain their positioning even though they fell off there.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. They're already going to be on their second lap here, and they are going to continue to hold on to this astounding lead. Meanwhile, you do have Logan towards the middle of the pack, still trying to keep the distance between them and the other competitors as they do hit the star power. Now are going to be making their way right back up in towards the middle, into the thick of it. And this is where you can provide a little bit of blocking there for Swifty. Or Shifty, apologies.
You know what? We're all Swifties right here. I was just talking about feeling 22. Why not? But guess what? Life is better on Saturn. Let's throw in a scissor reference instead. Right now, going to the bottom, guess what? Being on the surface of Saturn, not good. Being on the rings, a lot better. They're going to have to gain ground. That's not a place you want to be. Fortunately for them, though, they can gain ground, but the rings are always better, much more efficient way to ride this course.
Well, Shifty once again is going to be staying on the rings as they continue to build a monumental lead here, as we see D4 is going to be trying to catch up as quickly as possible. They're not far behind, but you got to keep in mind they're coming around the last turn into the last stretch of the final map. Do they have enough to try and make the comeback, or is Swifty once again Shifty once again too far gone?
Have you been watching a lot of Kansas City Chiefs, right? You're a Swifty, right? Come on.
I am not actually a Swifty. It just keeps coming up in my mind for some reason.
I don't know. The way that you're talking, maybe there's a hidden Swifty on there.
There could be.
He's going back to December all the time.
Maybe
back there.
is.
Throwback
Okay.
right there, too. That you would think I was a Swifty.
I'm
way
more
I
of
was
a
throwing
Halsey
around
fan,
that.
to be completely transparent.
Oh, okay, got you. Are you a boy in love with the play that you're seeing on the screen right now?
I have no idea what you just said to
Oh,
me.
A Boy in Love is a feature they had with Halsey and BTS, if you do.
Okay. Wait. Was that for the Diablo soundtrack?
I think that might have been.
Because they had somebody from BTS in the Diablo soundtrack that Halsey made.
Ooh, I need to look that up. Let me go to the sources to see if that was a thing that we're talking about.
I was about to say, I know they were in the Diablo soundtrack. I remember because I synced it. I was a very, again, being able to see like these big superstars again, kind of like get into the world of gaming. You always got to appreciate it. But speaking of, again, Shifty just putting on an absolute performance right now. And if I have seen correctly, that was a total of 19 points just for Shifty.
19 points. Shifty feeling themselves and feeling good. Status report update. It was Suga that she had a song with, and the name of that track is called Lilith. Different track though, so Halsey really likes her BTS right now. Well, guess what? We're going behind the scenes to figure out who exactly is going to win this one. Atalkasika right now gaining 2 off of this track, and this could be the last set of matches, so you never know. This is a Grand Prix though, so there's plenty of opportunity for the other squads to come on in and shift their positioning, even though they have not been able to catapult themselves into first place. Anything is possible, and D4 has been doing well in a lot of these matches, keeping up with the competition.
Oh, absolutely. And now you can see Logan currently holding on to that second place spot. And I assume that Shifty is in the first place spot, naturally, as they all often find themselves in. D4, though, going to be closing the gap here onto Logan as they continue to push forward. And they get bopped and booped out the way. They are going to begin to fall behind as Logan trying to hold on to their second place spot.
We boop the Yoshi Snoop. We do not boop Yoshi right now, okay? Or at least not if you're a Takasika right now, because look at that. Oh, look at that's such a good pull right there to get 2-3 packs of boosties. The mushrooms really making sure that they can go ahead and gain momentum right now. Baby Bowser is who they have to beat, but right now they're catching up and catching up quickly.
Okay, so you know when we see that the aerials come through, and if you're able to aerial on your opponent and hit them, is that considered a back air?
You know what? You know what?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
That's got to be considered a back air, right? Like in Smash when you hit the back air. So if you do an aerial and you hit your opponent in Mario Kart, that still counts as a back air.
We're getting a little bit of a preview of back airs. Of course, after this, we're going to see some Smash action. So why not go ahead and give you a little bit of previews of getting some back air on Mario Kart instead. They can do it on a cart or off the cart as well. So I like that too. Maybe you might see like a F-Zero race to get a homage to that. I know it's not a tournament legal, but you know, just to be cheeky, why not?
Yeah, speaking of being cheeky, I mean, once again, you could see the monumental lead that Baby Bowser has. Again, Shifty just extending that lead even further. I mean, they have finished first place in what feels like every single map, every single race. Granted, not every single one we did get to see D4 finishing first in one of them, but
yeah.
It's just been all Shifty all day.
It's getting to the point to where, like, those first couple matches, were they just testing it out? Were they just figuring it out, really sussing out, like, oh, I'm on the stage for the first time. How am I going to react? Am I going to get my nerves down? Because after that, they have been on fire. They have not given up first place in a couple of matches. Only D4 got, what, 2 of the first place? Other than that, it's been everything Shifty. And again, it doesn't matter if they're far behind in the pack. Even on the last track, they're able to find their way back to the front. So excellent job by them.
Yeah, I mean, you got Shifty, who is the spearhead, but at the same time, you got Logan, who is like literally the bruiser. They're the ones that are applying the damage, and they are the ones that are nullifying the other two opponents coming from Varsity MK. And right now, Logan is literally just playing that bruiser role, literally dealing out the damage and keeping Shifty in that first place spot.
You know, it's just like the Celtics, right? Everyone talks about Bill Russell. How many rings he got? Well, guess what? He needed the bruiser enforcer, Bill Lambert, there to make sure that you can guarantee some of those victories. Oh, I apologize. I'm confused. I'm thinking about Isaiah Thomas and Bill Lambert. I apologize. I'm getting my era mixed up right now. I'm done with the 90s trend, getting that all mixed up. Well, something I'm not done with is all these fantastical cars. This is an F-Zero race. I just mentioned it a little bit earlier. This is one of my favorite maps.
Same.
And you have to deal with those escalators, right? The frontwards, the backwards. And you have to make sure you're on the right path, or at least you're off the track so you don't end up losing momentum. So that's why I love this track.
Yeah, I also really do like this one as well. And again, and if I'm not mistaken, actually, you know, and I think I am, but I also really like the map that has the big loop-de-loop, where you go completely upside down inverted.
Oh, yeah. Geez, that's
it reminds
music,
me of
right?
this one because it also has a lot of those escalators and boosts.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I believe it is this map, right? When we get towards the end, we are going to be seeing a little bit of that right there. Here you go. We're going through the wormhole, the tunnel, right? And again, these escalators, elevators, it's really important. Right now, we have not seen a lot of Piranha action. Piranha can actually do as a speed boost, or it can be, if you're right by an enemy, actually end up damaging them right there. So we're not going to actually see any damage go on, but at least we'll see that speed boost right now as we're going to the actual individual boost for this track as well.
Yeah, and it looks as though that you could see Logan right now currently in that first place spot, trying to hold on to this lead. And again, they have been phenomenal at the middle of the pack, and now that they're leading the pack, they are looking like a really strong competitor. And not only that, but they have their teammate right behind them, and they're both able to take the first and second place spot. And once again, that is going to be a massive amount of points, a total of 8 for their team, and that is going to push them at a total of 35 points.
And look at that, right? D4 is actually in second, but look at the difference between points. Even if D4 were to win 2 more races, they still would not catch up with Shifty unless they really just end up at the back of the pack time and time again, right? So you're really gonna have to make sure you're in second sometimes, but you gotta sneak away at least a couple of firsts in order to make sure that you're not falling too far behind and that you don't end up being wiped out the competition before the competition actually really starts, you know?
Yeah, but how do you do that? That's the question. That's the difficult part. How do you outperform Shifty? How are you able to beat them literally at their own game at this point? Again, they're doing some tech that I'm not familiar with. I mean, they're able to literally stop, turn around on a dime, throw a bomb out, turn around, and then still win the race. Even when they're not supposed to win, Shifty still wins. It doesn't make sense.
Shifty right now, it doesn't even matter. In the beginning, Shifty, I guess, needs to feel some wind beneath their wings, right? We did see Shifty not actually, capture the league all the time, but as soon as they got a little bit comfortable, they've been time and time again getting first and getting the points. All of the points are going their way. We're back to Coconut Mall. It's originally a DS track, and guess what? One of my favorite tracks tracks as well. It can be so crazy, these finishes, but it doesn't even matter if these finishes can be crazy and have potential on Coconut Mall if you don't stop Shifty, and right now nobody is.
Yep, not yet. But can you imagine you're at the mall, you're just there getting a Wetzel pretzel, and all of a sudden you see a bunch of people on go-karts throwing turtle shells at each other?
You know what? I've seen those, like on TikTok. You have those guys, you have those mini carts that are like drifting through the hallways, right? It actually feels very Mario Kartish, and I actually want to try it out if I wasn't so accident prone. I just end up like breaking my elbow or something. I'm like, I don't need that to happen, okay?
Well, meanwhile, we're getting back into the thick of things here, and it looks like D4 is going to have a lead currently. No, that's going to be Gibberato that is going to be taking that first place spot for now. And meanwhile, it does look like Logan, or no, not Logan, I'm sorry. That is going to be D4 actually behind them, trying to make the catch up here. As you can see, Shifty and Logan are on the come up here as Shifty is able to get the boot there onto the Princess Peach, and they push themselves forward as Gibberato continues to hold on to the lead as we go into the final lap.
And this is the first time that I've seen Gibby actually be in front for this amount of time, so you're gonna have to play it straight, and you're gonna have to play it smart too. Unfortunately, they're able to block away that red shell, so good on them for maintaining that, but eventually get caught, able to maintain it, but Shifty is right on their trail, and Cap, if we've seen anything from that tournament, this is not great if you are the other opponent.
Yeah, absolutely not. Gibberato trying to hold on to their lead here. Shifty accidentally hits the hot rod as the final turn comes through, and Gibberato is going to be able to finish in first, and D4 trailing not far behind. That should be a 15-point finish for the side of Varsity, and K, that was a big win.
This could be a huge momentum shift. This is the first time that we've seen Shifty actually make a mistake, and to make it at such a critical junction really hurts. Not only did they run into the hot rod, but right before that they ended up clipping a little bit of out of bounds too, and ended up hitting that tree. Shifty going ahead and still winning this, but my goodness, what a finish Shifty did at Tokasika. Winning
My.
this Undisputed Esports State Championship. The victory going to the Revving Roses at Atokasika right now. And you know you gotta do it to them. Hit them with the belt.
Oh, absolutely. Hoist it high, host it with pride. You have done it. You are the Texas Esports Undisputed Mario Kart State Champions.
All right, so we have in our second place, the Colony Varsity. And of course, our grand finalist, Revving Roses. Let's give it up for our grand champions. And one last time for our finalists of Mario Kart! Back to you, Bordy.
Revving Roses came out revved up, right? They got into stage, they were jumping, really defying the odds and really exemplifying what this tournament's about. Hypeness, showmanship, and guess what? Winning. All they did was win, and it's thanks to that guy in that Leatherman jacket. Shifty doing their thing, but shout out to Logan too. We didn't give them a lot of love. Really, that enforcer, like you said, their teamwork made the dream work, and that's why they're living their dreams, getting that belt.
Yeah, and you know what, I gotta tell you, I think that the term undisputed appropriately describes Atascocita High School when it comes to Mario Kart, my goodness. But Bordy, I think it's time we get a word in edgewise from our champions there on the stage. Please, Kelsey, please take it away.
Champs of Mario Kart. If you would, just introduce your school and your names.
What's up, guys? My name is Shifty. This is my partner, Logan, and we come from Atascocita! As you can see, that's all of them right there.
Awesome. I see you got your school here up in the front supporting you. Now, please tell me, what was the strategy going into these games?
Okay, to be honest, I wasn't really thinking. I was on autopilot the entire time. Kind of just playing, just to have fun, Even though I was kind of toxic, but it was just for the viewership,
Now, do you have a strategy when you go into picking your maps, your car, your character, your wheels?
I mean, as you can tell, I was switching characters every single time, but I was using the same combos because, I love the shopping cart wheels. They're really nice. But when it comes to tracks and stuff, certain tracks help you run, back, which is, staying in the back, as you can see. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, you were switching up a lot of characters. Now, that's part of the tactic, right? You got to keep switching on them.
No, I was just messing around.
I'm glad you had fun on this stage. You guys are taking home the belt. Congratulations. Revving Roses one more time. Thank you, guys. Congrats.
You know what? Shifty said that, he wasn't really thinking. He was just, doing whatever you want. Guess what, Cap? I'm going to pull it out. Cap, he's capping right now. This is Cap. Because guess what? He said he was being a little bit toxic. I think he thought that, especially when he had that last little throw at the end of Excitebike the first time we saw that map. Oh, wait, you have to think about that. When you have that far of a lead, you think, man, can I pull this off? And that's exactly what he thought. He actually did pull it off. And it made for an amazing highlight, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I'm glad that I stand corrected because, again, I was calling them Asasita High School the entire time. And it's good to know that they're actually called Atascocita because we could just call it Atsokacita and call it a day. I would be perfectly content with that as well. But in all honesty, we have got to give it up to Atascocita. Again, they came out, they saw, they conquered. Again, no better word to describe this Mario Kart team than as undisputed champions.
They put in the work and really made up some great highlights on the way, but they didn't get that lead initially, right? It was back and forth, really close. Look at that. Shifty did not find the momentum really early on. In fact, D4 really feeling themselves, Daisy also feeling themselves really too. That's Jibby. Really did a great job of really holding it down, but eventually Shifty started to shift the tides and then start to shift the score as well.
Yeah, and not to mention, we gotta hark back to the stamina and endurance it takes to play consistently. Like we saw Shifty, and they started out really well, and they were able to get this first place spot, but then they did it again, and then they did it again and again and again. It takes so much endurance to be able to constantly play at your peak performance, and it seemed as though that Shifty just simply did not falter, not throughout the grand finals, not throughout the pool play, not throughout the weekend. They managed to stay at the top of their game from very start to the finish.
Reminds me of my favorite sports show. It's a little bit of a parody, so they'll take this seriously. But they're like, oh yeah, you won a championship. Oh, you won a round. Do it again. And then do it again. And then do it again. And that's exactly what they did, but they did it in style too. We will not forget this play right there. Made me literally get up out of my seat. Shifty had to smile too. You throwing the ball, and then also coming through with the sight back at the last second. You put your hands up, Cap. There's nothing you could do about that.
You're not supposed to win those. Like, honestly, that doesn't happen. I looked at the script. The script does not say you win those, but yet somehow Shifty is the one to win those. They win everything.
Well, guess what? I'm reading the script right now. Yeah, there's nothing but blank pages. The script isn't written, just like Natasha Benningfield. You can write it your own self, and that's exactly what they did. Wrote it in style, fashion, I don't know, maybe cursive, maybe, I don't know if you've seen calligraphy where they get the fancy ink pens. That's exactly what they did, wearing the drift, and using the draft to make sure that they're all good. So let's go ahead and see a little bit of graphics to talk a little bit about what we saw earlier on, because oh my gosh, excitement, right? We have the state championships going on today. Again, this is Championship Saturday. We saw Cece win Street Fighter, right? But look at all of these titles, right? Revving Roses is the only other player besides Cece to go ahead and win. We have all these to-be-determined champions, Cap. We're really just getting started.
Oh yeah, we're really only not even halfway through Championship Saturday because, of course, we still got to get to the Overwatch 2 finals. We still got to see some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate finals. We still got to get to the finals for Valorant, Rocket League, Apex, Fortnite, and League of Legends.
Oh, we talked a little bit about it. These players are eating. Right now, we are eating a little bit of metaphorically, but then also we're full because of all this play that we're seeing here. Bordy McBoard, captain at Soka. We're going to throw it a break so we can see some more exciting championship action happening here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas.
borrow you for a second? What's up? Can you send me the careful?
Texas Esports Championship. I am here with what really TechSef is all about, the organization that provides this lovely event. I am here with none other than a student that has something crazy and interesting that they did while we were here at this event. But before we get to that, I would love to introduce him. Take it away, UZL. Tell me a little bit about yourself, what school you come from.
All right, so I'm currently representing Amtech from Amarillo. 7-hour drive, took a while. I came here for Smash. I play Corrin. I got a pretty bad placing. I'm not satisfied with it, so this is why I created this bracket.
Oh, okay. Well, before we get any further to that, there's a little lead into that. What's your name before we start off, and your gamer tag?
My name is Uciel, and my tag is Uz. I come from Amarillo. Most people know me from there.
Okay, so UZL, Amtech, from Amarillo, right? So again, you said that you came here for Smash, and you intended to honestly play in this tournament, correct?
Yes.
And then something interesting happened. Tell me a little bit about your journey, what happened during your tournament, and how you ended up doing what you did, because there's something interesting that you did.
All right, so yesterday we got here 9-something in the morning. I played my pool flawless, no games dropped. I was very proud of it. And then I was told that we are playing bracket today. I was shocked to see that there was no double elimination, which in their official rules they says that they will have double elimination. So I went to talk to one of the TOs. They said, "Oh yeah, no, it's single elim." Okay, I dealt with it, and I find out I have to play the champion last year.
Ooh.
So I got out at 33rd because of that.
Oh, okay.
If it was double elimination, I would have gotten a much better placement. I promise you.
But no, because sometimes that happens. Again, UZL decided, hey, let me join this tournament, Smash. Unfortunately, sometimes it's the luck of the draw. You end up going against the juggernaut, single elimination too. You don't get that extra shot. But UZL, playing in the tournament was pretty free, right? And then decided, hey, I see the fact that there could be an opportunity for me to TO, and if you guys aren't aware what TOing means, that means tournament organizing. He kind of became one. Tell me how that happened and how you decided to take on the responsibility to run your own Smash bracket.
All right, so this morning I came here.
We have some crowds showing some love and support. Go on.
I got here in the morning. I was like, okay, I'm gonna play some money matches. I'm gonna find some good players. So I got here. I asked, hey, does anyone want to play? I played with them for a few matches. Their tag is ace. They're actually in this top 8 coming up soon.
Okay.
And they were like, hey, we got 4 or 5 hours. So you want to set up a bracket? I set up the bracket on paper. Originally it was supposed to be on start.gg. Took me a while.
Originally supposed to be on start.gg, but then he said, hey, I'm going to do it on paper. And this is what we're seeing right here. Continue on with your story because I have to show it on paper, the visual.
So after struggling with start.gg a little bit, we decided to round up some paper. And I basically yelled out, hey, who wants to play? I have $20, who wants it? There's people signing up. People giving me money actually for the pot.
Oh, really?
We raised up to $50. I got an extra $30 just to run a tournament.
And that's the thing, right? Here at TechSef, we're all about students taking initiative and joining the esports space. And that's exactly what you did, UZL, right? We've had student casters come on to here, join us in the booth, kind of get some experience, whether they're beginners or whether they've been doing this thing for a while. But then UZL decided, hey, I'm not in the bracket anymore. Let me make my own bracket. And there's actually some, you can see it right here. We see $50, there's $30 for the top, $10. He even did some bracket. And not only that too, again, start.gg didn't work for him. So you went ahead and said, hey, I'm going to do not only a single bracket, I'm going to do a double. And honestly, did you choose a double because you, like you said,
I was very excited about it, yes.
Yes.
And so it was so great because we have 2 of the top 8 finishers right here in that same bracket. And neither of them won, which surprised me because none of the others were there.
Yeah.
And then the player that won actually got 17th. That shocked me. He got 17th, and he did it amazing. He did the best out of everyone, of course.
Yeah.
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 And so far, the 2 top 8 finishers got 2nd, and I think 5th or 4th.
And you know what? Sometimes that happens in tournaments, right? Sometimes you get a good luck of the draw, right? So unfortunately, you didn't get a good luck of the draw in one tournament, but then you have a clear pathway in other ways too. And as you see it in the tournament, sometimes seeding can change a little bit around depending on who's who and who you draw and run into. But ultimately, like I said, taking the initiative, deciding, hey, I'm going to run a tournament, that's exactly what we love to see, what we're all about. Is this your first time actually tournament organizing?
This is the first time I've done it in person. I run tournaments every Tuesdays online, just because my local scene didn't have a venue for a little bit, and they're like, hey, we still want to play the game. So I decided to set up these tournaments. If anyone from Amarillo is watching, Kane, he helps me TL those tournaments as well. He's also running P+ tournaments online as well on Thursdays now.
Ooh, okay. So again, if you guys, this is a call of action too. If any of you all would like to help UTL, he is going to be around. Make sure you remember this face because, hey, you could get some opportunities, right? And he created an opportunity for yourself. Tell me how different it was doing in-person tournaments versus this is your first time doing it. You know, you've done it offline, but in person, totally different. How was that push and pull comparatively?
I mean, it was difficult, of course, because paper, I couldn't. There was no system where I could just automatically put it into
paper.
He's
crossing out things and everything.
Yes. I got in trouble for yelling, actually. I was yelling for players' tags, and they were like, hey, you can't be yelling over there, because I think it was Rocket League or Fortnite or League or something like, they have to hear over there. I was yelling, and then someone came out and like, no, you can't yell. So I stopped yelling.
Yeah.
So I was just calling for people's names. Semi-normal voice. I was like, hey, this person.
Yeah, you have to rally the troops, right? You need to find people. That happens over here too.
And surprisingly, there wasn't too many DQs. There was a few DQs because people didn't know that there was a losers. There was, I don't know. They just it wasn't too difficult. It surprised me.
Yeah.
If anything, that so many players 30 plus players actually.
Yeah, so the fact that so many players, I mean, it helps the fact that we're already in tournament setting. And like you said, sometimes you run into a wrong person. I want to get back into the pot. And honestly, you jumped into the fire and took it on really well. Again, this is your first time doing it in person. And even though you said it was a little bit stressful, I like that. That's leadership skills. That's taking initiative. I was telling UZL a little bit too. This is a perfect opportunity for you all, going on to this. TOs are always needed. UZL said himself, he is looking for TOs. So again, taking that initiative, learning is exactly what this tournament is about. You learn skills. What is the number one thing that you've learned doing it right here during today?
I guess, it would just be a leader. If you want something, you gotta do it yourself. You gotta get it done yourself.
Yeah.
If no one's gonna help me, you just gotta get it done, I guess, yeah.
Get it out the mud, man. You have to work hard, and honestly, you create opportunities for other people because, of course, you do it Tuesdays. You can do it online. You create opportunities for players to get a 30-pop prize pool, right? And then you create opportunities for you because you can take this further on. Again, we're always looking for TOs in the esports space. So, hey, it's nice to know that UZL has that ability to be a TO and a player too. Versatility gets you more opportunities. You don't just need to be casting. You don't just need to be production. You can also do management. Shout out to my guy Nico doing a runner back here to make sure that we're all good. Again, TechSep is all about bringing forth the new generation in esports. But before we're done with you today, you had some comments about the tournament. We've seen so many different things here today. What's something interesting that you've seen here today or want to make a comment about TechSep in your experience?
I am very grateful that I got this opportunity. I've never traveled to San Antonio.
Yeah.
But please, if you're going to run a tournament, make it for the players, not for time or money. There's a lot of, the WLM, a lot of people were complaining about it. There's people on Twitter complaining about it. There's a lot of players I heard would complain about it. There was the venue. Of course, it's great. I love the theater. I love the giant screen. The production's great. I love it. It's beautiful. I've taken many pictures. But please, if you're going to do something, do a survey and listen to the players that you are putting this on for.
Hey, man, I love you. You're all about the players and all about making sure the players get it done. Shout out to UZL. Give it a round of applause here. Leadership skills all over. UZL coming out through. Put that back on. Put that back on. Any shout outs before we go and before we take it to break?
All right. So there's people from my local scene, MTM and Mar. If you are watching this, I wouldn't be here without y'all. I would have quit Smash in the first month. I was an O2er from the beginning, and now I'm up here in state. Very thankful. All of Amarillo, I've stayed with them. All right, that'll be all.
All right. Well, again, shout out to UZL, the bracket creator, the bracket maker, a leadership. I'm seeing it in you. We are going to break. More action on the other side. Board and McBoard, UZL, all about teaching the students, really about the future. Thank you so much, TechSep, for the opportunity, not only for us, but for also the future as well. See you soon.
It is me, Jacob.
And Ethan Collinsworth.
And we are at the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championship live at Fiesta, Texas. How are we feeling,
That
Ethan?
is good. I'm feeling good, Jacob. Are you excited?
I was born for this, man.
I'm excited. They sound
I am
excited.
unbelievably excited, man.
Well,
how has Six Flags been for you, man?
it's been all right. You know, it's a lot of time, pretty time consuming out here. You know, playing Smash myself.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
watching the game. Street Fighter was incredible. Mario Kart was incredible.
Everyone's here for Smash, right?
Oh,
Let's
for
be
sure.
Am I
You
right,
kidding me?
crowd? Am I right?
Everyone likes Smash, right?
We all like Smash here, right?
Sounds like it to me. But anyways, yeah. But this could not happen without our list of sponsors. You know.
Yeah, our list of sponsors.
So they're sponsored by Next Level Racing, Intel Plus Lenovo, Ishoni, Landflex, CLX, the Texas Army National Guard.
Landfest, Data Projections, and Play VS. We have to thank our sponsors, man. Without them, this production wouldn't be possible, right?
Could not be possible, nope.
And well, how about we check out the bracket while we're at it?
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
a good idea.
Let's
Kinda
check
need
out
that.
the bracket. Look at all these incredible players. Hey,
Oh,
look at
man.
Leo right there. I know some friends
Leo.
who were taken down by him right there.
Oh yeah, no, like my butt kicked by 3 of these yesterday.
Oh yeah. Toast. I was looking at his matches earlier. These players are truly the best of the best, the GOATs even.
A little scary, to be honest with you. I heard people talking about Crackshot in the lobbies yesterday all the time.
Oh yeah, dude, I swear, 80% of the people in this tournament were Joker players, bro. These Joker players are everywhere.
Not me though.
We could not be him, you know?
Absolutely not. It's better than playing, Dark Pit.
Hey, okay, we don't gotta get it personal up in here. Okay.
Imagine sticking to fundamentals, man. Ugh.
I know.
Anyway, but yeah, I think we should take it back to our host over there.
Yeah, let's go check in on
Take it to our
Kelsey.
host, Kelsey, please.
Are we back?
Check 1 2 1 2 check.
Turn it off.
Hello. Testing. Ooh, there we go. Got a new mic. Here we are. All right, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. We are here for our Smash Championship. I've got the belts, but now we need a champion. So let's bring these players out. Chinese! Give it up for Vash! Crackshot! Leo! Bargain! And one! Give it up for one! Give it up for our contestants! All right, let's go for the Smash Championship! Back to our student casters.
Up on that stage right now.
Much beautiful hair too.
You know,
Beautiful
all
locks.
those sponsors and all that is cool and all, but like
Right.
we gotta shout out our home.
That's right.
Our home from
We didn't come here alone.
Can I get
Texarkana.
Texas high up in here?
Absolutely. Anyway.
Anyway.
So, the other casters last time were talking about it. They were talking about Mario Kart for some reason. Waluigi's super popular character, right? Jacob, do you think he should be in Smash?
No. What's Waluigi, bro? What's he gonna get him with the tennis racket? Nah. Little skinny twerp, bro. I don't know, man. Well, I don't want Waluigi in.
You could have said no.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I'm just
Well,
being
who,
honest
who,
out here,
who
man.
do you want? Smash 6 is pretty up in the air right now. 6, excuse me. It's pretty up in the air right now. So, anyone you want in particular for Smash 6? Like,
My goat Rayman. Hey, any Rayman fans out there? No.
Yeah, exactly.
I
You
didn't
hate
think I
Waluigi,
did.
but you like Rayman.
Yeah,
huh?
man.
Yeah. I would have loved for the Doomslayer to be in the game, but hopes and dreams were crushed when he was.
You
a
know
Mii
something
fighter.
else up to preference, Ethan? Controls, right? Like there's so many controllers that we've been seeing out there. I saw a guy with a hitbox out there for SF6. There are some really interesting controllers
I
out
think
there.
I saw
man.
that too. Yeah, I have a friend with a golden GameCube. So
Yeah, those GameCube controllers are really good for Smash out there.
he
You
must
can hear
think
them
he's-
yelling about it
Absolutely,
over there.
you must think he's the best dude in the game or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Imagine bringing a golden controller up
Hey.
and taking yourself seriously.
Hey, I can't diss him, bro. I can't diss him.
Huh?
Golden controllers are.
I don't know. He's not better than me. But
I mean, you run Smash Stick, so like.
Excuse me. I will take no Smash Stick
It's
slander.
tilt stick, right? It's tilt stick, right?
It's Smash Stick.
Tilt stick.
Are you kidding me?
All right. Well,
Whatever.
Yeah, no. So we were talking about Joker earlier, right? Like,
What
there's
about it?
so many Joker players, right?
That's true.
True. Like one of the better characters in the game, you'd say, right?
Yeah, maybe
Down till.
he's kind of good,
Like,
Back
what do you think is good about him? Yeah, back air.
Back air.
air's a big one.
Back air.
Back air.
Back air. Oh, back air.
Oh, we're forgetting back air.
Yeah, and Arsene.
Arsene's pretty good.
Generally when you give Sheik a JoJo's stand, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, he just kills early, and then there's no way to beat it, really. I mean, you just don't hit him.
Just like don't hit him. Like don't get
Don't hit him, yeah.
It's not that hard.
It's that easy. Then he gets a counter and a reflect in it, too. So
This just turned into like a Joker hating podcast.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm a Joker main. I'm used to this,
Yeah.
But, since we're talking about Joker, let's talk about your character. Yeah, no, you could have just played, like, Dark Pit, regular Pit.
Yeah.
But you didn't. You had to be edgy, right? You call us edgy, but you have to play Dark Pit, even though Pit is literally better. His arrows are better.
I admit Pit is better. I need to learn Pit.
You should.
I need to learn Pit.
Why don't you?
But you know, Ethan, this is about the players on that. Can we get some noise for the players out there? Man, those players on that stage, way better than us. Way better than I'll guarantee you.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
no.
guarantee it. Those players out there are way better than us.
Neither of us made it past pools, so.
You probably shouldn't listen to our opinions, honestly.
No. That's not. Yeah, no. Don't.
No, that's pretty true.
No, we're a couple of scrubs down
I'm
here.
a bit of a contrarian myself, I'd say. I have some pretty spicy takes out
Oh,
there.
that's why you play Dark Pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So,
Do we need to take it backstage, Ethan?
Huh?
Do we need to take it backstage?
Yeah, let's take it backstage.
Yeah,
You wanna
let's-
take this?
let's take it
Let's
back.
do this, Noodle Arms.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, what are you talking?
So what am I talking about?
All right, anyway.
I'm still taller than you.
How about this venue, right? This venue, it's truly one
Yeah,
of the
no,
best
that's
venues
great.
I've ever been to.
Absolutely. Yeah.
This theater, massive. The screen is not as big.
It's not
but
better. Not better than the theater we got back home.
Okay.
But yeah, no, this is an incredible place. Six Flags is awesome. One of my favorite amusement parks.
Been here so many times to count. It's truly an incredible place.
1, 2,
3.
3.
3.
What was the third time?
I don't know. When I was young, I think.
You think?
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right, I said not to listen to my opinions, bro.
But, this whole thing has been organized. No, I love it. You can just come in and watch when you want to. Other than that, you can just go and get food, go on rides.
Support your teams out there, right?
Absolutely.
Love my boys out there. It looks like we're getting free. Maybe.
Are we going to the game?
We might be.
All right. Let's do this.
Chinese versus Vosh.
Vosh. You think that's a Trigun reference?
Oh, here it is.
Here we go.
The
Let's get right
Incin.
into it. There's like a Pokemon trainer and Incineroar.
On Pokemon Stadium, too. We got the Pokemon
Absolute
battle out here.
Hometown advantage. Oh, for both of them. Yeah.
Look at that Darkest Layer. Oh, there's the side B off stage. Oh, what a forward tilt, that perfect
Yeah,
spacing on there.
Squirtle, real rat of a character
Oh,
here. He's gonna
the
nope,
invincibility.
back to-
Did you see that?
I did not. So yeah, back to Ivysaur here. You're gonna try and keep Incineroar out of his effective range here.
Yeah, Incineroar is definitely a better matchup here with that long range. And there's the
Oh, he's
revenge
got
in the forward air.
Big old forward air.
Big damage there.
Ivysaur 115.
Big forward air, though.
From Incineroar would kill him here right now.
Oh,
Barely
punishes
missed the alone the
command
whip.
grab. Forward smash. No punish on the whip, though, from that dash attack.
Yeah, gotta get those whip punishes in,
Oh, that Darkest Layer,
big
though, got a
old
lot of kill
lariat.
power right on the frame 6. Oh, whips the up
Whips the
smash.
up smash.
Unable to punish with that side B. Oh, the whip.
No, whip and smash attack's pretty unusual for Ivysaur,
Yeah.
considering it's half the screen.
There's that Razor Leaf, man. Ivysaur loves that Razor Leaf, trying to zone out that Incineroar. Throws him off the stage.
No, does he get the down air? Not quite. Watch, gonna get back
Oh,
to
the
stage.
spike
Ooh,
killed him.
Big old stage spike.
No, they didn't even need off stage for that
Yeah,
one. There's
but-
the Charizard. They're getting that tipper nair.
Put him 6 feet under. This big old nair from Charizard.
Some
Literally.
impressive gameplay from Lasagna Cat over here.
Oh yeah, Garfield. It must not be a Monday. He's
Yeah, this one. Luckily, we're playing on a Saturday,
big
right?
old Alolan whip. Yeah.
Oh, that back air though,
Nasty
able to
back
kill
air.
from all the way over there. That
Disgusting.
disgusting. Now back to the Squirtle. Really good at low percents for those combos.
Get that type advantage too, you know.
Down here, the crowd erupts from that spike.
Disgusting. I need to sanitize after
I need a
that.
shower after that one, man.
Anyways, but yeah.
Oh, there's the forwarders trying to space him out.
Misses the
Good nair
revenge, gonna
punish.
get it with a nair.
Sabi, look at this gameplay riser, trying to keep him in the air as much as possible.
Ivysaur is doing a great job of keeping Incineroar out of
Oh,
his
that revenge is going to be a lot of damage. 48%,
48%.
from one forward air.
Does he get back to stage? Yep. Yes, he does. Big old nair. Take advantage back to neutral.
I agree
Spot
with you
dodge.
there.
Can't do it.
How do you feel about this, man? This Instant isn't quite a viable pick, but he's making him look like he's top tier out
Absolutely
here.
not. Incineroar usually, not placing too high on the tier list at the highest level of play, but you know, I think the tier list should matter.
Speaking of tiers, that spike has to be one of the better ones in the game.
He saw the spike earlier and said, nah, let me give that back to you, baby.
Get that revenge over here. Get that karma.
Just dipping on each other here. Little side here. Back to the type advantage of Squirtle here.
Chilling out for a second.
So it looks like we're having a mental battle here. See who can psych out the other the most. Misses the water gun. Grab him, slam him down. Does he get the down B again?
Trying to go for that down tilt 2 frame. Unable to get it though. Oh, there's that Squirtle forward air. Really good for spacing Incineroar out.
Almost barely dead. He touched the sky
There's
there.
the Ivysaur. A lot heavier than able to live a lot longer than Squirtle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, you know, Incineroar's here. I mean, he's one of the heavier
Absolutely,
characters in the game,
yeah. 138%. Incineroar can sneeze on the Ivysaur right now and get him out of here. But he does get the type advantage.
Hopefully he took his allergy pills this morning, or Ivysaur might be
Absolutely.
cooked.
Keep lasagna away from this cat.
To be honest, though, Ivysaur's kind of putting him a fight.
Absolutely. It's not over yet.
Trying to knees here.
While Incineroar is one of the strongest characters physically in the game, his offstage game is not
And
the
he's
greatest.
also the slowest.
Is he really?
Yeah, slowest in the game. Ivysaur. That up air.
Almost both fighters so high
That up
percent
air
right
has
now.
to be one. Oh, wait. The up
suplex.
air is going to
Ooh.
kill. And there's Vash. Taking home first game on Pokemon Stadium. Hey, there's the finger guns.
Using the pesticides on that plant.
Vash is here to win and to have fun while doing it, you know.
Absolutely. What a great first game.
What a great first game. Let's see where they go next, man. These bans here are going to be really important. Probably going to want to pick a bigger stage in order to zone.
Yeah, for
like
sure.
Ivysaur's going to be even though the type weakness, right, is going to be a versatile fighter here.
Probably a lot of platforms too. Maybe a PS2 or a Battlefield.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Those platforms would be really good for, but they could be good for Incineroar too. You know, his up air is one of the better up airs in the game, I'd say.
That's true. Bosch is doing so good at getting through the zoning and all the little hits. Looks
Such
like
a patient player, you could say. Yeah.
100%. Was that a Ditto pick I saw?
Was that a Ditto? Are we about to see it?
No.
Doesn't look
all
like
right.
it. I think you're blind.
Either way, I think you're blind.
Hey, okay, let's focus on the
Let's
game.
have
Let's focus on the game. We gotta get our
backstage.
priorities straight.
Just
There's
big ol'
that
Alolan whip
perfect
start.
Alolan whip right there, already at 41%. That's basically kill percent for Incineroar, right?
Yep. Let's see if Chinese can really take advantage of Squirtle's insane combo game here. Incineroar.
Such a versatile fighter as well.
For sure. Incineroar's pretty heavy. You know, it's pretty easy to get eaten like lasagna for combos. You know
I
what I
agree
mean?
with that, yeah. There's
Big ol'
that
up
up B, the waterfall.
It's big old type.
The thing is, though, Squirtle might be comboing Incineroar a lot, but Vash only needs a few hits to kill Squirtle here.
For sure, yeah. Wonder if he's gonna switch out soon. If he's gonna stay on the Squirtle, he's the water.
He's using that water gun to bait out his jump.
So,
oh no!
try to get the gimp, but the heavy armor is gonna get through it there.
There's that forward air right there. A lot of range, able to camp him out of that.
Yep.
Trying to play that nice footsies with Incineroar.
100%. Incineroar, I think.
Oh, the reversal!
That was
the
nice.
Uno reverse card.
On that topic, I think Incineroar has some of the best nobles in the game. Back
I
air.
agree with Vosh.
air.
Might as well make him draw 4 at that point, man.
Big
That
ol'
is
up smash.
insane.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's that back air, right? A nice 13%.
Back to Squirtle for
It's
here.
the Alolan whip, unable to get the time. Maybe he wanted that up air though.
Perhaps.
Hard to get into the brain of an Incineroar player.
Yeah.
That forward air to the down tilt. Oh my god, these combos.
Nasty combos here.
These combos from Chinese knocks him off stage.
Can he get?
Oh, that up smash would have been big.
Barely
That,
misses the punish there.
that cross chop is going to be the death of Chinese here.
And suddenly it's even after that insane.
That down tilt, this is the forward air.
I'm telling you, the 2 frames, man.
The percents might not
Gets
be
the
even,
revenge.
but like, it could go either way right here.
100% here.
Oh, whips the down. Oh, another one. The spot dodge. Dude, they are in each other's heads right
I know,
now.
man. That revenge is scary now.
Such
Charizard to
the
die.
scrambles right here. Everyone just weaving and dodging each other's attacks.
Anything could put Charizard out of commission right here with this revenge.
that
I
forward air,
think he's
maybe?
gonna lose it though. Yep.
Oh, the reversal again! Dude, he is a master at that back air.
It cost him his life, though, but that's okay.
Chinese is going to have to figure out how to adapt to this, man.
Suddenly, it's even. Let's see how the players go from here. And he's still keeping out the Squirtle to get that rack
That
up
back
damage.
air, on it, stuffing out his own back air.
That's true.
Despite Squirtle's tail, Incineroar's legs are just way too long. He did not skip
It's
leg
the
day in that
throw,
gym.
Down air. The crazy
Look at these
combo.
combos.
Suddenly, it's even.
Do we get a fat downer here?
No,
Whips the forward smash.
Vosh great at recovering with that.
Oh, the weak hit though, not very strong, but gets him off stage. Enough for the setup into the down tilt into the up air.
He's gonna go on this offstage interaction here. Gonna get the revenge off the Razor Leaf. Got a big ol' attack coming up next.
There it is, right there. Like what you're saying. Revenge amplifying the attacks when he gets hit.
One of the highest priority nairs in the game here.
That nair is
Another
so broken.
revenge.
I hate fighting it. There's a down tilt into the up air. Does not kill though.
Ooh.
155. Chinese is having a rough time right now
A
on ledge.
light breeze would knock out Chinese right now.
Is that the light breeze? That's not the light breeze.
That's not the light breeze. But here's the hurricane, baby.
Oh, the invincibility into the
gonna be
fourth
it.
throw. That's gonna be the kill. Even on Charizard, one of the heavier characters in the game, still able to knock him out with that forward throw. Still giving us them finger guns, you know.
Sent him to meet Jesse and James in Team Rocket there, you know.
Yeah. You know, I really wonder what our GOAT Chinese is listening to right now, man.
Yeah, me too. Music, like, what do you think is the best song in Smash?
Best song in Smash, Rivers of the Desert, like the favorite.
Rivers in the Desert, yeah, I'm a Persona fan myself. You know, Xenoblade has some good ones. Honestly, Mario goes hard too. You know, Mario's such simple songs and your stuff, you know, super catchy. Well, let's see what our players do next here.
Maybe we'll get a switch, but honestly, I feel like the Pokemon trader is kind of working for him. I don't think we really need to see any
I don't
switches
think the
out here.
character's the problem there either.
I think it's more so stage. He went on, what stage did he go on? Remind me?
That was PS Pokemon Stadium, right?
Was it again?
PS1? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Competitive players love that stage. I mean, who doesn't?
Of course.
It's a really good stage for those double plats, you know.
Yeah, let's see what that.
Seems like we got Town and City this time, though.
I thought this was Smashville. Oh,
This is a great counter pick for Chinese here, even though he's already in the corner.
Yeah, all these platforms, some great.
All these platforms, but it also turns to a nice FD later that Vash can really capitalize on since he's, you know.
100%. Let's see how Vash handles this.
Look at these down throws, sitting right on his face.
Ew.
You know what I mean.
Anyways.
Jumping to the command grab. Don't jump.
You know, pulling the weed here.
Getting all the momentum. Vash has all the momentum on the side. Getting him in that ledge trap. Vash is really good at this ledge trapping, you know. Switches into Charizard for that better recovery. Charizard easily has the best one out of all of them.
We have yet to see a flare.
Look how the tables have turned. That back air is so strong on that tipper. And there it is
so
again.
Strong.
That's such a strong back air from that Charizard.
Off the side of, what was that, around 70?
80, I think.
All right.
One more hit, and Vash could kill this Squirtle right here, this little tiny turtle.
Yep.
Oh, but there's that side B mix-up. Another one. No punish. Forward air.
Get the forward air here.
Ooh, that nair, such high priority, able to stuff with that back
Looks
air.
like Chinese is having a hard time keeping Bosch at bay here.
I agree with you there.
One of the most important things about keeping Incineroar is out of his effective range here. You don't want to grab him, throw you around, you know.
But that forward air, right?
That's exactly what's happening. That forward air was
Incineroar's effective range is a lot longer than you think it is because of his long legs.
100%. Like I said, some of the best Knowles in the game, but and Bosch is definitely making use of that here. So so many back airs, forward airs, revenges, even the down air.
I think Chinese is really, you look at that, he's using really well, like the versatility of his character. Switching up, there's that down air!
Ooh, the down air!
Right under the ledge, man. That's such good cheese right there.
That was a spike.
Quality Swiss.
We can count that as a spike.
I'd have to agree with you there.
So, the old Darkest Lariat there. What is that, frame 3?
That was safe? I'm sorry, what? There, look at those up airs. I just got Mario up in this.
The neutral tech's gonna save him though.
Oh, the down tilt, into up smash. I've never seen that combo before. Bash is cooking.
Neither have I. A little nair there. Can he get the edge guard? He's not. Ivysaur got a pretty safe recovery there.
Oh, how the tables have turned right here. Oh, but Bash was able to get that cross chop off, getting him all the way to the other side of the stage. What a strong move.
Love that armor on that. Gets the forward air.
Can we see a downer? I would love to see another spike here.
No, lets him get back on.
There's that
big old forward throw.
Will that get the kill? Oh, so close, you know. Incineroar's forward throw is one of the few throws that kill.
That's it.
From the back hit, too.
So, making out with the blast zone there.
All right, yeah. Oh, there's that forward air. Really good. It's almost like a sword normal.
How did up smash not hit? I don't know.
I don't know. It's, you know, like what Charizard's vertical moves are really not like the best. They don't tend to have intangibility on them.
Yeah, that's true. That's why we have Ivysaur. But
that's why we have Ivysaur.
It's neither of those right now. We got a Squirtle here.
That back air, like hitting him with his head almost.
For sure.
This sets up perfectly.
Can Bosch recover? Barely there.
There's the forward smash.
Big ol'
Oh, the
spot
down
dodge.
throw into the forward air.
Yeah.
One more
Can
hit,
he get-
Chinese could die, but then there he goes to the Ivysaur. Maybe a few
Nope.
more hits could last it.
Use an Ivysaur, safe recovery there to get it.
Oh, there it is.
Ooh.
That's that bash 3. Oh. Dude, even though Pokemon Trainer is versatile, he was unable to adapt to
100%.
Bash's just unparalleled offense right there.
Yeah, incredible.
And he takes the bow with the hat.
Vosh is incredible at getting it. He sent that plant to the moon, putting life on Mars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you there. Man, that Pokemon Trainer is going to have to go back to the Pokemon Center after that one.
100%.
Gonna need some heals.
Anyways, Vosh, even if his name's not a Trigon reference, he's still a Stampede.
Yeah, I agree with you there, man. Ugh. Dude, what an exciting first match, man. I can't wait to see the next ones.
100%, yeah. What a great first game, man.
That was such a great
Incredible. Two pretty unusual characters, too.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of, despite a lot of people thinking Pokemon Trainer is a really good character, there isn't a lot of Pokemon Trainers out there.
You're learning 3 characters, essentially, so it's pretty difficult.
I agree with you there, man.
So, Incineroar is difficult in his own way, too. Just because of
Difficult at a
how...
high level, specifically.
100%, yeah.
I've seen a lot of Incineroars, but none of them quite parallel Bash's Incin out there.
Absolutely.
Truly, one of the better players on that stage, right? Let's take a look at that
Yeah,
bracket.
yeah,
why
let's go to
not?
the bracket again here.
Let's see what's next up. Man, let's look at that Vash taking that 3 over Chinese.
Moving on. Next, we got Bargain and Juan. Here next.
Bargain and Juan next, man. Bargain, what a good name, honestly. Honestly, a pretty good tag.
I agree, yeah. Bargain. It's got a good ring to it.
Seems
Maybe
Bargain and Juan played off stream, but
they'll be making you.
are you hearing that?
Yeah, we got a big old crowd chant.
We got a
from Leo
crowd
there.
chant going on. Let's look at these highlights. Man, what a good game. That spike was disgusting.
So many good down airs and spikes here from these two. Oh yeah, we can't talk here.
Okay. Dude, like for example, Charizard's back air, he has a lot of range on his moves.
100%. The tipper is so strong.
Yeah,
too.
killing so early, but you know, Itsuru's a heavy guy, right? He's not gonna die that easily.
No, but
Not gonna let him get away with that.
Charizard.
Man, dude, what a crazy game that was.
100%, man. Incineroar is such an entertaining character to watch here.
He really is. Those revenges and those Alolan whips, they're unparalleled, really. All right, let's go check out the next match, why don't we? And then, man, dude, I'm still thinking about that Ivysaur, man. That Ivysaur down air.
Yeah, let's see what these next players have to offer here. So on to our next match here. I think it was Bargain.
Bargain.
Yeah. Get some noise for Bargain over there.
Yeah, we had that chant for him, I think. I think it was
Yeah.
Bargain. We got Crackshot and Leo. Are we dumb?
Shot. Like I said earlier,
We
I
might
know.
be dumb.
Oh wait, we might be dumb.
Leo though, I know I've seen Leo before. He's a pretty good Joker.
Oh,
I think he plays Joker. I'm pretty sure.
All right, it's a safe bet.
Yeah.
But again, Crackshot heard nothing but good things about this man.
Yeah, these players are truly some of the best out here in Texas.
Yeah.
Undisputed for a reason, right?
So you said Leo plays Joker. You know who Crackshot plays?
No idea, man. I haven't seen him in the bracket at all.
Oh, vibe. Maybe do you think maybe he plays Terry since like the back special?
Crack shoot. Maybe you're scheming.
It's shoot, isn't it?
It's shoot.
Whatever.
Crack shoot.
I was close.
Crack shoot.
There's a move called Crackshot in Smash,
You know,
right?
you remember back in my day when the first game came out, right? When the game came out like 5 years ago, I used to play Terry, right? Terry, honestly, that character is kind of insane. I won't lie. He has way more range and intangibility than you would really think.
For sure. And that Go Meter, man. Get the DLC comeback mechanic. Go Meter is just absurd, even if the inputs are hard to come out, you know. Power Geyser's insane. Buster Wolf, one of the strongest moves in the game.
And you can combo into him, which is even crazier.
100%. Out of a jab.
Out of a
you
jab.
know.
Jab, Power Dunk made it onto a shirt. That's how iconic it is.
It did?
It did, yeah. There's a Jab, Power Dunk shirt.
Incredible.
I would never purchase it.
Oh, no, you should.
You
should.
I have a Terry hat in my house. I mean, I'll bring it next time, literally.
That's true.
Yeah. And it looks like we're on character select here.
Let's see what this is it. Hey, it looks like maybe we might have been right there.
Yeah, we might have been onto something here.
Is that a Kazuya pick too?
I don't know, man. My goat Charlie out there. I hate to diss him out there.
Oh yeah.
My goat. He's a bit of a Kazuya enjoyer.
Perhaps, he used to be. He's also coincidentally the same guy that brought the golden GameCube controller.
Oh, is that him? Was that really him?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. Anyway, this is not a Charlie diss track. We gotta get on
the
this.
game here.
I see we were honest about that Terry. There's that crack shoot we were talking about earlier.
Crack shoot, yeah.
That parry. This could be death. Oh.
Yeah,
you see the Shoto fight, man. Both these characters excel at killing you at really low percents.
100%.
There's that EWGF. Oh!
Disgusting, man. Crackshot's already at 80%. Kazuya, such a scary character in close lanes. Any good touch or stun gonna meet an immediate death.
There it is, it beat the crack shoot, and he died from it.
I was saying.
There's no way.
No chance for the go meter. It was a no-go for that one.
Yeah, man, look at this movement. There's that crack shoot anti-air into the up air, keeping him in the. Oh, that spike would have been crazy.
Right.
Terry has a lot more range than Kazuya, I'd say.
For sure.
Kazuya has a way more invincibility, man. He can just duck under anything and you right.
I believe he's faster too. Kazuya is pseudo heavyweight, but that does not matter. He can kill you at 60 from anywhere on the stage.
Let's look at this ledge trapping right here.
100%. Good old jab power dump.
Yeah.
Let's see how he handles the ledge here.
No way! Caught him from under.
Dude, you're coming with me, he says.
Leo is making this game really short.
Oh, man.
Want to wrap it up real fast,
2 minutes in. Someone's already at 1 stock already, man. Whiffs the grab. It's not going to go well.
Dude, there it is, knocking him away. That EWGF, he's so consistent with it. Yo, making his name known. That crack shoot
100%.
really easily gets him in. It's even safe on shield, right? Trying to get a combo up that nair. Unable to get it though. There's that. What's that called? Oh my god, I forgot.
Power wave.
Power wave. He says it. I'm dumb.
Now you're just
using that power wave. That's the one thing that Leo doesn't really have a nice consistent projectile.
No, Kazuya really struggles against zoning there. But once he gets in, it's over, man.
It's the same for Terry, man. Terry is a bit of a menace. Not as much as Kazuya though. Kazuya will kill you at 0.
Yeah. Crackshot's got that go meter right now. Let's see if he can put it to good use here.
That back throw.
But that back throw might. Nope, he's barely alive. Laser
one good hit from either of these guys can kill the stock.
100%.
There it is, that up smash traded with that power knuckle.
It's going to be a very short first game.
Now look at that, man. That Kazuya, I don't know why I thought he played Joker. Was it the name? Was it MK Leo?
Who knows? Probably.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
Idiot.
Hey, but man, I'm not going to, I'm Kazuya, honestly, way hyper than Joker. That's just me.
Debatably.
I love to see those Kazuya combos on that big stage out there.
100%.
Let's make some noise for those combos, right?
Yeah. Who loves dying at 40?
Okay.
Anyways.
Put up the Rob from Crackshot.
Switch.
That could be a good and back. Really good for Leo's combo game, but Crackshot can zone him out really
100%.
easily here.
You get the gyro, the laser, all the tools. That big old nair, he's using it.
Oh yeah, man.
Hard.
There's that nair, parries that nair into the EWGF.
Yeah, some big old damage there. Only difference is Rob is pretty heavy though. He's gonna be a lot of combo fodder for Kazuya here.
Inside the ledge there. Let's see if we can get that. Let's see if we can get the edge guard here. Oh, unable to hit the back air.
Rob
no punish on that side because of the cross up.
Nope, big old throw.
There's that big projectile. You gotta wait for him to charge up a little bit once he fires it off.
Gyro out's a pretty scary place to be at the ledge, but the down B is gonna take it.
The down B completely disregarded that gyro. Into the EWGF. Can we get something here into the up air?
Got 41% off that. Still pretty nice.
There's that nair, that almighty nair from Rob.
Disgusting.
Beats almost any move in that game.
Barely whiffs the evil GF there.
There's the gyro is out. Can he do something with it? Oh, Kazuya has it. This could be detrimental.
One of the scariest things I've seen in this game. Kazuya with Rob gyro.
Put the fear of God in me.
The stuff of nightmares.
Onto the gyro. That did even more than it was supposed to.
Impaled him on the gyro there. He's gonna take it at 1 stock
Crackshot's gotta do something, man. He cannot get 3 stocked by Leo here.
Just gotta use Rob's crazy offstage game, kill power, something, man.
There's that up B.
57% off that. That was 3 hits, I believe.
There's that back air.
Big old back air.
What a beautiful back air, man. It might be a little slow, but once he's out there,
it's so powerful,
so powerful and so big.
Yep.
There's that up smash though. Leo making it quick. Run it back. It seems he wants to run PS2 back. Man, dude, those Kazuya combos, man, so hard to get around.
Such quick games, such high kill power, man.
Yeah, man. The thing is, though, it's not that Rob is gonna. It's not crack shoots. It's not that he's getting hit so much. The fear, he's putting the fear of God in him, man. Because if you get hit by Kazuya, it could be over.
It's all about the mental.
You hear that chant out there?
I hear it, man.
Oh yeah, man. This is about to be one of the.
right.
This game. Let's see it, man. Pull it back out with the Terry.
Back out with the Terry. Decided Rob was not the play.
Honestly, after that 3 stock, I kind of agree with him.
I think it's more
Reset into the jab, into the Hell's what's it called?
Hell's Gate?
Hell's Gate, yes.
There you go.
I was about to say Hell's Kitchen like we're in Marvel right
Hell's
now. What
Kitchen,
am I
what are you
talking
talking
about? Into the power, into the shirt, you know.
Hell's Kitchen, man. We're not in New York. Come on.
Yeah, what are we doing, man? There's that back air though, the
Go back
reversal.
air. The first time you'll ever see a back air from a Shoto.
Using that forward air to cross up. That forward air is really good for Terry. Frame 7, one of the fastest moves in the game.
Some real Street Fighter neutral here, even though.
Oh, he fell
power
out.
jump.
Didn't fall out of that one though.
Nope. Barely gonna survive. Kazi is a thick boy there.
I think crack shots have adapted to Leo's neutral here.
I agree. He's playing much better here. Definitely learned.
Oh no, he dropped the combo. That's so unfortunate.
Goes for the
Truly.
aerial power dunk. Does he take the ledge here? Cannot catch the roll.
Cannot catch the roll with that down. So there's that dash attack though. One of the better
Hit.
dash attacks in the game, I'd say.
Yeah, it's late though, so it's not quite gonna kill.
There's that power. Oh, is that gonna kill? Ooh, look at that charge. Expert finesse
the
right
whirling
there.
tackle.
That finesse charging it right when he hit that jab. He
We
wanted
gotta get that intangibility.
There's that go meter. There's the power. Look at
Into the
that.
bust
Already
wall.
at 56. The bust the wall.
Good old
And there it is
70%.
again. Is it
Oh
gonna be-
my
oh
God.
my God. Crack shot. I don't know what happened, but he locked the crap
100%.
in, man.
It's time to go, go, go.
Oh God, man. There it is again. Oh, one more hit and
56%,
that could be it.
So he is not okay after that ice. I'll tell
yeah.
you. One stock, 56%.
Ooh, what a clash right there. Crack shot's getting a little dicey with these moves, but it's paying off. And there's that out of shield.
Up the out of shield.
That up the out of shield, man. It cancels out the end lag of canceling out your shield. It's such a good move right there.
Leo's not gonna take that. Tries to go for the combo again. Crack shots learn though. Get him off stage, misses the laser, gets back to ledge safely.
There's, oh no, the wrong way.
Oh my
It was
God.
actually a mix-up, intentional or not.
High IQ.
That could be death.
Willing tackle, not
That,
quite
oh,
gonna
too
kill.
heavy of a boy.
Aerial
Oh,
power dunk.
off stage. Is
Can
he
get
dead?
back
Is that
on stage
death?
here?
No, Leo
Just
able to recover there.
barely.
That dash
Big old dash
Let's
attack.
go, crack shot. Making the. He is not going down without a fire. Am I right, Ethan?
Absolutely not.
Look at that, hit that pop-off. Yeah, Crackshot needs that game to keep on going in this bracket, man.
He is not okay, man. All right, it's gonna even it out then.
Yeah, man, bro. That could have been his last stock right there, but he's pulling through right back on the PST, man. Man, competitive players love that stage, man.
Absolutely.
I mean, I knew it was popular, but man.
Ugh.
I mean, it's pretty good stage. I can't win.
Let's see how they adapt to his playstyle here in this next round.
Alrighty,
All right,
man.
sticking with the Terry.
Sticking with the Terry. Good play here.
I like it.
All right, you're trying to take a more slow approach onto Leo, trying to get him to approach him, it seems. But Leo does not care. He's going to get in there no matter what.
Absolutely.
And there's that throw.
I think if I were Leo, I'd try to respect the go meter a little more.
That
you know?
pivot throw is really disgusting, by the way. There's that crack shoot namesake right there. Ooh, into the, what's it called? Oh my God.
What move was it? Burning Knuckle?
Burning Knuckle, yes.
There you go. I bet you were the Terry main.
I used to.
Wait, get the nice parry on the power wave there. Trying to keep him down zoned here, using that projectile.
Yeah, and there's that, is that going to kill? Really close, but because he is a thick boy, he is not going out without a fight.
Successfully recovers. Gets the nair into
Ooh,
it
the
again.
air to air with that burning
Say,
knuckle.
Get back over there.
Get over here, bro.
Hey, wrong fighting game.
Wrong fighting game.
I love maybe in Smash 6, you know.
Maybe in Smash 6. Oh, into that.
Big old
oh my
30%
God.
whirling tackle.
Well, I get these names, man. That go meter, though, if he can get back on stage, that'll be really big.
Yep.
The scissor kick.
Oh my God.
The SD from Leo.
He saved him. He gave him
Leo,
CPR,
bro.
man.
No, the wrong way. That's gonna be death.
What are you doing?
Went for the mix of, hey, I went for the same thing.
He was hitting the ghost of Christmas past, you know.
Yeah, man.
Looking like a Roy
Got
man
that
out there.
Alzheimer's out here. There's that forward. Oh.
Oh, big ol' Hell's Gate there. 40% they trade.
Oh, the nair.
Ooh,
That spike.
disgusting.
He's going. He wants more. He wants more.
Oh my God, the heavy armor.
Leo is not going out without a fight.
It's 70% are even. Not gonna get the burning knuckle.
There's
The
that
flash punch
perfect
combo.
jab right there. Oh, went for the forward smash on that armor, but unable to get it out in time before the armor kicked in.
Both players
There's
are
that power
positive.
dive, right?
Power dive.
All the way out there.
From downtown.
Down. Look at that.
Oh,
Look
man.
at Crackshot right now. He is the definition of
Look
locked
at
in.
it.
Did you see that he stands up for the crowd right
the
there?
hat tip, man.
He is feeling himself. Okay, okay. Man, what
Somebody stop him.
Somebody stop, man. The reverse sweep could be real here. But I don't know. I don't think Leo's going to let that happen, man.
I don't think so either, man. This could be anybody's game here.
Really, truly, man. The battle of the Shotos. I mean, sorry, Kazuya fans. The battle of the Shotos, though, you know.
He's a Shoto.
He's a Shoto. Playing that nice neutral with that nair. Such a fast move, and there's that crack shoot.
Wasting no time, skipping neutral here.
Look at that EWGF. Oh, they could have gone all the way down with it. What a clash, by the way. Wow, Leo's the only one who benefited from that exchange. Oh, he went for the mix-up there, trying to read that roll, which he did, but not in time. Into the Hell's Gate.
Almost there, man.
There's the scissor
the
kicks.
down air is gonna get him. Hey, you remember that one?
Hey.
Harry,
is that gonna be death into the Hell's Gate? That's such a low angle. That low angle right there, not letting Terry recover, even if he did survive that move.
Yep. Shotty got low on that angle, you know what I mean?
And look at that, there's that forward air and that up air.
That could huge damage from Kazuya here.
The wrong way, he didn't get punished for it though. That forward air is mad fast. What are you aiming at?
What are you aiming at?
But there's that burning knuckle though, he aiming in the right direction on that move. Oh, he went deep for that.
Almost.
There's that go meter. If he can get to the ground now.
Yep. All right, it's go time, people.
It's go time.
Both
this is
of them
when
have
it
the
gets
combat
real.
mechanic here. Hopefully, we won't see another suicide here.
Into the uppy, that might be the killing. Oh, no way.
Almost.
Leo, such an amazing DI from Leo there.
Oh, wait.
There's that power dive, right?
Dunk on him.
Now we got that go meter. This is a really good position for Crackshot unless he dies. Oh.
The flash buttons combo is going to get him off stage. Can he get back? For sure here.
There it is. The kickback. Wait.
I think Leo's this game is definitely...
Oh, the clash.
Ooh. Leo's definitely doing a better job of playing around that go meter this game.
Look at that. There's that crack shot right there. Crack shoot, my bad. The name is getting on to me.
Out of the jab.
Look at that power, guys. One more hit. That could be it. Look at that. Leo's taking off that L right there.
Okay. Disgusting.
Crackshot really said, hold this as he goes into that buster.
Suddenly it's nearly even.
That uppy out of shield though. If you don't make the wrong move when you're in high defense, you're gonna die for it.
So powerful.
There's that throw into the EWGF.
Yep, this could be bad. Nobody drops the combo.
Oh, the tables have turned. Crackshot's now not on the ledge anymore. Oh, the most unsafe move right there. Into the Hell's Gate.
Okay, it's knocked him out last time. Makes it back to stage.
God, this is the last stock for both opponents here. One of these players is going home today.
One of them. We're gonna have to see what it is. Can Kazuya make it back?
Oh my God, this is so tense. You got me speechless out here.
Me too.
There's that clash into the power dunk.
Kazuya's got rage though.
Oh, the rage and the ghost sauce. They both got their DLC privilege.
Their full power.
That's it! Crack shot! Oh my God, he lived! The DI! No way, no way.
This is so tense right now, man.
Oh, unable to get the confirmed, 200%. Oh my God. Is that it? That's it!
Rolling tackle, baby.
Crash shot!
Game!
Crack shot, the reverse sweep!
It's over!
Put this man at Evo, send him to Evo!
Reverse,
what was that?
He said.
Truly undisputed victory, you could say, right?
Man.
Undisputed, we're so funny, man.
We're so funny, dude.
We're so funny.
Man, both you guys playing show, they should just go over to Street Fighter, man.
Dude, seriously. That's Street Fighter bracket.
What a great, and the camaraderie from these two here.
Crackshot, man, he adapted on that third game, realized Rob wasn't the play, and then went on to Terry back. Look at that, man.
100%. He's feeling himself. Look at him right now.
Oh, yeah. Man, look at him. Look at that pop-up right there. Yes, sir. 100% deserved right there, but Leo, hey, let's not diss Leo here. Leo put up a good fight at those first two rounds, and even after, such tense game at the end, both with their DLC mechanics right there, man.
Yeah, man. That $6 privilege, you know what I mean?
I couldn't imagine fighting Leo, man. Such a scary opponent. Same for Crackshot, man. One hit and you could die, man. I fought this one Terry player named Jason, right, man? He was a good Terry.
Yeah, Jason. Where have I seen that guy before? Yeah.
Yeah. If you checked in the stream a few hours ago, you would have saw him play, right?
Oh, no. I didn't check the stream. I was there.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, no, I could not imagine playing against any of these guys, man.
Yeah, dude, those are so good, so oppressive. There's the Alex waving. Hey, nice to see you, man. Oh man, dude, look at this, man. Truly, man, these two DLC showdowns, man.
From downtown, the Burning Knuckle is gonna take it there.
And dude, look at that, man. Such oppressive characters fight, man. One touch and they could die, man. So scary.
Such scary combo games from both characters. Scary mechanics.
Yeah, really, man. I'm surprised we didn't see any spikes, to be honest, man. That
Did we
Kazuya
not?
had, no, not a single one. We got pretty close on game one, I'm pretty sure, with crack shots down here. But, man, even without the spikes, that was still hype, man.
Yeah.
That Ghost Sauce engagement, that Rage drive.
Yeah, such disgusting Buster Wolves, too. There was 3 in that middle game there.
Can we just... Oh, no, keep going.
Yeah, those are not easy, by the way, to do those inputs. Like, to do that consistently on the go from a jab as well, like right there.
Man, especially in this game with that buffer system, a lot easier in other games, but in Smash, it's a lot harder because of that buffer system.
Yeah, absolutely incredible execution from Crackshot there, from both players, really.
Honestly, I was gonna talk to you about that execution, man. It's truly one of the most insane executions I've seen.
Absolutely. So next round, we're
not entirely sure. It could be Vash or Crockshot or Bargain in one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Both great matches there.
Man, honestly, dude, I want to see Vash versus Crockshot, man. That match is gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude. What an insane game right there,
Absolutely.
bro. Up here in Fiesta, Texas.
All right.
Oh man, dude.
Shotos are so entertaining to watch, dude.
Kind of hurts my head, man, watching all that. So.
Absolutely.
How about we go to break here, right?
Yeah, we've been up here for a while. You know, get some food, get some money. You know.
Hey, come straight back. All right, okay.
Yeah.
We're still gonna be here live at Fiesta, Texas.
100%. Go have fun.
Word.
Word.
once again to the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championships. Once again, I am Captain Etsoka, joined on the desk by a very special guest. It is none other than the commentator with the burns. It is Fern.
Oh, the Fern burn. I haven't heard that in a while, but yeah, it's been a minute, man. How's it been? Yeah.
Oh, what? It's been good. It's been gravy. We've gotten some great matches already. First of all, I love seeing the Incineroar versus the Pokemon trainer. That was nutty. We just got to see Terry take on Kazuya. That was great. And that is just the beginning. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how these matches are shaping up. I just want to take a quick look to be a little bit of a refresher of what we have seen so far. Why don't you break it down for us, Vern?
All right, so it looks like we got Vash over here taking on Chinese. He got him on 3-0. That was the, I believe, the Incineroar player, so that was insane. That was a good match. The Canon Pokemon battle. And then afterwards, we got Crackshot and Leo. That was a FGC fight down there with Terry and Kazuya. Terry out here squeezing it through with that crack Buster Wolf at the end.
Oh,
that was
absolutely.
an insane combo that we got going on. So now we got up here, looks like we advanced to the semifinals. Bash and Crackshot and Bargain and Juan.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I'm a little bit biased going into the next matchup, right? And I guess I was biased from the get-go because I'm looking at this player right here, Juan, right?
Yeah.
That is also my name.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my first name is Juan.
New lore just dropped.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Initially off the rip, I'm like, let's go Juan! Because it's kind of like I'm cheering for myself in a way. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how these semifinals go head-to-head because then we're going to the grands. I mean, we're almost there. This has been the top 8 of Smash, and it has not disappointed.
Absolutely not, and we're out here ready to see some action. So it looks like the players are out there getting ready on stage. So we can go ahead and cut to them as we see it ready. But dude, I actually have a lot of history here in Texas. So I grew up, I won the first Smash 4 tournament in my district in Dallas ISD. So I'm really excited to see how far Texas Esports has come since then. Since, you know, back in that day, we had ourselves in the basement, you know, in the basement of our building. And now we have these arenas filled out. So, you know, it's really cool to see how far Texas Esports has come. So it's really great.
I'm about to say, you want to tell me, I mean, I was playing Smash back on the 64, you know, so that's where I started.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, when you used to unlock characters by beating the game, that's how you used to get them back in the day, not by, you know, getting the DLC, you know, giving a little bit of extra for the DLC characters, which, by the way, one of my favorite characters in Smash is DLC. It actually is Solid Snake. Love Solid Snake. But with that being said, I think we're about ready to get this matchup underway. We're getting ready to go right back down to the stage to settle it in one. Going right back to Super Smash Brothers here at the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championships.
All right, here we go. Looks like we got a Steve and a Jigglypuff, 2 very controversial characters, and Steve's out here already putting out the damage with the minecart. Gets the side B. All right, we got Jigglypuff here on the ledge, actually actively trying to take her time. And, you know, she's doing a really good job of just keeping that neutral space. Even once she's down, that's what Jigglypuff likes to do, you know, kind of float in, float out, kind of take those stray hits. But Steve out here doing a really good job of actually just taking the control.
Yeah, and you know what? It's very interesting. I'm aware of the Steve controversy, all right? I'm not going to go into full detail just because I'm trying to stay neutral. However, I'm not familiar with the Jigglypuff controversy. How are they controversial?
Oh my God, what just happened?
Jigglypuff is sleeping on Steve. That's what happened.
All right, well, after that awkward exchange there on there with the missed rest, here we got Steve actually doing some up tilts. Going to take that nice back air here, build up some percentage. Jigglypuff now is going to actively try and build more percentage with those nice down airs, gets that forward air, but doesn't connect.
And you see, this is why I love Jigglypuff, because I love the floaty characters. And the fact that they can actually deal out this amount of damage that quickly, don't get me wrong, they don't have the best knockback in the world, but if you fall asleep, this is where you get punished. And there it is, Jigglypuff putting Steve down for a nap.
How did we see that not once, but twice in the same set? Not even in the same set, the same game.
Jigglypuff diff. That's how. It's the Jigglypuff diff going right back to work here, puffing up, getting big, dealing damage, still going to work, all while Jigglypuff is still in their second stock.
Oh, absolutely. Then we have Jigglypuff actively trying to control more space before she gets hit with the back air sense off stage. But you know, this is the kind of annoying thing about Jigglypuff. Even though she's supposed to die early, it seems that she rarely ever does.
Right? I mean, it's like literally a squishy character that's not squishy.
Oh, yeah. Jigglypuff's classification in Pokemon is the balloon Pokemon, and if she like a balloon, she just popped, comes back down, getting ready to take on again.
Yeah, but this is the danger. You know, you can see Steve currently with the gold. If they get to the diamond, that is going to be absolute danger for the Jigglypuff. They're going to have to try and take this last stock very soon.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, this is kind of a weird game, right? Because it kind of seems like Bargain has been doing his best to keep the game at flow, right? He kind of seems to control the space, but Jigglypuff just kind of gets these weird situational kills, right? It's just kind of, you don't know really what's going on, but it looks like they go with the roll out there to take the hit, send Steve off stage, but he comes back.
Yeah, and right now Jigglypuff doing a really good job with the dodge, dip, dive, and dodge right into the face of their opposition to get the final stock and the first round win.
All right, got to give it to Juan there. You got that nice back air, you know. Juan, actually, there's another famous Jigglypuff player named Juan. You know who that is?
No.
That's our boy in Hungry Box, also named Juan. Yeah.
That
so
is
it looks like
awesome.
the Jigglypuff legacy runs strong through Juan's.
And you know what? I'm all here for it. Even though I'm not a Jigglypuff main myself, I'm actually a Captain Falcon main. Captain Falcon and Solid Snake, those are my two go-tos.
I'm a melee guy, so I do Marth. I do Marth and Puff.
Fair enough.
All right, let's get into this game too.
Ooh, and we're on Battlefield too. This is where you go to settle disputes. This and Final Destination.
Yeah, that's kind of sounds like with the Final Fantasy music there. It kind of looks like they're getting really intense with that nice little combo there to get him off early. Looks like he wants to take that stock early, but he doesn't do that.
Okay, and you know what? I'm going to pick your analytical brain just for a moment before things get too nitty-gritty. When we have these multiple platforms, who do they benefit more? Do they benefit Steve or Jigglypuff more with having 3 platforms?
So it is very matchup dependent, right? So most characters do want that flat sound. That's why you see a lot of Pokemon Stadium 2. But it's kind of, the Jigglypuff does benefit a lot because she's able to weave in and out, specifically out of poke range, just like so she's able to maneuver out of this poke range and kind of keep herself far away from Steve.
And you know what? I love a good revenge stock, and that one was good. Again, we got to see the Jigglypuff juggle Steve all the way into the side of the blast zone, and then immediately Steve comes back, drops the anvil, going for the sleep, and Steve is there to answer.
Yeah, I want to talk about that actually because, you know, Juan's going for a lot of these up air and try and catch the roll, the reaction with that sing. Just hasn't quite found its mark yet, but if he keeps going, I'm sure he'll guess right one time.
I'm just completely envious of Juan's success rate with the Lullaby. The Lullaby has been hitting so many times. I think I've maybe seen him miss it twice at most. They have been so on point, and when they do bring it out, I think that's when they least expect it.
Yeah. So again, that sing is, you know, very, very tricky because you want to pull it out just the right time so you don't get like punished for that.
Oh, absolutely. Now we're getting ready to head right back into center stage as the minecart. A little bit off target there, but you can see Steve trying to hit these back airs, trying to keep Jigglypuff at bay. But this Jigglypuff that Juan is playing is just so dive heavy. They are not afraid of Steve at all.
Juan is out here being the spacing master. Like I said, those back airs are key because he keeps him at bay, keeps Steve at bay, and puts out a powerful hitbox. So then that side B there trying to probably catch to get that sing rest that I was talking about. But because that neutral air is going to keep him at bay. And Bargain's gonna get back on stage.
Yep, that they do. And that's one thing you can count on Jigglypuff is to get back on stage, okay? Which makes them very susceptible to the ledge guard because they are so floaty.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Jigglypuff loves the ledge. The ledge is her best friend. She likes to be there a lot. But of course, Steve's best friend is ledge trapping. But there we go. You get a nice downer to seal the deal.
Oh my goodness, the anvil. That's the second time we've seen stocks taken by the anvil from Steve. My goodness, but now we're getting into the nitty gritty here. The final moments, 81% onto the Steve, and no Jigglypuff!
A rest out of nowhere just takes the game.
Oh my goodness, what a play coming from the Jigglypuff. He's so cute, so friendly, and yet so deadly.
You know, I would say that was a read, but he wrote the book. He got him. That was disgusting. I was not expecting a rest at that moment.
Oh my, and you could see the look of composure here, even though that was a great game, even though that was a very hype win. Look at the face, they're still locked in. You know why? Because the job's not done.
Job's not done, calm and collected. I like them gathering the thoughts, taking a second before we go right back into game 3.
Yep, and right back onto Battlefield as well. I think both players have agreed that, you know, this might be the best map for them to settle things out here. Up tilts now coming from Steve, going all the way high into the up smash. Not going to be able to confirm, of course, but still, that is a nice chunk of damage to start things out for Bargain.
Yeah, and then Steve doing a lot of building here around the platform. So you talked about who platforms benefit a lot. So they benefit both characters, but here Steve in particular benefits a lot from putting up these walls. So it allows Jigglypuff to have to maneuver on the platform and actually try to ledge drop down to actually get a hit on him.
Yeah, but now we're going right back to the ledge. Like you said, Jigglypuff likes to go there, but Steve, they like to ledge bait, and here we are right back to the center. Anvil gets blocked, going out, gets hit with the combo in the back air follow-up. The minecart comes in for a big hit, and the first stock of Juan is gone.
Absolutely, and here we go. Juan comes right back. He wants that revenge kill, gets that down there, forward air. You know, Steve is pesky, though. He's always going to make his way back. And what did I tell you?
Oh, you're right 100% of the time. Has yet to miss on the call. Fern again with the burn, and Juan able to get the stock. Once again, we are tied 2 stocks apiece.
And I want to keep an eye on Steve's materials here because he's doing a good job of just keeping these walls, but again, he's running low on iron, right? So he needs that iron to build the Zanvils, to build these minecarts, to kind of keep the pressure going. So Juan is doing a good job of being in his face and preventing him from actively collecting material. You see he's a little low on iron there.
And you know, that's the biggest thing too, and that's what scares me the most about Steve is, again, whenever Steve gets to Diamond, if you can just keep Steve from Diamond, all of a sudden I don't want them banned anymore.
Oh, absolutely. You want him to stop mining, and then that is exactly what Juan is doing here. He's just preventing him, always in his face, trying to prevent that, you know, gathering and build materials and resources.
And you know what? This is insane here. The way that this Jigglypuff from Juan is able to just take Steve off stage and keep them at bay to get the second stock. Now only 1 to go for Juan. They're only 1 stock away from getting the 3-piece and from moving on into the grands.
Oh, absolutely. And kind of looked like Bargain there was trying to set up that ledge trap with the lava. Didn't quite get it down, so now he has to go back to neutral and actively fight for it. That magma block is going to do it, though.
And then you know what? This is about as close as it gets. I mean, still 20% going off your last stock. That's not bad. It's already been passed. It's already been lapped. And now we have ourselves a real 1v1 here for the last stock.
Oh yeah, last stock situations are always great. Your heart is racing. You're trying to make the right decision, especially when you're playing such slow characters, right, in the meta. You're trying to actively make the decisions, and you know that race of a 1-stock game just kind of sets in. And this is where champions are made.
Oh, 100%, and here we are. It is getting closer and closer still. Only a 4% difference now. Now only a 2% difference here as once again Steve trying to keep that Jigglypuff at bay by using a lot of these aerial attacks. Takes out the minecart again. Able to get to 87% Jigglypuff and Steve now both in the red.
And just like I mentioned, keep an eye on those materials. He's very low, only has 1 gold bar. That back air is going to go ahead and seal. No, it won't. I lied to you. That forward air will go. And we got a victory in Juan.
Oh my word! You think the minecart was going to be the end-all be-all, but no. It is the tiny foot cuff from Jigglypuff with the back air that is going to seal the deal. Not only did they hit it once, they hit it twice!
And the back air has been historically like a big tool in Jigglypuff's arsenal, right? And you just in melee, it's like twice the size of her hitbox. At ultimate, it's a little bit more than like 1.5, but it is still a very general, efficient poking tool. And not only is it a good poking tool, but it's strong. So when it hits, it hits.
Oh my goodness, that was such a perfect matchup. That was so much wonderful. Again, I've been waiting to get on the desk for Smash all day. I've been wanting to see some Smash, and none of these matches are disappointing. Like, this is what I've been waiting for.
Oh yeah, Smash just never disappoints, especially with these high school kids, man. They are so cracked. I was not this good when I was a high schooler. Like I said, I won a tournament, but that was at Smash 4 when Shulk was still getting figured out. And
I love Shulk.
I was down there talking to some of the guys, and they were like, "Oh, you won tournaments before. You think you could beat these guys?" I was like, "No shot." Yeah, no, absolutely not. These guys would smoke me every day of the week.
Oh, 100%. And then not only that, but if I were to go up against a player like Juan, I would get absolutely annihilated. And you know what would we call that?
What?
A Juan diff.
Nah, Juan diff. Well, look at these highlights here. Again, there was these weird situations where, you know, Juan would just get that rest. That game 1 was really crazy.
And again, the success rate of the lullaby was astounding, because that's one thing I really see Jigglypuff players struggle with is being able to hit the lullaby. They'll go for it, they'll miss, and then they'll get punished. But Juan was able to hit it so many times, and then they were just so dangerous in the air, which is pivotal for Jigglypuff because, again, they are like one of the floatiest characters in Smash.
Yeah, so Jigglypuff starts really early, so that threat, and most of all, when you're talking about that lullaby, it's the threat of it, right? You kind of want to maneuver around it because you don't want to get put to sleep because that's just the instant rest. So you want to move around there, and Juan was good at throwing that out. Maybe it didn't hit as much as we would like to, right? But because he put it out as a pressure tool, he was able to actively create space. It did create some of those weird situations, especially in game 1 where he got really punished for it, but by game 2 and game 3, he seemed to turn it up a bit.
And then you can also use that lullaby as a zoning element because now you're cutting off parts of the map where Steve doesn't want to go because they don't want to get slept. So now you're forcing them to go up to platform. You're forcing them to stay full screen, and that leaves you open for dash attacks like that. Coming in with the big back airs in order to confirm Juan has this Jigglypuff down to a T.
Oh, absolutely. And just again, I really want to emphasize how great Juan was at just controlling space, right? He never allowed for the Steve to actually gather materials. He never allowed him a chance to get diamond. He had him on stone tools by the end of that game 3. He didn't even have iron. He used his last bit of iron on that minecart. He didn't have anything left. So if he had made it back to stage, it would have been a scramble. So Juan just did an amazing job at that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, this is going to be one tough act to follow. We've already got to see Juan pop off. Next, we're going to have Vash versus Crackshot, the winner of which has to go face Juan in the grand finals. And I got to tell you, I do not envy neither of them.
No, I do not, especially with the characters they're playing. Incineroar and Kazuya, both very up in your face. Jigglypuff, kind of a controller, kind of wants to play that neutral game, and these characters are very famous for being aggressive, especially Kazuya. One hit and you're dead. So when you play against Jigglypuff, it's just kind of like a matchup check there.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I cannot wait to get this next semifinal matchup underway so that way we can determine who is going to be going to the Grands, who is going to go in face Juan. But until we get there, we're going to have to take a very short, quick break. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with some more of the semifinals action for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate live here at the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championship. Do not go anywhere.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Texas State Championships, the Undisputed State Championships. My name is Q Melee Fern. I am here with
Bordy McBoard.
How you doing?
I am so excited to do this. A little bit of lore, backstory, guys. Fern was there when we were both in the trenches, first starting out in esports, honestly, too. Some of my first esports opportunities, I worked with Fern in the back. He has a big Smash background, and honestly, I am honored to share the stage with him because he hasn't been casting with me yet. So now, from the production, right now to the front stage, it's a moment right now.
Oh, you flatter me. You flatter me. I haven't been doing this for a while. But, right now, the focus is on the students, right? The Texas State Championships, here we go. We're getting ready to go in. Let's just take a look at that bracket. Let's see what the road was to get here, because it's been a wild one. So we actually had Juan and Bargain play last round. The Jigglypuff was cracked, insane. The backers were on point, right where they needed to be. But now we have Vash and Crackshot, a Kazuya and an Incineroar. Two characters that just love to be in your face. So this is going to be a slobber knocker, to say the least.
I was going to say slobber knocker. I do like that as well. What a word, right? But it is going to be hands all day, right? Really getting up in the face. One grapples, one just punching and brawling, right? So I love it. We're going to see the heavy hitters. You see Crackshot. We're probably going to see some cracked faces the way that they're playing here today. But I'm excited to see, I saw a little bit of Juan action. I saw a little bit of that Kazuya. So I want to see how they are here on this stage. I only saw Incineroar's highlights,
and
so
you know what?
I get the full thing.
I want to apologize, because Crackshot is playing Terry.
Yes!
He's playing Terry. You know why? Because of the Crackshot, the Terry, famous king of fighters, the Crackshot. That's how he said it.
Hey, don't be surprised if you hear a little bit of, are you okay?
Yeah, are you okay? Buster Wolf! I love that. Speaking of that, we're getting right into it here with game one.
And you know what? We expected heavy hitters, but honestly, too, when you go to Crackshot, Terry Bogard, you actually want to be a little bit further away, zone out a little bit more. You see Crackshot being patient on the edge, probably baiting him a little bit, too, trying to see,
what's going on. But right now, it looks like we have a bit of a stare down. They're out here actively just trying to, kind of, get a feel for each other, kind of actively, kind of see it in each other's head, a bit of an intimidation factor. I'm going to look at you, you're going to look at me. We're not going to move for a minute.
And I really love, you're seeing Crackshot, Terry Bogard get a grapple and then do a combo right there, going up into the air, doing some side Bs as well. Crackshot playing like Incineroar right now. We'll see if the rest of them can turn around, and they actually did right there, going for a grab and then a back air.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Terry's had an interesting lifespan in Smash Ultimate. When he came out, he was kind of branded as a weaker character, didn't have much. He relies too much on the go meter, but as time goes on, you can see that Terry has a great arsenal of moves to kind of just poke in and out, even be in your face. So he does that, in your face style a lot, but he's also very good at a distance with Power Wave.
And that's why we saw him at the beginning, right? Just stand on the edge. Incineroar, you come to me, I have some counters of my own right there. That up B coming up and getting them fly up in the sky. Terry, only 63% right now, and still having all three stocks, but now they're approaching that danger zone. Let's see what Incineroar does as a response.
Oh yeah, and this is where Terry becomes dangerous. Like I mentioned, that go meter is live and active, so now he has access to Power Geyser, Buster Wolf, all these moves that he would never have access to if he's not above 100%, but now this is what makes him dangerous. The one down tilt can get him with that Buster Wolf, try to come out, but sends him right back to the other side of the stage.
I tell you, if we have a Geyser, it can get crazy too. Unfortunately, does not get that back throw, and then they're out of here. Good job making sure that you're negating that go meter so you get to breathe a little bit right there, and now you reset Terry, a little less dangerous so far right now.
Oh, absolutely. And we spoke a lot about Terry, but Incineroar, a powerhouse in his own right, right?
Absolutely.
Maybe one of the only true grappler type characters in Smash Ultimate. Kind of actively, you have to watch out for his throws, up throw, back throw, all kill throws. Down throw can set you up for a nasty kill. But here it goes, that power dive.
Power dive coming on through and trying to make sure to add on and 2 and 2. Trying to get you with that buzzword. Oh, and up and out of there. Look at that. Another stock down Bash. Now on one singular one. Terry still in the mid-range when it comes to their health situation on stock 2.
Oh, absolutely, and Crackshot doing his absolute best to keep him at bay. Does a really good job at, again, like I said, just poking in and out. Power Geyser out here trying to do what it has to do, keep him at bay.
Keep him at bay. Again, zoning out is what Terry does so well. Trying to get them with a power drive too. Up B, got him out the first time, and then got him with a backhand too. Look at that. Terry, not known like that Jigglypuff, like you said, getting out with backhand, but getting it there.
Absolutely. That rising upper to that back air, not a combo that we see often, kind of a little Jigglypuff-esque, right? That
Right,
back air, absolutely. And, you know, I will say, I did not know that the stock count was 2-0. You know, those stocks were just flying. They were just
flying, right? And Cineroar really got down early on there, but the Terry did a good job zoning out and really, like you said, playing up into their place, playing their game better than a Cineroar did
Absolutely, yeah. He was able to control the space, but at the same time get in when he needed to.
You know what? That's hard, right? You have the grappler, right? But then you have the speed of Terry Bogard can kind of get around that, right? So you have to figure out a way. It's kind of like going up against somebody so fast, grabbing a small little child who's running around, right? It's kind of hard. So we'll see if Vash can get it together and get some of these grabs to go on in. Again, zoning with the B and then going inside to power drive alive.
Absolutely, and in this game too, we've seen that already. Crackshot is doing his absolute best to keep him at bay. He does a really good job, but again, Vash got that one opening on 41%.
Yep, absolutely, and then trying to finish it off with a backer right there and then grab right there. Absolutely great. Again, that's good eating for them. You can kind of get out, again, approaching 100% there, but then you have the goal meter that is available once you crack 100. So honestly, dangerous territory for Bashu, especially since they're past the 100 marker too.
Oh yeah, and absolutely. And I want to talk about stage choice because we're here on small battlefield, right? So both characters actually benefit from this a lot because you close a lot of the gap. You're able to actively do your rush down plan a lot better. So I wouldn't be surprised if this back throw killed, which it did.
Back throws are very dangerous. Back airs too. You know, we saw Terry Bogard actually end up eliminating there off the back air. So guess what? That's actually Regenerator's specialty too. But using that dash to get him up into the air 140, very much in kill percent right now. Could get him with this and does.
Yeah, that's actually actively crazy. You know, the stock count is even, right? And at the beginning, we were all talking about how Crackshot was just builds a commanding lead, and you know, Vash has actively clawed his way back.
Clawing its way back, but guess who actually has these claws? It is Vash. So let's see if the claws come out in style. Doesn't go through. Come on with the up B, doing that too. Trying to juggle him, keeping up in the air. Honestly, this Vash has had a hard time keeping up again with this speed. Terry's showing here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Power dive there, but a little bit of side B to get that action done. And now Vash is on his last stock of this game too.
And what's so impressive about this, Terry has not been in go at all, but has still been able to get a lot of these eliminations without it. Great recovery, almost lost it right there, but good edge guarding on the other side by Vash.
Oh yeah, and I want to talk about that actually because you said, you know, hasn't been able to actively use Go, which is the big part of Terry's kit.
Yeah.
So you can be at up 100% all you want, but if you don't actively get to use your moves, what's the point of it? He's getting juggled right now, so it's just keeping him at bay.
Absolutely, keep him in the air because honestly for Vash, you're on your last stock. A Go can send you, getting to you hard right there. So good job making sure you don't have to worry about that, especially already being midway on your last stock.
Yeah, absolutely. And that side B on Shield is going to get punished there with a up B from the Vash. But Crackshot is just taking control of the space. And you know, that side B from Incineroar, very, very dangerous. It can build percent really, really quick. And you don't want that. But if you're Terry, maybe you do want that. Maybe you do want to get that Go meter up.
Honestly, especially too, Incinerator is coming back with a vengeance right now. Vash, like you said, on the ropes, throwing it on the ropes, but now you have a Go situation. Good recovery right there, but edge guard right out there, has a side smash loaded up. Didn't get to use it though.
Oh yeah, that smash was a little ambitious. With the rising upper might get that job done. It doesn't here. So now you have to be conscious of Go with that power dive. Is gonna go ahead and do it if you don't drop down below the stage.
Didn't even need to go into that Go. The command input bags, as you said, doing it special and doing it good. We still haven't had an audio okay, but honestly, we don't need to ask if they're okay. They're feeling good right now.
That Crackshot is definitely okay. You saw that little hat throw motion. I hope he does that again if he gets that W.
Absolutely. You got the cowboy hat here in Texas. This ain't Texas, but you know, you gotta own the swag. That's what I love so much about today's events. A lot of characters going on in these events. We love to see it.
Oh, Texas is a wonderful place. Lived here my whole life. I love it. I wouldn't ever trade it for the world.
Oh, absolutely not. And guess what? I wouldn't trade getting an opportunity to see some Smash action with you. Again, this is a 2-0 lead by Crackshot. It could be the last game, or can Vash come back with a vengeance? Let's see.
I believe in Vash. Vash just needs those crucial openings. You know, he's been so good at actively building percent, but he just has trouble closing. And you know, we need a closer in this situation.
Honestly, the only command, it's really got some side Bs, got some work in with some side Bs, and honestly some back throws as well. But again, that speed, Crackshot just going all around them to try to get something going on the edge. But again, Terry's just been all over the place, dodging every move right there. And again, the up B too. Right now, dangerous for Vash and already down a stock.
Yeah, and I want to mention how Vash has been that actively that short hop neutral air. He's kind of using it to control space, but it's getting traded out. So at what point do you want to maybe back off the neutral air, kind of start hitting with some tilts, trying to actively control a little more space. But he misses, whips that grab, is going to get punished, gets down throwed. Looking for the juggle here, he's going to get it with the power dive.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what Terry's been doing all day, just juggling them, keeping it on air, and just getting around them all day. Look at that, another power dive right there, and Terry right now, 3 stocks, only 30, 40. Now we're starting to get into the dangerous zone for Crackshot, but right now, Crackshot feeling great, because right now they're at 100 kill percent and down 2 stocks. Then does that, oh my gosh, there's only 1 stock remaining. Crackshot can wrap this up right here.
Oh yeah, you gotta be feeling good if you're Crackshot, right? You're taking 2 stocks and you're not even at your go, but the commentator's curse. There it is right there, that go meter, immediately up to 100%. But this just makes him more dangerous. Now his pokes can lead into Buster Wolves. Now his pokes can lead into Power Geysers. These really high moves that can just take you out immediately.
Exactly, and already that 60 Power Geyser becomes even good. Tried to get that on the edge, didn't end up working out. Tried to grab into it right there. Power dive as well. Good job utilizing that shield and then out of shield too to get those jabs. Like you said, oh no, couldn't get back on stage. Terry's recovery didn't work out right there. Tried to dodge that, but another power dive. He's keeping on the pulse of Vash.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's just as dangerous without the go meter than he is with it.
Absolutely.
So you gotta watch out. You gotta weave your space. Finally, one neutral air win exchange gets that side B, builds up a lot of percent, already at 70, kind of looking close to your next go meter, but now comes that added risk.
Tried to go ahead and get that good old dunk, try to get him on out of there. The spike did not work out, and tried to get out of shield and try to maybe roll around that. Honestly, right at the edge with 145, that is it! That's a wrap! The up B comes through, and they are up and out of here!
Crackshot is gonna go ahead and punch his ticket into grand finals with that rising upper. Yeah, that's my man right there. Woo!
Slight work there too, making quick work. We talked a little bit about this too. How Terry Bogard, especially, you're in danger zone when you talk about the go, but didn't even do that with the go. Was just doing that, playing smarter, playing faster, and like you said, just flipping it on his hand. Anytime he tried to do that neutral air, went around that, and then boom, went and operated, got right up in his place, played Incineroar's game to his game, honestly, and did it effectively too. Zoned out, plays close up, was doing everything.
And like I said, Incineroar is really good. Maybe the only true grappler character that we have, right? So he's always up there. He's always up in your face. But again, as we'll see here with the replay shortly, Crackshot just did an incredible job of just keeping him at bay with down tilt, forward tilt, just a lot of that stuff. And we didn't see any of Terry's traditional weaknesses come out in this match. Terry, famously the only character in Smash Ultimate that can't snap to ledge with his up B, right? But we didn't see much of that. We didn't see much of Vash capitalizing off those edge guards. But look at that, with game 1, we certainly have Crackshot capitalizing off those back airs.
Absolutely, and you would think that you would see Incineroar, again, a great back air that they have, almost effective as Jigglypuffs, right? That back air, double back air, we see it all the time. Again, another thing right there. Honestly, doing a good job with the side B. The up Bs was definitely their go-to when they were in kill percent, and they took advantage time and time again, especially with that power dive too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then these highlights have just been the Crackshot show, honestly. He's been doing a lot of Power Geyser here, been actively just, doing these specials that Terry is very famous for. His whole kit pretty much revolves around the specials and how he is able to actually produce them as an FGC character. If you do the inputs, you get a little bit more of power, a little more strength behind them. So I'm curious to know if Crackshot has been doing those, quarter circles. But I mean, I believe he has.
You know what? And it's so much harder there too. It's so interesting. You have traditional fighting game characters like Ryu. You have Terry Bogard. A little bit harder to play in these instances in Smash than it is in their respective games.
Oh, yeah.
But didn't make it look hard at all. It was
Absolutely
really fierce, especially with a grappler too. You'd think the power, they wouldn't be able to keep up. But Terry said, hey, I'm okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Buster Strike, come on.
Buster Wolf, I love that,
Yeah,
And we're getting ready to crown the champion, right? It's almost time.
It's almost time.
It It is almost time.
But you know what? I've had a great time with you. I feel like I've been crowned because, again, we've been working together for such a long time.
Flatters.
It's a Kodak moment right here.
She flatters
I
me.
really am excited. You have no idea. But I am excited to see some grand finals action.
Oh, absolutely. So let's go ahead and take it away, and we'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. I'm your host, Kelsey Plays. We are here for the Undisputed Texas Esports State Championship presented by TexF, and I've got a belt for you. Now we just gotta bring out our champions. This is for Fortnite! Okay, hold on, that was awful. Fortnite! There we go. All right, let's bring out our champions. First up, we have our second place winners, Reedy Fortnite! Let's hear it for Reedy! Here you go. All right, and our Fortnite champions, Wiley Fortnite 2! Your belt. All right. Give it up again for Wiley Fortnite! Raise it up, let's see the belt! Raise it up! Our champions! All right, get on over here, Wiley. You want to talk? All right, tell me what your school is and then your names.
Our school is Wiley, Texas, and my name is Austin.
Our school is Wiley High School, and I'm Muzama Hassan.
All right, so tell me, when you guys went into this game, what was your strategy? Did you have a drop zone that you're aiming for?
Our strategy was just to win.
Just
Honestly,
to win?
Yeah.
What was your drop zone? Where did you drop? Like, did you have a go-to drop zone?
I went high ground, he went cuck side.
So, okay, so you split up a little bit. All right, and then what was the strategy? Were you looking for a certain type of gun? Was there...
Our strategy was just like take our ones and like eliminate them slowly.
There you go, there you go. Love to hear it. And last but not least, what do you think about the new Fortnite season currently?
I like the new season. It has good guns. But I also want to shout out our support crew, Christian Smith and Zachary Sally. I also want to shout out our opponents. They gave us the toughest matchup all tournament. And lastly, I want to thank our coach's son for supporting us all the way through, and our coach for taking us here.
Thank you so much. Give it up again for Wiley Fortnite! You have shout outs? Thank you guys. Thank you, Wiley Fortnite!
time here at the Undisputed Texas State Championship. I'm Bordy McBoard, that's Captain Ahsoka, and it's been a grand time, but now it's time for the game time. The grand finals are now in session. After seeing a tumultuous, close, contentious bracket, we have now gotten to our penultimate goal, or close to it. We still have to crown a champion, but we're at the step right before it, the grand finals. It's about to be hype!
I mean, it was already hype. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, but you know what else is hype? Is honestly all the people that are able to make this happen, right, Bordy?
Absolutely. Thank you so much to our sponsors for making this possible. Of course, we're here at Texas Fiesta Six Flags, but of course, thank you to all of our sponsors for making sure this event is possible. Next Level Racing, Intel plus Lenovo, iSony, ViewSonic Gaming, Texas Army National Guard, CLX Gaming, LandFest, Data Projections, and Play Versus, making sure that this event is possible. Of course, thank you so much. We're getting so much done here today, but there's much more to come, especially when we talk about how we got here. A lot happened on that way, Cap.
Oh, it most certainly did, and that was the hype parts. I mean, let's take a look at the bracket to see how exactly we made it here today. And honestly, it was mostly 3-0 sweeps, but not all. I mean, that crack shot versus Leo fight was so down to the wire. As a matter of fact, that's the one the crowd went crazy for the most. You can hear the chants in the crowd going absolutely insane. And then crack shot, well-deserved dub, of course, because they went into the semis, was able to take on Vash, and now they find themselves in the grands. And then we also got to talk about Juan. Juan came out a big 3-0 just to start off in the quarterfinals, and then came back with another 3-0 with the Jigglypuff against Bargain, and then found themselves once again in the grand finals. And not just that, but as the Jigglypuff, Juan was able to take on the Steve and then still come away with a 3-0 dub. That is a big win. And again, they have mastered that Jigglypuff character.
I love it so much. Jigglypuff is one of those characters that you know if you pick it that they must have a little bit of sauce in their game, or you hope that they do, and Juan did not disappoint at all. But on the other side, hey, they don't have crack in their name for no reason. They're playing cracked right now. Crack shot with the Terry Bogard. Last game didn't even need to go into go percent in order to make sure that they were laying down the hands. Buster Wolf was coming through Pyre as well. Oh my gosh, what a play from this Terry Bogard. Both of these characters that they picked, honestly, hoopers, hooping, honestly, gamers gaming right now, really niche picks. Well, not necessarily niche picks, but hey, if you know, you know. And honestly, I know we're in for a great show for this grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't get much closer than this, especially when we're talking about how well these players have performed from start to finish, and we can only imagine that the wear and tear is starting to dig in. So now, not only do both of these players have to perform at their peak, but they have to do it while being completely fatigued.
Completely fatigued. You know what? Sometimes with fighting games, you gotta get your sticks underneath you, feel good. That's why you have that testing out, sussing out game, right? But honestly, at this point, you've been gaming for so long. Hey, carpal tunnel is a danger for these gamers for a reason, right? You got to warm up, but honestly, you can get a little bit too warm to where you're hot. And I'm not talking about you're hot where you're actually feeling on fire. I'm talking about, hey, I got a cramp right now. Honestly, though, we got some more in session. We got to get into the head of these gamers. We got to see who is going against who. So without further ado, we're going to throw it down to Kelsey on stage. Let's introduce our competitors for our Smash Grand Final.
Plays, and I know the day has been long here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, but how is everybody feeling? Give it up for the championship Saturday. I have the 2 grand finalists here for you, so let's give it up for Crack Shot! And 1! Give it up for our grand finalists! Take it away, Bordy and Captain.
Our gamers, of course, we've seen them in their rides to this point, but again, showing why they have a little bit of flair to their game too. Every single gamer that we saw here today on main stage, hey, if they were up here in these finals and they had game, guess what? They had a little gameplay too, you know what I'm talking about? cocky, a little arrogant, feeling themselves. I wouldn't say arrogant because guess what? Arrogant means you can't back it up. Guess what? They've been backing it up, and honestly, I love to see the personality from these gamers too. The walkout, the perfect time to show everybody what you're made of too.
And that's one of the things that I like about Juan because they don't really show off the personality until the game is over. If you actually look at the player cams while they are playing, Juan is always locked in. Even after they get a dub, even after they win a round, it's always focused. However, I've seen from Crackshot, they definitely ride with the momentum. You can see when they're feeling themselves and they're not afraid to show it, and that can really boost your morale even when you're on the losing side of things. So again, both of these players have a distinct personality that differentiates between them, but at the same time, it's that type of personality that has got them this far into the grand finals.
Absolutely. You know what? Honestly, too, especially FGC, right? As I talked about during the Street Fighter stint, right? You're out there, you're alone, right? Nobody really beside you. All you really have is the crowd to your back, right? So if you have a little game, you have a little swagger going on, the crowd cheers for you more. And guess what? Juan had a lit section going on and cheering them on a little bit early on. I wonder if it's from his team, the Griffins, obviously rocking that, but Crackshot won over the crowd as well with the swagger that they wear all the time. So really, two saucy players in their games. Saucy too. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what your swagger's like, matters what those sticks are like. And hey, that's why they're in that grand finals. They're here for a reason. And honestly, two interesting characters to go against each other too. We'll see how they go against each other because you have Sleep on one side, in which Juan was really making work with that too. But then we saw a multifaceted game, not even having to go in the Go last round, but was using Go in the matchup against Kazuya. So really interesting to see how they give and go, how the flow works between these two with these characters.
Oh, absolutely. And then, Crackshot is bringing a competitive edge because they love to use those brawlers. They're really good at a close quarter fight. And then Juan is going to be bringing in an advantage as well because they have the greatest name of all time.
I wonder why a person named Captain Axoka Juan would say that,
Oh, they already know. Spoiler alert, my name is Juan as well. Again, it's the greatest name of all time. Instant plus 20 buff to strength and dexterity.
Okay, so we'll see if that actually ends up pushing them over the edge right now. Terry unafraid to get into the face of Incineroar. Guess what? Not afraid to get into the face of Jiggly too, but Jiggly has really been playing with the aerial game. It's in the back airs and the front airs that have been carrying them, honestly, throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and not only that, but we already talked about Juan's success rate with the lullaby has been so good, and they're so good at timing. And notice that it hasn't come out yet. They're just using a lot of this speed from Jigglypuff in order to carry Crackshot off stage, but the recovery is there, and Go Meter is online.
Go Meter online, and right now for Terry, Crackshot can definitely use it. Didn't have to use it that on their back when they were going against Incinerator, but guess what? Juan, unafraid to show people that, hey, I'm the one that won. We'll see if they actually end up doing that right there. Stage dangerous, as Fern talked about. Terry Bogard, a little bit of recovery, especially on the edge, can be dicey. We'll see if Jigglypuff uses that to their advantage.
Well, let's see. They're able to at least block one, but then they get hit with the big Go Meter, and that is going to be the first stock gone off of Juan.
Absolutely. Could there be more in session right now? Honestly, perfect for them too. Try to get a little bit going right there with a lullaby. Try to maybe do a lullaby sleep combination. Right now, using that back air derriere and seeing that right there. Jigglypuff coming through right now. But again, Crackshot just holding on right there. Finally got something to go.
Yep, and now we are back at 2 stocks to 2. Granted that Terry does have the 43%, now 52 advantage, but still, that's not that large of a gap. Jigglypuff really good at really just adding on the combos and building up high damage percentages very quickly. The only shortcoming is Jigglypuff doesn't have the best kickback. That's why you see a lot of these stocks taken from Jigglypuff are usually coming off of the back air.
And honestly, too, look at Jigglypuff. I got a big egg and little arms. You know what I mean? Meet the Robinson, shout out to that. You have to get close into the game, and like we said, Crackshot isn't afraid to get close up and really do some damage, especially when it comes to their specials. But right now, they have not been getting it to go down. Of course, almost got him with the power geyser, so we'll see if they actually be able to land it. But so far, so good. Jigglypuff just getting out of those specials that Terry relies on so much.
And you see, this is why it's such a smart pick, too, for Juan to come in with the Jigglypuff. Because like we know, that big power geyser, that is a ground attack. And Jigglypuff is floaty. They're hardly ever on the ground to begin with. So now it's just about solidifying your hits for Juan. If they can just avoid the danger and find an opening, but that up B is going to be all that it takes for Crackshot to come through and take the second stock.
The up B really has been the go-to for them in order to make sure that they consistently, time and time again, get the stocks and get them away. Great job by them. Excellent consistency from them, getting them out and up and out of here.
Oh, absolutely. And now, once again, the revenge stock comes back in kind, but still, 55% done. On to Juan's last stock. That is a huge advantage. Going into these final stocks here, Crackshot has an opportunity to go up early in the series.
Terry tried to get that side B, doesn't end up going down, ended up wave dashing that there. Side B does come online and got them out of there. Crackshot, it looked scary at first, but was able to turn it around. Great job, and again, playing cracked.
Yeah, that they are. And I got to say, they were able to get it done with the Terry pick as well. And you got to remember, earlier on, we got to see Crackshot play multiple different characters. And again, if I'm not mistaken, I've gotten to see them play on the Rob at one point, then they switched to the Terry, and then I got to see them play a little bit of Incineroar, and I think they even have a Kazuya as well. So again, this is a player that is multi-talented on a lot of different brawler-type characters, so they thrive in the close range, and that's what Jigglypuff does not want. Granted, that they can go into the close range. They can hold their own, but they are more of like attack and back off. Give and go. Jab and dip. That is how Jigglypuff likes to play. Whereas Terry and a lot of these brawler types, they just love staying at the close range.
Especially because the way Juan uses it, Juan has really been relying on that neutral air to set up a lot of plays. And honestly, the finishers, right, with the back air, with the forward air, and honestly that works to their advantage if they're on the edge. We already talked about it a little later on. Terry has to work even harder to make sure that they have that recovery. But honestly, great job getting in this grill. As we saw before, this Terry isn't afraid to get up close, get personal, even with the dangers of the lullaby, even with the dangers of the sleep, pushing through, unafraid, dodging also too, and landing specials, because that's hard. We said Jigglypuff, so floaty, so small, able to still land when they need to. Let's see what happens in game 2, but already landing 2 specials in a row right there.
Well, here we go, getting ready to get this next fight underway, and already you can see Terry able to force Jigglypuff off stage. Still not that big of a damage percentage difference, but Jigglypuff goes all the way down and can't recover. They all but give away their first stock.
All but give it away. So unfortunate for them, especially too. You start off really good for Juan. You do not want to go down on Crackshot. Crackshot has been playing crack, like you said. Again, somebody, especially in the grand finals, who needs to hold on to as much health as possible. So right now, this Jigglypuff playing more patient right now.
Yeah, and you know what? I got to say, Town and City, I think, is a map that definitely favors Crackshot in this instance with the Terry, because as soon as those platforms go away and you have that moment of like a flat surface, even now with the mid-platform gone, it kind of deters a lot of the Jigglypuff's movements, especially going in towards the air, because they can't reset their combos.
Absolutely. Jigglypuff wants to play in the air, wants to have you on that platform and maybe try to juggle you, right? But look at that, as you see that right there. Buster coming on through. Terry has been going so well, and again, is now at go, so can continue to output high damage.
Yeah, now the go meter once again is online. Terry at 129, and again, it's really hard for Jigglypuff to get the kickback strong enough in order to confirm even that dodge back air there wasn't enough to send them to the blast zone, but it does send Terry far enough to make it to where they can't recover. But still, that is 90% now on Jigglypuff's second stock.
90%, but honestly, smart play right there to honestly force Crackshot into a tough situation. Had to go ahead and dodge that hit, so he didn't actually end up getting any smoke, but couldn't recover in time because of that dodge, couldn't have enough of that burst. So honestly, smart play by them. Again, aerial game, not as good for Crack, and look at that, the edge guarding game is great for Juan there. We're back to, look at that, down 2 stocks, lost the stock, but right now up 1. Crazy comeback from Juan.
That is absolutely insane. They were at 90% on their second stock and was able to take a full Terry stock and only lose 30% damage. That is insane, but that is what Juan is good at with Jigglypuff. They're able to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge and avoid the danger and still find openings to get quick attacks off like that.
Jigglypuff has been so squirrely. You see that right now. Terry Bogard had some haymakers, absolute haymakers with their specials. But look at that, just dodging all of them right there. The side B not going right. The up B not. Look at that, the sleep within section. Look at that, that play by that crack shot got cracked up and out of here.
And you see this once again, even whether they're in defeat, whether they take a victory, Juan is still composed. They are still keeping locked into the game because the job is not done. It is still 1-1 in the series. It is a tied grand finals, and this is exactly what I expected from the two best in Texas.
I was wondering when Juan was going to come up with that sleep, or maybe a lullaby to set up the sleep as well. Terry's playing up close and personal, right? Trying to make sure that they can land their haymakers, their specials, right? But unfortunately, not really getting off any of them or their command inputs, and because of that, they've really been struggling to honestly get some more of those stocks. That's why they went from 90 to 99 and was still alive and got 2 of their stocks. So excellent job on the other side from Terry, but Jigglypuff continuing the play and continuing strong here.
And you know what? It's like we were saying earlier, how we haven't really seen the lullaby really hit or take effect or even get a sleep onto Terry. But it's kind of what Fern was saying earlier. It's not necessarily whether or not the lullaby hits. It can even do what needs to be done just by the mere threat of the lullaby.
Absolutely. Like you said, zone them out and make sure that it's hard for them to get close. So close quarters, we'll see if Crackshot decides to back on there. Honestly, trying to get him with the sleep was not effective. So went ahead with the side smash, couldn't get them up and out of there. The side B also doing some damage, couldn't get that right there either.
Yeah, that was a big heavy punish. Again, Jigglypuff got caught in rest, and then they were able to just get a big solid smash. But even still, it is going to be Juan who is going to be able to come through and get the first stock off of Crackshot.
Juan has been really killing in the aerial game. Oh, a little bit of chiropractic action too. Ooh, that looks a little bit good. Crackshot, cracking the back. You know, it's Jigglypuff, so always looks cute. But the aerial game, like I talk about, the forward airs and the back airs has been a go-to finishing move, but so is the side B for Terry Bogard. So Crackshot getting a stock of their own.
Yep, and there we go. That is now going to be a 2-stock to 2-stock game. And we are back here on center stage, going for the up air there from the Terry. They're not able to confirm, but they are going to be able to find more damage here. Jigglypuff, again, applying those back airs, being able to find openings where they are, and they're just constantly keeping the Terry from touching the ground.
Juggle game is so important if you're Jiggly. We already saw Juan have some issues. That's why they're not going from farther off of stage. You don't want to get caught in no man's land. You want to be able to land some of those power dunks. And look at that right there. Got one of their own. Again, at 90% each. Trying to get that rollout to go out. Didn't happen. The upbeat, the finisher from Crackshot.
Yeah, and again, we hardly got to see the rollout very much. We did get to see it in the previous matchup, and it was successful. This time, I think Crackshot was prepared for it. They were ready, and they were able to counter it.
Absolutely. Trying to get back onto stage again. Crackshot, so smart. I am not going to get baited to have a game out there, out of stage. I'm not going to get caught slipping. Crackshot has that go and is trying to get these command inputs to go as well. Again, a power geyser, a buster strike. The Buster Wolf can be crazy here. Oh, got that right there. Are you okay? They are, because they ended up not getting out. But again, 66, we're approaching to kill percent.
Yeah, and we have seen Juan being able to come back from these instances before, but now Terry with the upbeat through stage. Oh, you love to see it happen again. You see it with characters like King Dedede. You see it with characters like Incineroar, or actually Mewtwo even, that are able to use the tail whip through stage. Now Terry being able to utilize that tech as well, and Terry now at 156, now 165%, still in this second stock until finally they are not. There you have it. We are down to 1 stock apiece.
I was going to say, Crackshot did a good job just getting back to the stage, because Jigglypuff and Juan was really trying to set up that juggle situation and try to get them up in the air. So did a great job getting back onto stage, but also Juan, knowing that, hey, if I just get him caught slipping just once, I can get him up out of here, just like Crack said in response. Look at that. That is game 2 right now. Up is Crackshot.
And that was a huge up B there on the ledge guard in order to confirm, but we are not done yet. That is now 2-1 in the series in this best of 5, currently in the favor of Crackshot. If they take one more match, they will be your grand champion. It's all on the line right here. Juan has to answer back in a major way if they want to stay alive here in the grand finals.
Absolutely. Staying alive. But guess what? Juan has done an impressive job in their own right. They're really playing a game of chess. Honestly, Juan coming back again down a stock because of their own move, and SD able to recover, only lost 9% and was able to blast through. So we'll see what happens if they're able to turn it around, because they can get stocks in a short amount of time. Let's see if they can turn it around here again. I want to see if you can get off these sleeps, because Jiggly's done a great job of kind of getting around a lot of these major blows from these specials.
Well, here we are back on Pokemon Stadium 2. Already Terry going for that up B, not able to confirm the entirety of it, but still managed to get some damage on the board. And now Jigglypuff trying to find an opening here, but they are getting juggled by this Terry, as once again we find ourselves on that top platform. Jigglypuff drops down, and once again a big opening found by Crackshot.
Good power dunk right there to the buzzer right there, the side move. Love to see that, as you see right there time and time again. Look at that right there. Terry understanding that you can't be out there in no man's land outside. Juan trying to set up, hey, I'm trying to tempt you to going off stage. Didn't work. Tried to tempt them with a lullaby. That didn't end up working out either. So Crackshot not falling for the bait that's being set up from Juan. Instead, Juan getting punished by the bait not working out.
Yeah, looking to try and even the odds here. If they manage to at least take this first stock off of Terry, then that will give them a decent fight going into the second. Big back throw, forcing Terry off stage, and now pushing them underneath the stage, and Terry can't recover. We are now down to 2 stocks to 2.
Juan eventually got exactly what he wanted. All you need to do is get off stage. Terry has a good vert recovery, well, okay vert recovery, not the greatest, but look at that. You don't need to worry about vert recovery if you actually get your move off. Power dunk saying absolutely gone and out of there. Crack now 2-1 when it comes to stocks.
And you see, this is why Terry is so good against a character like Jigglypuff, for example, is because Jigglypuff is very floaty. They're able to hit the lullaby, nearly being able to confirm that stock, but now they can hit with the rest. They get the block off, and now we're back center stage.
The crowd thought that it was game, set, and match, at least for that stock, but somehow staying alive. It's Crackshot, but could not get it done. Again, it's been the forward air or the back air that they've been really utilizing, getting them out of there in kill percent. That's exactly what happened. We are down to the last stock each for either. But again, Jigglypuff having 50, now 60. Ooh, it's getting dangerous right now for Jiggly.
Yeah, that it is, but we still have ourselves a game here. Hold the phone, the wake-up damage was there, and now they're able to avoid the block again, but they force themselves off stage. They recover with the up B. Now Jigglypuff at 101% damage, looking for just one opening. Crackshot needs to put this game to bed, as that might do it, but no, Jigglypuff still in this.
Some timely shields from either side, honestly making sure that they're not up and out here. Trying to get him with the dash. Honestly, we kill him with the dash, but it didn't matter. Getting him with the power dunk, and Crack is feeling Crack. Let's go! It is your champion for the Tex F State Championship in Smash!
And you can see how hyped they are. They really worked hard for this one. They had to make it through the entire bracket, playing near perfection. And then just to make it here, they had to swap up to so many different characters. And at the end of the day, it was the Terry pick. It was the comfort pick. And at the end of the day, it's the comfort pick above everything else. Such great gameplay coming from Crackshot against Juan, who definitely was, in my opinion at least, the #1 seed, probably the top prospect to take it all. And Crackshot comes through to take the series 3-1. What a performance, Crackshot, your Texas Esports Undisputed Super Smash Bros. Ultimate State Champion.
And you know what? I mentioned it a little bit earlier, right? Juan, a good Jigglypuff is so good, right? You know, it's a Hooper's pick, right? You know, somebody who's in the know, understands the game, and honestly, if they use them effectively, they can get them with sleeps, they can get them with the forward airs, the back airs, but guess what I said? I said this to Cap, honestly, off air too. I said, hey, A good Terry can go. And not even just in Go did Crackshot do it. Did it out of Go against the game with Bash, but then did it again with Juan. Honestly, so many different ways. It looked like Jigglypuff was actually had an advantage too because the squirrely floaty can actually get outside of Terry Bogart's range, and honestly, it's a little bit short too, so can dodge a lot of those special hitboxes, but honestly, still stayed on stage, didn't get baited, honestly punished for the bait setups, and because of that, Crackshot walking away, your champion.
Oh, 100%. And again, you know, starting out a little bit rough too, because Crackshot in that first game, they lost to Leo. And not only that, but they didn't really have the crowd on their side either. They didn't get the crowd buff. So they still had to power through, persevere, and get that win just to secure that spot in the semis, and then was flawless throughout.
Hey, didn't have the crowd buff, but had the swag buff, right? The whole day, Crackshot just looked calm, cool, collective, right? Palms weren't sweaty, didn't need mom spaghetti in order to come through, right? Was just killing in their own. Cool, because they had that hoodie on, but their gameplay was hot, right? Again, utilizing those special, doing a variety of ways too. I'm really impressed with the temperity, right? Being litigious, being really honestly patient, right? I used to do a little taekwondo. I'm not like Terry Bogard or anything like that, right? But one thing my sensei always said was patience, right? And honestly, that's exactly what they did time and time again. The only time that I feel Crack got caught slipping was, again, Terry's natural weakness, which is recovery, but honestly, they recovered at the end no matter how many stocks they went down. They overcame it time and time again, and that's why they're your champion. Speaking of champion, it's time to crown them. We're gonna throw it to Kelsey on stage. Kelsey, take it away.
With our finalists in second place, we have Juan! Give it up for Juan! And in first place, we have Crackshot! Give it up for our grand champion, Crackshot! Don't forget your medal. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. And, all right, if you want to head off. I got a few questions for you now. All right, first up, champion. Tell us what school you're from and your name.
I'm from Lumberton High School. My name is Lucas Shirley.
Awesome. So, did you go in with a plan of champions that you were going to pick, or was this on a whim?
I knew I was going to play Terry. He's the only character I could win with.
So that's your main there?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. Did you have any special moves that you're looking out for, trying to stay on the platform, trying to get them off the platform?
Honestly, no. I just mashed.
You just smashed. All right, we'll give it up for our Smash champion! Thank you so much. And back to you, Bordy and Captain Itsoka.
Few words, a man of much swag and honestly, much weight that he has on his shoulders right here. Hey, those belts are heavy, but guess what? Got the strength to push on through and be your champion. Hoist it on up for the crowd, too. We love to see it, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the belt by itself is just amazing. It's so cool. Again, I really wish I had one of my own, but you know what? I still love my medal. I can always be, I might not be the best Smash player by any means. Might be one of the worst, actually.
Honestly, I'm terrible.
But at least I'm decent enough to get the participation medal.
You know what? We existed and we tried. And that's why we have this participation medal. I like to act like I'm an Olympian. Bite through it. Not as cool as a belt, but still walking away with something. And honestly, too, during that presentation, you could tell, Juan kind of not feeling himself, kind of a little disappointed. But again, as we were talking about a little bit early, before we even started our whole Smash tournament on stage, we interviewed UZL. And he said, hey, man, sometimes we have players that didn't qualify here that ended up winning first place. So sometimes it just isn't in the cards, sometimes it isn't in the sticks. But hey, that doesn't mean that you still aren't great, okay? As we go into these highlights, you're gonna see a couple of these highlights that are really good for Juan, and Juan showed out, but ultimately Crackshot was just a little bit more crack.
Yeah, just a little bit too, and you know what? It really came down to the timing. You're gonna see from the highlights when we get a chance to take a look that, again, a lot of the deception that came with Juan's play with Jigglypuff was being able to jump up and over, really trying to go for a lot of these dives and dodges, again, resulting in a lot of aerial-based movements. But then Terry, Crackshot, was able to counter a lot of those floaty movements by literally just trying to play keep up the balloon. Like constantly getting hits on Jigglypuff and keep them floating in the air.
And stage selection actually has to do with it too, as you talked about when you're having when you're at the Animal Crossing stage, you don't actually have those platforms where Jigglypuff can actually get you caught slipping in the air. Good job by Crackshot, not being tempted off stage. Again, time and time, you see them off the side. There's no reason for Juan to be there if they weren't trying to set up an aerial game, an area mode. Really tried to set him up, but guess what? Crackshot said, I'm not falling for it. Dodge the Crackshot and then go ahead and punish them. Right now, Crackshot, just again, time and time again, the response game was impressive for them. Juan tried to set up a lot of plays, but every single time they ended up punishing them for saying, hey, you think I'm a fool? Fool me once, you get fooled again, okay?
Well, you fool, you can't get fooled again. But one thing in particular that I have to thank Crackshot for is for being a Terry main that actually uses Go Meter. I can't tell you how many times I have watched, commentated, spectated matches where there's a Terry main and they don't use Go Meter, but I gotta tell you, Crackshot, they used it perfectly, they used it effectively, and more importantly, they knew when not to use it either. Again, Crackshot has Terry down to a Terry T.
As a King of Fighters fan, I am always appreciative to see the throwbacks. I'm so glad to see Terry in the first place, but I really wanted to see the REOK boom in action, and that's exactly what we saw. A lot more action to come, though. Again, Bordy McBoard, Captain at Soka here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. Presented by TextFact is the Undisputed Esports Texas State Championship. We'll be back on the other side to see some Overwatch action coming up next.
up, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas? I'm your host, Kelsey Plays, and I've got another belt. Let's hear it for Rocket League. All right, let's bring out our second place winners, Adamson. Give it up again for Adamson! If y'all will come over here. And for our Rocket League Grand Champions, let me get this up real quick. Prosper Unified! These belts are heavy, y'all. These belts are heavy. This is Grand Champion belts right here. And then here's your medals. First place winners here, Rocket League. Give it up one more time for Prosper Unified. Let's hear it one more time. I know the day has been long. Make sure you're drinking water, riding rides, eating food. Give it up for Rocket League champions! All right, we're going back to Boardy McBoard and Captain Etsoka. Take it away, you guys.
Prosper and are feeling quite prosperous because it's been a heck of a championship Saturday, not Sunday, but every day is a fun day here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. And honestly, with the TechSef crew, Board, Captain Etsoka, and now it's time to watch what you do, or well, somebody might be over you. That's Overwatch. We're gonna see the grand finales and championship rounds of that coming up shortly.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I cannot wait to get into these Overwatch games. I mean, we've gotten to see some great Overwatch all weekend long, and now it's coming down to the grand finals.
And I'm so excited to see what this crew might have up their sleeve. Again, it's been a long day of action. It's getting to that point, too, where you might have a little bit of fatigue, right? Maybe you might have to shake the dust off, get an energy drink, smack yourself in the face. Well, guess what? They don't need any of that. Maybe the crowd will hype them up. We're gonna throw it back to Kelsey so we can introduce these squads we're gonna see for our grand finale.
Everyone here at Six Flags, make sure you're staying hydrated. We've got our Overwatch grand finals for you here now on stage. I'm going to be bringing out the teams. First up, we have Science Academy! Oh, just kidding. Science Academy to our left. Give it up for the Dragons. And on my right, Hebron! Going into our grand finals, Boardy McBoard, Captain Etsoka, please take it away.
Ron and the Science Academy Dragons, we saw last year them go against each other in some Valorant action, but this time we're seeing Overwatch instead. And you know, both of these squads had quite a bit of success. Science Academy earning some titles earlier on in today. Again, reminder, Street Fighter, that grand finale, all Science Academy, but guess what? On the other side, Hebron, first-person shooters, really their strength, Overwatch, a lot of aim needs to be required to game the system. And guess what? If their game is true, they might end up walking away with this. But again, Science Academy Dragons say, hey, fear the dragon.
I'll be honest, like if it were up to me, 1 point would already go to Hebron, just because when they came out, one of their players decided to earth shatter on the stage. Like that is a lot of charisma right there. I mean, my goodness. Talking about starting things off with a lot of momentum. Nothing is going to boost your morale more than an air earth shatter.
What did we say, right? A lot of these Texas teams, they got a little bit of swagger to get to this
point. I think everybody that we've seen on the main stage got a little bit of game to go with their game. And Hebron, again, as you remember, of course, last year had the captain hats. Oh, captain, my captain, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Hebron's captain because, hey, they're not capping like sometimes you do. Instead,
all the time.
They're rising to the occasion like you always do.
I was about to say, that's my secret, Bordy. I'm always capping.
Right now, even?
Oh, yeah, right now,
But
as a matter of fact.
if you say you're capping, then that means, and you're always capping, that means you're not capping, doesn't that mean?
Oh, exactly. Now you get it.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome aboard the ship. You got it.
I'm gonna need the Science Academy dragons to honestly help me with that math equation. Sounds like a paradox, but guess what? It's no coincidence that they're here on the stage again. Strong Esports Foundation. Again, with Hebron, that too. We haven't seen a lot of these crews in Overwatch, but honestly, we did see a lot of Overwatch action. And one common theme that we saw in Overwatch, communication, is what made sure that these teams got their dubs, right? Not only communication in terms of making sure that you have one person going to point, not attacking one person at a time, but attacking together, but then also talking about attacking together, combining ults together as well. That's how they earned success yesterday.
Oh yeah, not only that, but we got to see a lot of different compositions yesterday as well. And not to mention the Lucio made a pretty big appearance. Even though that we have seen Lucio kind of phase out a little bit of the support core, they are still constantly in the conversation from the very first season all the way to now. And then not to mention, we've also seen some big change-ups with our tanks. We're seeing a lot more of the Junker Queen, a lot more Doomfist. We've gotten to see a good bit of that Winston. But what I'm going to be watching out for today is that DPS. Remember, we got to see a good bit of Venture yesterday as well. I think today is where the DPSs are going to make the difference. And shout out to all the Genjis, as a matter of fact, that we saw yesterday that were coming through with the plays of the games. It's going to be, I think, decided by the DPS here today for our grand finals in Overwatch 2.
There must be something in the water in Texas, and whatever's in that water, I don't know if it's that Space Jam stuff, you know, Michael's secret stuff or whatever, but guess what? The aim is true when you have a Genji, and my goodness, they're getting back behind the defensive line and honestly racking up elimination after elimination after elimination. Again, I don't know what's in the water. I need to drink that water so I can finally get good at DPS because I'm not as good as some of these other squads are. But you talked about how they won, right? Hebron, we see time and time again, whether it be in Valorant squad too, right? They've been really good at just having some shooters in their game, right? So I'm expecting the DPSs from Hebron to really carry them. We'll see how Science Academy really responds to the effort that Hebron has on their squad.
Oh, 100%. And again, you know, Hebron coming from last year in Valorant, being able to take the Grand Championships and take the finals, I know they're going to want to try and take yet another title in Overwatch as well this year in 2024. You can already hear the crowd. They're ready as we get map number 1 in this best of luck. Let's get this one underway.
Oh, and we are starting off quick. My goodness. The Dragons didn't waste any single time. Nepal said come through. They're at the Nepal point. But honestly, I don't know exactly what Hebron was doing. I think they were trying to push beforehand. I think they pushed way too hard. And because of that, they got caught slipping. Already on point right now. Hebron and Fierce.
I'm about to say, you want to know what Hebron did? Hebron took point. That's exactly what happened. They came, they saw, they conquered, and they got a limbs on the board. And a lot of that was at the behest of the Reinhardt, because you can't meet Reinhardt indoors. You will get slapped, you will get clapped, and you better watch out or get back, because once again, Emong has come in to deal out the damage until they are finally eliminated.
Maga not afraid to get up in the face of the competition. The aggressiveness didn't work the last time for the Science Academy Dragons, but guess what? Be aggressive works, especially right there. Mantra getting some work done too. I said DPS was going to carry Hebron, and right now with the Sumatra getting some DPS going as well. Great job. I wouldn't think that Sumatra would be carrying as much as they are.
Oh, what? I love Symmetra. Symmetra is honestly my favorite turret character. No, don't get me wrong, I got respect for Torbjorn, but again, Symmetra I think is slept on. Their turrets do so much damage and they're so phenomenal. And not only that, but I still think it is on the DPS, because it was really Emong on that Reinhardt that soaked up so much damage and was able to put a lot of damage out onto the Mauga, and all the DPS had to do was clean up the rest. Great plays being made, and now a big anti-nade onto Emong could spell danger, and somehow, some way, they are still up and on their feet.
Coalescence has been popped by Hebron, And right now we have a TPS Mora going on in session in conjunction with the Symmetric coming through as well. They've been able to scope out people and now they're running away. Science Academy is going to have to regroup well.
Yeah, right now, Hebron Varsity doing a really good job at 80% on the point, only 20 ticks away from taking game number 1. Out comes the artillery from the Bastion, going to be raining down fire on these Dragons as they do get a couple of hits. Malga now on the point, going toe-to-toe with the Reinhardt. Reinhardt currently hit with the anti, and they manage to come back, but as soon as they do, they get hacked. Earth Shatter comes online, and it connects.
Earth Shatter with Wine on this map can be a danger, and that's what we saw. We saw a whole bunch of ults get popped off. Don't forget that on the other side, Wickman did a great job in using that hack, but pushed through that and was able to get off their ult, and once that happened, ooh-wee, it was easy season. LeBron capping it off, and honestly, they started off on fire, capped it off too. Great job, but again, there's still more left to go. We're on to the second phase of Nepal.
Absolutely, and you know what? I absolutely, again, love the Reinhardt coming from the side of Hebron because, again, you got to remember, they opened things up by coming through with an Earth Shatter on stage, and now they're hitting it in game. They pretty much told you what they were going to do, and they came through and did it anyway. This team from Hebron is starting off on a huge first step.
Hey, confidence, baby. That's what we've seen from Hebron, just in the way that they walk onto stage. Their captain has some swagger, and guess what? Everybody else that plays in that school has swagger too. You're gonna need swagger in order to get on this level. Oh, we don't see any Lucio, so no boops. But we might get a little bit of a kind of force boop. Again, sometimes those dives by D.Va can sometimes push you off the map. We have this Bastion doing work here too.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be a lot of hit scan coming from the Bastion, of course, and they're able to find an elimination there on Jay, and they go down instantly. Meanwhile, they're still applying that hit scan, and here they go, switching into the turret, being able to deal out the damage onto the Roadhog, and down they go! And now the Dragons are answering back against Hebron here in the second round of map number 1.
I was about to congratulate that Baptiste on the side of Hebron, really a clutch slam to make sure that you can save your tank, but you can only stay but so long. SA Dragons, that D.Va pushed hard, but thanks to the support right there, the Moira, the Ana, made sure that they had enough health to push through that base, but they're gonna need more help to push through another one here. They might want to back up though, because they are sure really aggressive.
And I gotta tell you right now, I'm loving the composition from the Dragons, especially going up against Emong on this Roadhog, because you have the Ana who has the anti-nade, and not only are you nullifying heals that are coming from the outside from the support core, but you're also nullifying the inhaler that Roadhog has to self-heal. So again, that anti-nade is like the Achilles heel of Roadhog.
Anti-heal can just do so much damage. We'll see what happens with it. You can get them time and time again if you have that pop-up. Bronzo doesn't have to worry. D.Va probably popped that a little bit too early. A Riptide goes out. Let's see if we can find any victims right now trying to go around the crew. Catch them slipping. Ooh, look at that right there. Good job by that Bastion to snuff it out though. That was a creative way to set it up. On the other side, another Riptide by Pine. SA finally getting a foothold. They need Captain.
Yeah, they were able to find 2 on that. That was a beautiful Riptire. Now we're getting right back onto the point. The Dragons have taken the lead, and now they are halfway there of being able to take the second round here on map 1. And now here comes the BAP. They're able to use their ult, and they are able to get 2 assists and an elimination with the ultimate. And just like that, Hebron Varsity are able to take back the point.
On fire with healing, that's because that was such a critical need right there. You had 3 teammates who were in critical. Defense Matrix makes it so that you can heal twice as much if you're healing them through that. Clutch play by Hebron. That Baptiste has been a great support, but look at that right now. It's looking like the SA Dragons are coming back. Coalescence been popping off as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big coalescence here as they're going to chase down these eliminations, going right into the thick of the opposition there, able to deal out a lot of damage, but now you got to look at the ultimates coming from the side of the Dragons. They still have 2 in their pocket. They have the Nano Boost as well as their own coalescence as the whole hog has been activated, trying to clear out sight, and now they have to deal with the Malga.
Oh my goodness, they've been really aggressive for Bronis, and honestly, they should have been punished, but plays like the Lucio and the Myra, they've been doing a great job making sure that they're rewarded for their aggressiveness. Sometimes when you play aggressive as a team, team. All you need is good support to help you through, and that's exactly what Hebron has right now.
Yeah, and you know what I got to tell you right now, Daikano currently doing some amazing healing. I mean, you're really watching the Bastion being targeted by Hebron Varsity, and yet they are still alive because what we have seen from Daikano on the Moira, being able to, even through the contest, even through constant crossfire, are able to stay alive themselves and keep their teammates alive as well.
The supports have been phenomenal for both sides and critical in making sure that these pushes are successful. But as we round out, we're at 86% for one squad, 80 for another. So we'll see what happens as a Riptire goes off, only gets down to Daikon, but honestly, that could be huge right there. Assaulted Academy has their foot on the gas, and they're trying to get that streak and keeps on going.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at Salted and Wyman able to come out, or Witchman, apologies, are able to come out and get big eliminations and completely clear sight. And now they're only one tick away from taking the game as we are in overtime. Time getting ready to expire, but no, they managed to get a foot on it, but that's still not going to be enough as the time continues to expire. And that will do it. The Dragons managed to answer back against Hebron.
Support, support, support. They're not just the reason why we're under this roof again. You need to make supports to make sure a building stays firm, right? Guess what? They built that lead based on the fact that supports were there to support them. Again, the Ana anti-nade coming into handy, really getting to that tank on the other side for Hebron, but then also to that Mora, was playing DPS a little bit earlier on, decided, hey, what? I'm needed for heals, and once they swapped to that heals, it was all that they needed. The Mog very aggressive, and because of that, they caught people in the corner. Hey, if you're aggressive, catch people in the corner, you can make them pay. That's exactly what happens with the Science Academy, but we still have more games to go.
Yeah, and you know what? We did see the tank switch from Hebron just a little bit late there. I mean, they tried to get the job done with the Roadhog, and I get it because, again, being able to deal out a lot of that damage is going to add to the DPS, and that really does help clearing sight. But the only problem is that, you know, Roadhog also has the hook that you can use to yank people off stage, and that's not what they were doing. So now they have to switch back to the Reinhardt and try and take control again.
I think the Reinhardt is good, that shield to really get away that initial boost. And look at that lamp coming through too. Great job again. This Baptiste has been great. They switched sides. Actually, Jahid went to Lucio, and J-Buff is now the Baptiste. But these lamps by either of these Baptistes has really helped them finalize their pushes. They're aggressive, and they're rewarded for their aggressiveness. Again, he supports phenomenal.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, I agree with this switch from Emong here. Clearly, the Roadhog, as much as I love Roadhog, one of my favorite characters, but with that being said, it just wasn't working for Emong. I think they do a lot better job on the Roadhog, and so far that's proving true here in the third round of map number 1, as now you can see the retake is coming from the Dragons.
Oh, a Bastion can do so much damage, and that's what's happening right here. Now, Hebron getting some picks right now. Bastion DPS for sure. And guess what? They've done a great job just keeping a foothold on the SA Dragons. They have not been able to cross that chokehold. That's a hard chokehold to pass, especially when you have that Rhine to shield a lot of these shots from the Mog.
Yeah, and not to mention, the reason that Bastion was able to pull that off was because we saw the BAP ult that had come out, the screen that was able for Bastion to shoot clean through it and then multiply their damage, and they were in turret form, so that's just a constant hit scan, dealing a multiple of damage, and it was just too much to overcome. And now, once again, the Dragons have to try and push for a retake.
Stomped on them. Really, Salted has been making some good effort on the previous matchups, really charging into battle, but unfortunately, they were not rewarded there. This Bastion of this Academy on the other side, Science Academy, has not been able to get good penetration. A Riptire goes out, trying to get around town and try to see if you can catch them slipping. Do they get anybody with this? Ooh, good awareness to make sure that they weren't a victim to that ult.
Yeah, but they still have the Nano Boost, and they also have the Coalescence on the side of the Dragons. Meanwhile, you do see that it was the Symmetra ult that got popped just now, literally splitting the objective into two sides, but that's not going to stop Salted. Salted able to come away and get an elimination onto that Reinhardt, and just like that, the point has been taken at exactly 99%.
Off the back of Wickman, I like both of these Bastions because Bastion can really be a damage getter. I like the fact that you have Salted and Wickman right there, especially on a long-range map like this. Hebron is definitely going to have to push behind this Reinhardt shield in order to make sure they can get back into the spot and secure this victory. But my goodness, Wickman is playing.
Yeah, and now the sound barrier has been activated as well, so they can try and push onto site. And the Lucio does get eliminated, but now here comes Yiso coming from the outside, or Yisu. Oh, again on the Bastion, being able to take out this Junkrat, huge elimination, and now here we go back into overtime as Hebron look to end this game here and now. There you have it. Hebron Varsity are going to take game number 1 of the grand finals.
Pop in the just to do it, just like LeBron never misses a moment to pop their collar. Sometimes you need to celebrate the good plays, and that's exactly what we're doing. And you know what? What I love about this matchup is you get a counter for a counter, a pick for a pick, a play for a play, right? We talked about the fact how the support was so fundamental for Hebron early on, and then we switched it to the other side. The support on the other side for the Science Academy Dragons were super important. Well, guess what? Both Bastions were very crucial in making sure that either team secured point, but at the end of the day, the clutch factor for Hebron came through and they were able to secure the point. And that was thanks to that shield by that Reinhardt. It's nice to have that shield to soak up some of the damage from the Bastion and also from the Maga as well.
And you know what, again, I love the energy coming from the Hebron side just now. I mean, they got the win. They know they got the win. And don't get me wrong, it was definitely hard fought because that was actually one of the few maps that we've seen go all the way to the 3rd round on Control, because more often than not, it just ends in 2. But even I could tell what they were saying on the side of Hebron Varsity. They were saying, let's go, baby.
Of course they're saying let's go. Again, some of these Baptiste blazes have been really good as well. Again, knowing what to do as a team play from either of these squads, really important. But again, what sticks out for me for Hebron is the fact that they were so aggressive early on. I think Science Academy was too aggressive. They pushed way too far early on in Nepal. I'm not sure why they went down that hallway. They ended up paying for it. Gave a point early on, was able to win game 2, but it's those little mistakes when you go to a grand final that really bite you in the butt. You need to make sure that you're not punishing yourself, or else your opponent will surely do it to you.
Well, we already know what happens after Control here. We're going to be heading right into Hybrid, which is going to be that escort mission. So now you're going to have to switch the gameplay up a little bit. Now, I'm only wondering how much are they going to switch up? Because again, I actually do like seeing Reinhardt on these Hybrid escort missions. It all depends on the map. Now, if we go to King's Row, then by all means, bring out the Rhine for sure.
Absolutely.
However, if we go to someplace else,
like Havana, I don't like Rhine there.
Right, you might want to maybe even think about either a Remy, and I say that because I'm biased. I love Ramatra, you know this, but at the same time, I wouldn't mind seeing a Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball has been so good on escort because they're able to clear sight so quickly, and they're the hardest tank to pin down, and literally they are the most annoying tank. And I'm saying that as someone who cannot stand Wrecking Ball, I can't deny that they are actually good.
Wrecking Ball is so annoying along with Winston too. They get up in your face, but they're squirrely too, so as soon as you try to say, hey, I'm gonna attack you, they're there, they're gone, and then they damage you, and then they're gone again, right? You cannot track them down, especially if you're keeping that movement up. And really, like you said, it depends on what map you get. Maybe Route 66, you go a different direction to. Maybe you can go back to the route of the Rhine, but let's see what we're loading into. And guess what? It's King Row. It's King's Row, so of course, we're gonna see none other than a double Rhine composition.
Well, it's gotta be King's Row. It literally has to be. King's Row is the ascent of Valorant. Well, actually, it's the ascent of Overwatch too, rather, because this is like the default map. This is the map that everybody has probably spent the most time on, but at the same time, it's the comfort pick because you are so used to it, because you spent so much time here. This is where you're going to get probably the most equal gameplay. This is where the game becomes fair and balanced for both teams.
And you know what? That first choke point is so hard to get to, so good job pushing through that by Hebron. An exchange right here, getting on the face of Science Academy, but so far, so stalemate. Let's see if it keeps up.
Now you see, right now, if I was on the defensive side, actually, like I love the Rhine v Rhine, but right now, if you're on defense, this would be a great time to bring out Ramatra, because in order to counter that Rhine, you can use the Nemesis form, and you can literally punch through the shield, and it's so effective. But when you try and take Rhine head on with a spawn so close, it's not going to matter, because as soon as you knock them and get them out, they're right back up and in the action, and now the Dragons are able to take point, and they're going to be able to start pushing the payload.
Rhine is a great pick when you're starting right there in that cubbyhole. That first checkpoint is so hard to get through, so you have Rhine as that shield to make sure that nobody can come through. But we saw it last time that we casted Overwatch. Ramatra got it to the face, got through through that shield, broke through it, and was giving them the hands. Right now, trying to give them hands is the Bastion, able to get that Hanzo right there, but only one to their name. Again, we'll see what Salted Academy does because they're getting pushed in right now.
Yep, they most certainly are, but you got to keep in mind that Earth Shatter is still online, and for Hebron Varsity, they only have the Baptiste ult, where on the Dragons, they got 3 ults at the ready. One is the Bap ult, you got the Earth Shatter, and then you have the Kitsune Rush. So this is more than enough in order to get around this corner here in this mid push, and there goes the Bap ult coming online for Hebron.
Ooh, and
the Earth Shatter!
Ooh, wait, with the Bastion behind that screen, anything is possible. That defense matrix is so good. Twice the damage. You get a Bastion behind that, it's game over for the squad. So excellent clear by Hebron to make sure that you utilize those ults in conjunction with each other.
Absolutely. Again, not only that, but they all, like you said, they managed to pull off the double ult with the Earth Shatter, and of course, you had that Baptiste ult, which we have already seen Yasuo use to multiply their hit scan, and they did it again, and not only that, but they were literally sitting ducks in front of the Bastion.
Sitting ducks. Let's see if we can use some pecan duck off of that right now. Science Academy coming back with their own strong push, but now they're actually getting pushed back. We very rarely see this sometimes. We very rarely see this on this map. Once you get past that first checkpoint, it's kind of hard to like not get pushed up into that hallway. That's usually where you stand still. So great job by Hebron just keeping their foot on Science Academy's necks.
And you want to know why right now the Dragons haven't been able to push the payload and why it's coming back? It's because they literally held on to all of their ults until finally the Earth Shatter, the Hack, the Sombra ult, it's all coming out now, and they still have 3 ults in their pocket. But the reason that the payload pushed so far back is because they held on to those ults for so long, and now they're finally using them.
And you know what? It's very strange when we see teams. We talked about this last time, right? You have the ults, you got to use them. We've seen several teams yesterday not be able to last through and honestly break through and win because they didn't utilize their ults. So if you have it in your pocket, use it. Don't use it impatiently, but you got to use it if you have the chance. Good lamp right there by the Baptiste from Science Academy right now as we're seeing every ult pop up.
Yeah, and here we go. It's that ult dump we were talking about, but meanwhile, you still have the Kitsune Rush, and not only that, but Emong and J-Buff both have their ults at the ready for Hebron Varsity as well, and now you can see the BAP does get eliminated, and yet another trade does go in the favor of Hebron Varsity as they manage to stop the payload from moving any further. Now only 2 minutes and 20 seconds for the Dragons to reach the second checkpoint.
Shout out to Bootleg Pika really getting up on top of those buildings to make sure that their team can survive a little bit longer, but that Kitsune Kirika is the main reason why you have health, especially from this Hebron onslaught that you have going for you, right? So because they ended up being eliminated, they were not able to last. But look at that! Getting through the defense, coming in, getting the Earth Shatter, and then getting them out. What a clever play. That's a full team wipe. Again, using their ults effectively and not just keeping them in their pocket.
And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and call it. That's play of the game right now. 100%. Not only because it led to a team kill, but it literally canceled out the Kitsune Rush that was coming from the Dragons. That was one of my big concerns, is waiting for the Kitsune Rush. But as soon as they called it in, the Earth Shatter came down, and the Kitsune Rush was rendered useless.
That's why you can't hold on for it too long. Then you're like, hey, I've held on to it. I guess I'll just use it now. Didn't use it smart. Didn't use it in the proper aim. Because of that, they are paying for it. Not a good angle of attack, I think, from the SA Dragons. The shield of Reinhardt is just getting eaten away by that Bastion, and because of that, they're going to go ahead and regroup. It's not smart for somebody like Ryan to get it from up top unless you have some shooters behind you.
Oh, what a big pin, following it up with that Earth Shatter, but unfortunately the Ice Wall kept them from hitting anyone with it. So now you leave yourself vulnerable, and all of a sudden Hebron Varsity are able to counterattack. Even though they did lose Beast in the crossfire, they're going to be able to respawn and get back into the fight pretty quickly.
And I'm wondering if Salted accidentally pushed that, right? Because it didn't make sense. They saw the Ice Wall there the entire time. Maybe they thought they can wipe it away, but unfortunately, that's not what happens with the Earth Shatter. I think they're pushing way too strong right here. There's a lamp from that Baptiste, able to get G's vote, so maybe I'm wrong, but honestly, they're right there by spawn point. I don't think that's a really effective and will push that much for the Science Academy.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, they were getting held up there towards that second checkpoint, but they finally managed to push it, and since then, they've been on an absolute roll, as now you can see the Bastion ult comes out, and it's going to target literally every single one of them. Should be able to hit a good bit of splash damage, as now the BAP ult comes out as well for Bootleg Pika, as it will be a clearing of the payload, as now they get ready to round the last corner.
That's a smart play by that BAP team. It forces them to back up, but on the counter side, we have another window going up as well. So good job by Hebron. They got pushed back, but then decided, hey, we're gonna push you back as well. So good trade-off right there. Again, they're yin and yang this entire match, but right now, what's more powerful is Hebron. They put their foot on their necks. The pressure from them has been consistent, and it's thanks to players like this Bastion.
Yeah, now, right, for the moment, I mean, the Dragons, they have less than a minute to try and push this payload just a little bit further, and they can do it because the Dragons, even in that last push, they were running out of time to get to the second checkpoint, and they still made it happen. They had to all come together and make a play. Now's the time to do it. You have 4 ultimates. You can literally end the game here and now if you just combine 2 ults at a time.
That Kiriko rush has to come at a great time. Ooh-wee, great sleep right there to negate that missed time with that ooh-wee. I like that from Salted. Set up a great play to where that Ryan could clear that team, but a sleep on the other side was perfectly timed, and they were able to counter that. Unfortunately, didn't plan those ults like he wanted them to, Cap, and because of that, they didn't make that last ditch push. Maybe they can get back to payload, but they're going to have to play smart, and they have not, unfortunately. Good Earth Shatter right there. Didn't get anybody slipping though.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to catch a couple, but at the same time, the Reinhardt managed to block it, so you didn't get your main target, and now here we are in overtime, and you're still rounding that third corner, and it's going to be that much harder. As you can see, Emong able to get a huge pin onto the Tracer. That is a big alarm, and now it is still in overtime, and the Dragons managed to finally get back on the payload.
That Earth Shatter was huge on the other side. Really started that, and again, using those ults correctly. You see a window on the other side. Ooh, a good charge right there. Ryan after Ryan, Salted could not last, and that is a wrap. Getting only 51 meters in. They got 2 checkpoints, so that is good, but there's an opportunity here for Hebron to respond.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they didn't make it to the third checkpoint. However, they did make it pretty far. They managed to go past 2 checkpoints, and then they almost made the third, especially at the end. And we even talked about this when they were on the second checkpoint for the Dragons. They were coming down to the very last wire, and then they made one last push, and they were able to get to the second checkpoint. They did the same thing for the last. However, they did get stopped at the end, but they were still very, very close. And now Hebron, they have to beat that score. So right now, the Dragons can still win this if they are able to step up their defense.
That's a big if. We'll see if the defense can come through. One thing I will say, though, I do like that Ryan swapping the other side. One thing we didn't see, though, and I'm surprised because we always see in Kings Row, especially when we're coming to these high-level competitors, we didn't see any snipers. We didn't see any
We did
widows.
a little in the beginning.
In the beginning, just
there
a
was a
tad bit.
Hanzo, right.
There was a Hanzo, but not enough, right? I expect to see
Agreed.
much more shooters, especially that Widow at the top of the tower. We're used to seeing that time and time again. We'll see if that might make a little bit of appearance later on. Hebron seems like a type of team to take advantage with it the way that their DPS works.
And that's typically the story for Kings Row. More often than not, I'll see the sniper come out for the first checkpoint and then never again. Yeah, exactly. But don't get me wrong, I honestly still think regardless, I think Ashe is also a good DPS to have on Kings Row regardless of the checkpoint. I think they could be viable at all points, but at the same time, it's really going to come down to what their comfort pick is. And like you said, you even called it, here comes the Widowmaker now for Hebron Varsity.
And that's smart, the May, to make sure you put up the ice wall, but the ice wall didn't totally block them out and honestly gave them some good cover as well. So Beast still able to peek through, unable to get any picks off of it though. Smart play by the SA Dragons, just getting out the line of sight of that. Although that does push them back, they don't have that advantage of holding them through that first checkpoint.
And here we go, Hebron Varsity trying to make their way onto site. And they nearly have it too. I mean, look at the amount of damage that they're able to do to the tanks. They managed to find the elimination onto Ana, and that is huge. No longer are they going to have that support. No longer are they going to have the anti-nade. Malga trying to hold on as they manage to do so, but they're losing all of their support, and they have to come from outside a corridor in order to try and keep the Hebron varsity team off of the point, but they're about to activate the payload, and they do.
You know what? That was an aggressive play for Science Academy. You're just happy that you're able to get out of dodge and get back to it because, man, what an aggressive push, especially when you don't have that Honda there to help you out and neutralize that other tank. Able to survive another day. The Bastion ult goes out. Let's see what Science Academy is able to do. Doesn't get that much damage, but it does significantly hurt Bootleg Pika. And now Bootleg Pika's out from among. Good job. The lamp goes out to make sure that they're surviving another day. Ooh-wee, but there are trades on either side of these squads.
Yeah, and that was a big Kitsune rush as well, and they delivered it right onto the payload, and they're able to get a big elimination onto Yiso, and they're able to get it on Jai as well off of that Lucio. So again, they're going to be able to halt the payload and honestly kill a lot of time off of that clock.
Beast switched from that Widowmaker, as he said, not very viable later on in King's Row. Going for who else but a Tracer. And Tracer is so important because they can get behind defense. The Blizzard goes up, but nobody's there to take advantage of that Blizzard set by Pine. Again, it's been a timing issue when it comes to these Dragons in terms of when to pop these ults because they popped it at great times, but haven't been able to really take advantage of it, unlike Among showing up and showing out.
Yeah, and you know, again, the big difference is that, you know, we have seen all of these ultimates coming out, but the coordination isn't there. You have to pair them with your teammates in order to make successful plays, and we have seen that from Hebron consistently. They're able to team up on their ultimates, and you know what? The rule of thumb for me is that, you know what? You can save for 2, maybe even 3 ults to make a big play. I don't think there's any reason at any time you should have all 5 ults at the same time.
Absolutely, and we're seeing them be aggressive. Hebron right here, trying to get that Earth Shatter to go down. Fortunately for that wall, it didn't have working. Cage Fight is going out right now, and now you're seeing a lot of things happening. Maga pushing through, Salted, great timing on that one. They needed that, Cap.
And you know what? Now we're starting to see that correlation in the ultimates coming from the Dragons. They literally stopped Hebron at the line of the second checkpoint, and they were able to do it because they were able to use the Ana ult to nano boost the Mauga Cage Fight, using those ultimates in unison as a team. That is how you make successful plays happen, and that's why the Dragons were able to stop Hebron on that last push.
And shout out to that Pine, some timely ice walls to make sure that they can be taken advantage of, too, with these ults on the other time. Stopping that Earth Shatter. Look at that, though. Couldn't stop that. The Lucio getting around town. And look at that. Also to J-Buff with a timely lamp to make sure that Beast and Emong push through that turnaround. So look at that already at the second checkpoint. Way more time on their hands than the SA Dragons had. But hey, they can still make sure that they hold them at a stalemate. They have to be together, though, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look how much time Hebron managed to take from the Dragons when they were trying to make it around these corners. The Dragons could do the exact same thing, but like you had mentioned, Hebron, they have a lot more time to work with here, and they can spend a lot more time in these corners, as you can see. Now, we do have the Bat Bolt coming out, and Yisio is able to deliver a lot of damage until they're finally eliminated by the Mauga, who is looking to put an end to Emong, as they are still up and they are still in the fight until finally Emong goes down.
I tell you what, though, even though Salted didn't end up lasting throughout that fight, they put up a heck of a skirmish right there. Honestly, kind of a stalemate between both of these two getting together. But honestly, there were still Hebron members there. They were able to push through, and they get another game under the belt. That is 2.
Yep, that it is, and now they are only 1 game away. 1 more map from being your grand champions, and this is where it is going to be the biggest challenge for the Dragon Jet, because now you have to play Hebron in Flashpoint.
Hebron and Flashpoint, and you know what? Their aim has been true, but honestly, Flashpoint, my greatest worry is the fact that they can pop these ults all in conjunction with each other, and their teamwork is so much better, so that makes much more of a difference in a close quarters battle like Flashpoint, especially that first point that we're going to see in Junker Queen City. Teamwork is making the dream work, and Science Academy needs to remember that if you communicate with each other, utilize your ults all in conjunction with each other, you can actually start to combine some of these games. That's why they won that second game in Nepal, but they have not gone back to that and held on to their ults or didn't utilize them in a timely fashion. But shout out to Pine. Pine has really been doing a great job of wall of defense, especially with that Mei. Great job blocking out some of those. If only they can get some all communication, because I see Salted also playing good as well. But can they come together? That's the biggest question.
Well, that question will be answered as we get ready to head into Flashpoint, but the reason that makes me a little bit nervous for the Dragons is because Hebron Varsity, they play so gunny, they're very aggressive, and they love playing with a lot of these hit scan characters as well. Again, we've been seeing some great Bastion play, I gotta say, coming from Yasio on the side of Hebron, and they have been delivering in a major way, especially with being able to partner up with the Baptiste, and I gotta tell you, to me, that feels like the dynamic duo. That's the Shaq and Kobe of Hebron Varsity. It's going to be the Baptiste, and it's going to be the Bastion every single time.
And you know what? What's funny about the Baptiste is that they've been training in a way. Both these supports have really alternated. Okay, I'm going to take Baptiste this time. Okay, I'm going to take Baptiste this time, right? It's in Jeeth right now. And I believe J-Buff, who have been really just doing a great job trading off with these Baptistes. Timely lamps and screens have been utilized to make sure you can make these final pushes. You talked about that Bastion. All they need is that defense matrix, and boom, they get twice the amount of damage. The hit scan is hit scanning. They're able to wipe away and eat away at whatever shields that Science Academy has. And then not only that, you start to pick their squishy support players, then it's game, set, and match. We'll see how they respond, because on the other side, there have been some great support plays. But again, it's just the combination together, just putting it all together. And sometimes that can be so hard, especially with a team as aggressive as Ron.
Oh, absolutely. We've been seeing a lot of, like, not necessarily res support like you would see with a Mercy, but it's still, you have the immortality shield from the BAP. It's not so much of an anti-healer like we normally see with Moira or Ana. We did get to see a little bit of the Ana, but it was mostly focused on just constant heals. That's why you have the BAP, that's why you have the Lucio. It's a lot of splash heals. And again, because Lucio is more of an AoE healer, as long as you're within their vicinity, you're getting healed, as long as they're playing the right beat, literally. But with that being said, as we get ready to head in the Flashpoint, don't be surprised if we come back away from the constant heals from BAP and Lucio, and we start to see the Moira come back. Because Flash is going to be a lot of damage, it's going to be a lot of frags, and Moira is one of the best when it comes to the support core.
The supports have been healing. You see Akirika, you've been seeing the all the other players, the Anas as well, the Baps, Lucio, healing it up. But you know what's interesting that I saw at a preview? I saw one of the fan favorites. I saw a Genji arrive to the scene. We'll see if they can continue the dominance of the Genjis that we've seen on stage. It's been 3 games in a row yesterday that we saw Genjis become our elimination leaders, and we'll see if they can keep it going as we enter into the Flashpoint.
And you know what? Something that we also called that I'm not surprised to see at all here on Flashpoint. Look who we have over there. None other than Wrecking Ball. And they're going to be going head-to-head with a D.Va. And don't get me wrong, D.Va's great. D.Va's good. But when it comes to Flashpoint, all in all, I mean, I gotta give Wrecking Ball the edge here. And look how quickly they managed to absolutely delete the D.Va mech.
Absolutely. You know what? D.Va, unfortunately, it's starting to get a little bit better, but still not the greatest of D.Va that we're used to seeing or did see early on in Overwatch. So right now we'll see how long Salt decides to keep on to D.Va as Hebron captures the checkpoint early on in. But what I love about this is that a lot more cubby holes, so Honk being able to move around and just be a nuisance will cause SA Dragons to be in a tizzy. And look at that, trapping them in the corner. That Genji unable to get out. Just got out of dodge, honestly, because of their support.
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, right now, what you're seeing from Hebron Varsity is the current meta in Overwatch. It is a big dive composition. It's now Beast is able to find not 1, but 2 eliminations, and now looking for a 3rd, and they will find it. J-Buff is popping off as they are able to clear sight with the Tracer.
Beast with the feast. Hebron needed that because not only did the tank go down, but then also Lucio went down as well. How do you respond? Well, how do I respond? Tracer got all their shots and really did a massacre right there. Elimination after elimination, but ended up being eliminated by the Sombra. Hebron coming back. The Yeso trying to figure out if they can get behind the defense as we see a Kazune Rush come out and a D.Va ult being popped too.
And you know what? It was so close to getting hacked as well. We saw the Sombra try and hack to delay that ultimate, but they couldn't get it off in time. Oh, so close, but still a great ultimate nonetheless. But unfortunately, it was too little too late, and it will be Hebron Varsity to take the first Flashpoint.
Hebron Varsity, again, they've been aggressive, and once they start, they don't stop. Their onslaught has been aggressive. Right now, Ball has their ultimate to their disposal, and honestly, in a map, in a flashpoint, this can be such a nuisance. The Science Academy got hacked right here. You're gonna wonder when they're gonna get off that ult, and they end up doing it right there. The Genji comes through with the Dragon Blade, and look at that in exchange. SA able to make sure they maintain control.
And that was a big team wipe there in order to get on the flashpoint first. And again, just a friendly reminder, the flashpoint it is unlike control in the sense that it ticks up so much faster, so you really have to bring that speed, and that's what we saw from the Dragons in order for them to answer back. And now, here comes the retake from Hebron as they look to try and get their flashpoint back.
Again, you have to wonder when Ball is going to go ahead and pop their ult and totally clear out everybody in their way. Look at that Songbro, Whipman, trying to come through and damage all the opponents. Again, what I love, a Beast and the Sombra, both sneaky enemies that can come up behind you, and in a map like this where things are all over the place, you need players like that that can get behind defenses and be a nuisance, just like Hawk is putting up their ult there.
Yeah, Hawk came through with a big ultimate from the Wrecking Ball in order just to try and clear sight, but just as quickly as they cleared it, the Dragons managed to take it back.
Oh, yes, they did. And honestly, the Dragons maintaining this second flashpoint quite well. But we've seen this. We saw this in Nepal. First, Hebron got their first point. Everything was fine. And then the SA Dragons responded. We'll see how Hebron responds, because last time they were able to turn it around. And I know that the SA Dragons cannot afford for that to happen.
And now you see, this is how the Dragons confirm. They're going to invest the ult, and I think that is a good investment, because one of the problems that we saw on King's Row is that the Dragons kept holding on to their ultimate, so that was really good by Doc Kono in order to bring out the Coalescence just to clear out sight. And now they invested one ultimate, and they're getting their money's worth, because already they are able to take that second flashpoint, and now we have a tie game.
Honestly, if I'm Hebron, I already have 2 games in my back pocket, right? I don't need to be aggressive and push for that second point. I would already go and try to plan out for my third point. Because guess what? I already got one. We're exchanging one right there, and I have the game series lead as well. You don't need to push. You don't need to rush. You just need to secure your victory, because you can't let SA Dragons get back into this thing.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Next flashpoint wins all as it gets ready to unlock in the next 3 seconds. And you can see they're already trying to go for these early eliminations, and they are finding them. That is 3 eliminations, and 2 of which are because of Honk on the Wrecking Ball. And they are doing absolute wonders on this most annoying tank, the Hamster Ball.
Hamster Ball in a place like this where there are so many cubby holes, it's very easy to get behind on the defense, and that's what I love about Flashpoint and having somebody who's very mobile. Somebody like a Winston, somebody like a Ball. Again, they can catch you slipping. Let's see if they're able to take it back. SA Dragons really need that. They cannot afford to give up any more points. They got some momentum on their side. They need to keep it though. Look at this, Hawk coming through and being a beast. A hit to rush comes out, and guess what? Pine tries to save it and tries to see if they can do the Dragon Blade, but ends up being eliminated.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that was a really big ultimate there with the Kitsune Rush being able to confirm, and just a massive team wipe in order to confirm and take sight. And you can see they are locked in. They are looking to end the game here and now as the flashpoint continues to tick in their favor. They are just 15 ticks away from being your grand champions, as now Salted is making a last-second switch to the Winston.
Well, wait, hold on here. They also need to capture a 3rd point as well, so this will allow them to capture 2. Will they get 3-2? Look at that. A Winston Sultan decided to say, hey, what, Diva isn't working. I wish they made this swap early on, because guess what? They could have made an effective push. Guess what? It's better late than never as they recapture, and look at that Coalescence coming at a perfect time too. You don't want it for damage, but it can be a great for healing as well. They really need this healing because of strong push on the other side by Hebron, and Hawk continuing to be a nuisance here.
and they went straight for Daikono as well. They managed to zero in on that support on the Moira and take them out very quickly. As you can see, they are in the danger. They're about to be eliminated, and yet they hold on to get the elimination onto Salted. And just like that, they take the flashpoint in overtime, and that will do it. They are able to take the second flashpoint for Hebron Varsity.
And now one more flashpoint remaining in order to seal this deal. You can see the patience, you can see the determination, you can see the want-to in their eyes. Hebron just needs to make one final push. They are also holding on to 3 ults in their own right as well. A dangerous situation considering that Honk has been, what else but a wrecking ball the whole time coming through. This ain't Miley Cyrus, but guess what? They're still wrecking things up.
Yep, that they are, as the next flashpoint will unlock in the next 3 seconds. As you can see, the Primal Rage has come online, and they're trying to clear site before it even activates, and now the site is online, and you can see site has been cleared, but already Hebron Varsity are recovering.
I love the swap to Winston in the first place. I think the mobility is needed for a game like Flashpoint. I think the shield is very important, especially to a dome shield, because enemies are coming from all over the place. But I do not like the timing of that Primal Rage. Unfortunately, it's been their Achilles heel. Mistime ultimates. However, it looks like they might actually capture this point if they are smart. But Hebron coming back and making that difficult. Kitchen Rush comes out, but then a Sombra ult comes out as well.
And you see that was 100% deliberate, and you see this in Valorant a lot too. Sometimes you give up the point in order to play for retake, so that way you could come in and deal massive damage, and that's exactly what we saw. It was the Kitsune Rush matched with the hack, and now Wrecking Ball has come in to clean up the rest of these eliminations, and there you have it. They're able to completely clear sight, and they take it back in their favor.
Catch them slipping. Again, you want to lull them into a false sense of security. Oh wait, the point is open? Well, I guess I'll just walk on in. Gotcha! Call the ambulance, but not for me. Again, making sure that they're being sneaky, right? Whether it be the Tracer, the Beast coming through, whether it be that Honk, you need someone who can get around defenses, but not only that too, you can get around the heads and the minds of these smart players from Science Academy. Hey, they're from a Science Academy. They know strategy, but guess what? Hebron knows that much more.
Yep, and now they're only 10 ticks away from being your grand champions here on Flashpoint as the Dragon Blade does come out for Pine. They're able to find 2 back-to-back eliminations, and they're able to stop Hebron Varsity right at 99%.
99% able to turn this thing on around, but look at that, 99% on the other side. How do you do this, right? You need to make sure you capture this point, because if Hebron does, it's game, it's set, it's match. Hulk is trying to make sure that's exactly what happens. Look at that right there, them and the Sombra trying to go ahead and get some easy pokes on in. Hebron has that coalescence in their pocket. Let's see what they do, as Honk is also on the verge of an ult too.
Here we go. They're going to call it in already, looking to clear sight, and they're able to put out a massive amount of damage. Not going to be able to confirm any eliminations just yet. Moira still up on the point, looking to capture, but look at the ult coming from the Wrecking Ball as well. They put it right behind the rest of the Dragons, so it's going to be hard for them to get back onto site, as they nearly are able to capture it again. They're going for the Brigitte, and they nearly got it, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as the Moira somehow still standing, but Honk also returning to the point with a thunderous rage here in overtime.
Salted coming through, and it doesn't matter. Oh wow, there's a lot of things happening. 99%, can they hold on? Wickman trying to go ahead and get something done with that. They were hacked. Unfortunately, they couldn't last on. It might turn the opposite way, and that's exactly what happens. Hebron able to get a team clear, and they go ahead and wrap it up. They are your Overwatch champions.
I mean, there you have it. Well deserved. Look at the celebration on stage. You can tell how much they have worked for this, how much time they have put in, and I know that's got to be one proud coach and captain for the side of the Hebron Varsity team.
Allowing them to bask in their glory, celebrate, and of course, look at that, some sportsmanship on the way as well. You know, Hebron, we talk about it, how they talk a big game. They back it up too, but at the end of the day, we are all here competing as high schoolers, supporting each other in the esports
esports world, we love to see the camaraderie, not only between the other squads, but interpersonally as well. They did a great job, combination, combining their ults in order to attack the other side. Amazing job by them coming together and coalescing, right? Using the coalescence to put the cherry on top of the wrecking ball, also helping too. But it's now time to talk to our champions and crown them as victorious. So we're gonna throw it to Kelsey. Kelsey, take it away.
It's upside down.
Again, holding it, Kelsey, go on ahead and give us a little interview session with this crew. Ooh, we hold up that belt and hoist it up to the sky. All right, Kelsey, do what it do.
Right, we just finished our Overwatch Grand Finals, and we have our champions! Hebron Overwatch! But first, come on out, you guys! Dragons, get out here! Give it up for the Dragons! Second place! Give it up one more time for the Dragons! All right, and of course, our grand champions, Hebron! Wait, it's not. Yeah, I'm gonna get you one, don't you worry. I didn't realize there was another one. But give it up one more time for Hebron! All right, boarding Captain Soka, please take it away.
To give you your trophy. Again, walking away victorious is Hebron. And you see that right there, the camaraderie between each other, hyping each other up. It makes so much sense why they walk away, our champions, hoisting up the belt, because it looks like they're the definition of team supporting each other, not only in support literally, but also because they have their squad to support them in, ambiance and congratulatoriness. And also we're gonna throw it back to Kelsey to see if we can get a little bit of insight, the mind behind Hebron.
Yeah! How do I need to hold this? Wait, it's too loud.
All right, we're gonna give an interview to our grand champions now. So please, once again, what school do you go to?
We go to Hebron.
Awesome. And then please tell me your names, these champion names up here.
This is Sam Preeth. This is David. This is Honk. I mean Cole. That's Cole. That's Cole. Wait, my name?
Yes. What's your name?
My name is Keith. I'm G.
Wait, did we get all the teammates? I think.
Oh yeah. Don't forget about these guys. That's Jack. He's J-Buff. This is Emong. Oh yeah, that's Mason. YS30. This is Beast. And I'm Jeeth.
Perfect. And in game, I have to know. Did you guys have a strategy going in with your comp?
There was a lot of practice that went into it. We scrim a lot, and we play a lot in nationals, and we've joined a lot of different tournaments. We've played against some streamers like Zebra. That was like our hardest game ever. That was like impossible. We got rolled. It was kind of crazy.
So we have some winners on this stage, is what I'm hearing. Okay, let's go, some champions. Now, what is your feelings on Overwatch 1 to 2?
I didn't really play. I didn't play too much of Overwatch 1. I played when I did play. I was on Xbox, and I really preferred to play RPG games, just by myself. Mason was a lot better. He was diamond back then. A lot better now. I mean, he was better than I was. I was bronze. I was low bronze. It was Mason used to call it the depths of bronze. It's just as low as you can be.
All right, and my final question for you. How does it feel to be grand champions?
It feels pretty great. It's pretty good.
Give it up one more time for Hebron! Thank you.
We actually needed, they never really answered the question how they feel, but guess what? I don't think we really needed an answer. I could see it through their expression. They're feeling pretty dang good. In fact, they were feeling so good that they only introduced half the squad, and they were like, oh my gosh, let's introduce the other half of the squad. Sometimes you're just so exuberant and filled with energy after a win like that you forget how to do everything except do air guitar. So we are loving the showmanship from Hebron. Again, classic characters time and time again. A really good esports program, but really good sportsmanship between this team. As we go back to their highlights to see how they got to this championship, you see that they worked together from the jump. I'm not sure why SA Dragons decided, hey, we're gonna push really heavy on this map on Nepal, but it ended up not working out for them. They were able to recapture a point midway through, but at the end, they were not able to maintain any bit of momentum. Hebron showing you exactly what it is, utilizing this bastion and coalescing together, utilizing that window as well.
Oh, 100%. And one thing that I really love seeing from Hebron is how deep they go in their roster. Again, they had a player come off the bench, Honk, who was able to replace Emong towards the bitter end at that Flashpoint matchup. And then what happened was that Emong, they had already did the hard work, the heavy lifting as the Reinhardt, and then they brought in Honk in order to solidify, confirm, and finish the match out on Flashpoint with the Wrecking Ball. And they played so well, both of these tanks. To have one good tank is hard enough, but to have two, that is amazing.
And you know what? It kind of is unfortunate we do not have 6 players like we did in old Overwatch, so they did have to rotate. But honestly, there was no drop-off to their game at all. Honk really utilized that Wrecking Ball and honestly was getting in their face, but Beast showing why they're called Beast right there. Excellent play from them, whether it be that Widow, whether it be that Tracer. Honestly, they were getting up eliminations in bunches, especially on that play there. But again, like you said, that teamwork, making the dream work, even though they rotated a player, it doesn't matter. They were still able to put their foot on the gas. Some players have better specialties than others. Doesn't matter for this squad though, because they're all feeling special and they all celebrate each other quite well. That's why they're walking away as the champions.
Oh, 100%. And you know what? I really got to mention Yeast 3-0 throughout that entire endeavor. Again, they were getting so many eliminations. They had to have the peak amount of eliminations. I think they were the top frag throughout the entire series. And you know what? It's really hard to name anyone as MVP. Absolutely. But I really do feel like Yeast 3-0 was definitely the harbinger for a lot of success that came from Hebron Varsity.
And you know what? That's a little bit refreshing, right? Sometimes in Overwatch, it's very clear you have your 1, your 2 players who are carrying it and doing well. Well, guess what, Hebron? I think we shouted out almost every single person and said, man, they were doing a great job. Whether it be those supports, whether it be those DPSs, the 2 tanks swapping out, it doesn't matter. They picked up right where they left off. Even if they went down for 1 point, even if the Science Academy was able to get 1 team wipe, it didn't last very long. They kept their foot on the gas, all gas, no brakes, and that's why they're walking away with that belt, shining it up and showing us what they're really about. Again, excellent play from them.
Yeah, if there's anything I learned from Hebron Varsity, here at the Undisputed Texas Esports Stage Championship presented by TexApp, it's that Hebron Hebron Varsity are honestly, they are the undisputed champions.
Undisputed
In
champions.
multiple titles as well.
In multiple titles. Well, guess what? We've seen multiple titles today, but guess what? We are approaching our grand finale after an exciting weekend of action. It's now time to wrap this show on up. I am Bordy McBoard, Captain Atsoko. One more game to go. Let's get it. Energy happening right here as we go on through our schedule to see what we saw. Street Fighter 6. We saw some exciting action, and it was 2 players from Science Academy. CC ultimately walking away with the championship. It was great to see, and then we had some Mario Kart action as well, Cap.
Oh, 100%. And then we got to follow it up with some great Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for that top 8. Crack Shot ended up taking first place. And then we just finished up our Overwatch 2 grand final. Hebron Varsity come out on top. And now I have a suspicion that Hebron Varsity are looking to take another grand final in Valorant coming up very shortly.
And I wonder if that op is going to be hot. Mania had some clippy plays that we saw earlier on. So I want to see if they're going to make sure that they can nudge it on in. We saw some excellent play from all over, right? Against Science Academy doing their thing. We saw also too individually as well, CC doing great. We also saw Crack Shot. We saw so many gamers. One thing that we saw was personality swagger, taking them towards the victory. We are almost at our victorious goal, and that is none other than our Valorant Grand Championship. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. The grand finale of our grand finales is coming up on the other side. That's a good shot. Oh my God, my voice is starting to fade, and I know. Were you talking to us, Cap? Jalen? No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Okay, good. Is the park even still open? Alright. Why did you decide to just start talking? My voice is dying. champions have been crowned and one more remains. We are here at the Undisputed 2024 Texas Esports State Championship. I'm Bordy Moore. That's Captain Atsoka. This is presented by TechSF. We are here at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, and guess what? We've been having a fiesta all weekend, but now it's time to wrap it up with none other than the most hyped game, especially I know it's your favorite too, Valorant action.
Yeah, I can't wait to get into this already. We got to see day number 1, some great Valorant games. As a matter of fact, we got a little bit of a treat, I'm not gonna lie, catered to just a little bit, because we had 4 back-to-back Valorant matches yesterday, and it was absolutely awesome. But now we're heading into the grand finals, which is going to be a best-of-3 series.
Best of 3 series. Let's get to know a little bit about these gamers that we're about to see, of course, their journey and how they got here. This is a bracket for Valorant that was happening in the background, and we predicted this, right? Their aim is true, and my goodness, they have been a menace. Any FPS, they're there. It's Hebron who ended up going through, but honestly, we're casters. We might be leaning towards cast, because guess what? Casters, maybe we support them, but Cast Varsity going through the rankings, beating Notorious, beating the Indie Knights, and getting to the finals.
And to be honest, like looking at this bracket, I really thought the Indie Knights were going to be able to make it to Grands, but they got beat by Cast Varsity. So now I'm looking at Cast Varsity right now. They very well could take this Grand Championship. But with that being said, I'm still not sleeping on Hebron, because Hebron Varsity are your defending champs from last year.
And it's funny that you said not sleeping on Hebron, because Hebron last year, guess what they were rocking? They were rocking the sleep mask, going to sleep on their opponents.
The Pepe Frog mask.
The Pepe Frog mask. But guess what? Their game is anything but sleep-worthy. They have a frenetic, exciting style of gameplay. But before we actually get into the gameplay, we're going to throw it to Kelsey on the stage to introduce what is our last game of today's tournament.
And we have our last match of the night for Valorant! I've got a belt and now we need a champion, so let's bring out Hebron Varsity! And Cast Varsity! Give it up for these Valorant Varsity teams! Battling it out in the grand finals, back to you, Captain Atsoka and Bordy McBoard.
Competitors. Cass honestly had a whole cast of people there on that stage. We'll figure out which of these players are actually participating in this tournament. But we know one thing about Hebron is that their aim is true, and when it comes to FESs, they're great, right? We've talked a little bit about that. Let's actually analyze some of their play. I remember last year we saw one player named Mania that was getting up high in the sky with the jet and using that operator. That's something that we want to look out for, because they were deadly with it. I wasn't sure if there was a senior. Guess what? They weren't. That means we have more treats and opportunities, more clips to be clipped, and I can't wait, because that means that there's more hype to be hyped.
Oh, absolutely. And one thing that makes me nervous with Hebron is, first and foremost, they are a very aggressive team, which can be very scary because they're not afraid to push on defense. And that right there is a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, but they are not afraid of the risk at all. They will go full send, full dive, and they will push you no matter what lane you're in, no matter what side of the spike you're on, and no matter what the round count is. This is a team that honestly has the biggest amount of confidence that I have ever seen. They will challenge you on every single play.
There's a reason why they have props, right? It's because you gotta give their props to them. They're ballers, right? They're hoopers, they know what they're doing. And every winner that we've seen today has a little bit of swagger to them, Hebron. Even their coach has swagger, comes in with the captain hat. I'm not talking about the captain beside me, but now we're loading on into our match. We're seeing that we're going and loading on into Lotus, captain. Let's talk a little bit about these compositions.
Well, first and foremost, Lotus is one of my favorite maps in the game. I'm a sucker for the 3 sites, so I love Haven and I love Lotus. Secondly, I've said it all weekend long, I'm gonna say it again, Viper is my favorite agent, so I'm gonna be looking at Exif, who is going to be the only Viper in this game. Now, the thing about Lotus is that the composition for the meta has changed a little bit ever since Cypher got their buffs, but I'm still feeling as though KJ is more viable on Lotus because they can literally lock down an entire site, and that is really important when you're on a 3-site map. So you need to be able to lock down site, and KJ can literally do it by themselves.
I was saying we need to look out for that KJ, especially when it comes to the 3 sites, right? We saw it a little bit yesterday too. KJ just going solo into one lane, and like you said, locking it down and making sure that nobody can come through. And if they did tripwire, set it off, boom, things start to go off and things get a little bit spicy. But as we load onto this map, we'll see how these other players come in through and how they're able to adjust. As you said, you need to make sure that you have good rotations, especially as we go further on along into this. You know, Hebron, they get a little bit more economy on their side. Be careful because there might be snipers afoot.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? We're talking about KJ and how viable they are. Fun fact, our very own host, Kelsey Plays, actually does a really good KJ cosplay.
Oh, yes, they definitely do. In fact, it was her profile picture for a long time.
On Twitter, yeah.
On Twitter, yeah. So great cosplays that we're seeing from KJ, from Kelsey.
Yeah,
great
big
job.
shout out to the homie on stage.
Absolutely. Kelsey Plays doing a great job holding it down for the host. And guess what? Hebron doing a good job holding it down for their varsity squad. But I'm very interested to see what this cast squad brings to the table too. As you said, they beat the Indy Knights. Indy Knights were actually in the finals, in the mix last year when it came to Valorant action. So we'll see if they actually can continue this run that they're on. And honestly, they must be good in order to beat one of the best that we've seen in this Texas State tournament.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I'm just going to take a look at these compositions real quick because I'm very interested already as we are underway here in round number 1. You can see Hebron Varsity. They're going to be going with the double initiator comp, which I am completely on board for. However, I'm surprised that they're going to be going with the Yoru over someone like Raze. Raze has great entry on this map, and they are phenomenal at the close range. I absolutely love Yoru, but I've never fully seen them really so much on Lotus. I'm wondering how that's going to work for Minty, but if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Minty. Minty was the top frag for Hebron yesterday.
Absolutely, Minty had that game, honestly, too. So Minty, somebody to watch out. Fried holding it down, as you're seeing right there at B-side. No initiations quite yet, setting up Cypher, putting up their wall right there, making sure that they can't get past that cage.
Yeah, and take a look at this. I also really love Sky here. Again, Sky is that initiator. They have great entry as well, and not only that, but they bring heals. It's a whole extra factor. As you can see, the trades are being made in the pistol round, and now we have ourselves a 2v4 in the favor of Cast as they are starting off strong, and now that spike is beginning to tick away, and that was a great headshot by Ritzy as it's now a 2v1 player swing. Boppo is the last player standing for Cast, and finally, they will go down. Hebron will take the pistol round.
I was gonna say, I'm very surprised that we're gonna start off with Hebron losing as much players as they did, but as soon as I thought that, then guess what? Cast lost that momentum. Hebron's proving that even if they have an agent disadvantage, they are nothing to play with. You're gonna have to watch out with them because their wall peaks are so good. Look at that aim by Ritzy. As soon as they went through the wall, they were able to get the heady and clear out. So now they have that economic advantage. Let's see how they rock going in to round 2.
And you know what? That was actually a great play call coming from Cast as well, because when we're playing on Lotus, there are those 3 sites. And the way that B works is that B, it's very easy to get a quick plant onto B site, but it's just as easy to retake. And that's why Hebron was able to come through and get it. So if you are going to go for a B site plant, you're going to want to do it while you have pistols.
And right now, pistol still in the hand of the attackers. But can they get a little bit of thrifty situation gone down? Viper getting up the wall, and look at that! Getting a 3-piece right there! Ooh, look at that! The Zephyr is hot, and just like that, the defenders making use of their better weapons and getting it done. Hebron showing their dominance early on. The Chin is claiming their names.
Hey, you know what? That was a great game. It was a great round. It was a good play. But that is how Valorant is supposed to go.
Yes.
You win the pistol, you buy up, you win round 2. They were able to come through with the Spectres. They're able to get the eliminations. They got full shields. But now this is where we get a chance for Cast to try and answer back. Now they're going to be able to get the full buy. They're going to come in with the Vandals and only one half shield. The rest are all full. So this is Cast's opportunity to deny the bonus round to Hebron Varsity.
And Hebron really holding on to their weapons. You have to wonder if they're saving up for the heavy firepower, right? We talked about the fact that the op is something that they love to see. Let's see if they actually go ahead and go to that. As you see this slow kind of, push towards, C bend right now. They're all gathered up. Bongle right now, making sure that they have their blinds available to them, trying to see who is available on the other side. And now we start to see some exchanging of fire.
And I gotta tell you, this is probably one of my hottest takes in Valorant, and I still stand by it to this day, and I stood by it when Lotus first came into Valorant. It's that on the C side of Lotus is the hardest retake in Valorant. If you can get the spike planted onto the C site, it is the most to try and defuse in Valorant, and I will still stand by that perfectly mid-take.
Well, we saw a little bit of a retake yesterday, and honestly, we are very surprised to see that. Look at that. We're not surprised to see Minty continuing their dominance, getting Boppo right there. An exchange show, only a 1v1, no KJ and no Cypher on one side too. They're instead going to be and rotating on down. Mania missed some of their shots at that peak.
Yep, that they did, but at least they got a trade. I mean, right now, it's still a 4v4, and like I said, planting the spike on B, very quick, very easy, but the retake can come in just as quickly because look at the B site. It's one of the only sites, if not the only site in Valorant that has 4 different entryways, literally one from north, south, east, and west, and my goodness, here comes the retake underway from Hebron. They go down 2, and now Exit and Mania have to stay alive. We're down to a 1v1, and it will be Cast to come away with their first win here on Lotus.
Honestly, I would not have been surprised if somehow, some way, Hebron was able, even with the weapons that disadvantage, and like you said, having that retake ability, they were able to push through and able to go ahead and secure that victory. Unfortunately, missed some shots there, still in it in a 1v1, so that was interesting to see. But good job turning this thing on around for Cass, getting their first win.
And you see, that's why the third round is called the bonus round. If you take pistols and then you take the second, you're supposed to. But you're not supposed to get the third because the other team is going to have the buy up. You're still kind of stuck with the bargain buys. And so if you do manage to win that, that's why it's considered a bonus.
And guess what? They were saving that money for none other than that op. The op is hot, it's on the block. A couple Phantoms right there for Hebron as well. Let's see what Minty does. Able to get one. Trismo out the picture. Can they get one through the smokes too? Knowing Minty, they just might. Just missing some of these shots.
I mean, they are a lot closer than they think they are,
They
know
are.
they are. But finally, they are going to be eliminated. Gustav was just a little bit closer, being able to get the head click through the smoke to put it into that Yoro, to put it into Minty, as now you can see the spike once again hovering over towards B, and a big read from Boppo, but Fried with a 2-piece, able to stay alive and keep their team in the game here. Now it is a 2v2 as the spike now heads straight over towards the C site.
And you said C, so hard to retake. We'll see how they do with only 2 people right there to defend. But on the other side, there's 2 people trying to make sure that they can defuse that spike, and it looks like they're trying to go for a split situation right here. As you see, the rocket fuse is up there, it's lit. Will they be able to utilize it? Going ahead and popping it on off, not getting anybody with that though.
And you see, that's the thing about the Showstopper as well, is that it's more of a controller ult, because yes, you can one hit with it, but it's the threat of the Showstopper that completely clears sight, because now they had to abandon C and they lost a lot of time off the clock. Now they have to rush the retake as they push in. They're able to get one elimination onto Highplex, but now you have to find Gustav and they pick up the elimination. But is there enough time as the spike continues to tick away? I think the defuse will come in and Hebron will take their third round here on Lotus.
That fade vision was so huge in order to see where exactly those opponents are. They were able to sniff out the competition, get that defuse. Good job making sure that they retake that, going ahead and exchanging time and time again. But at the end, in the 2v1 situation, they were able to come away victorious thanks to the insight from Faye.
And here we go. It's going to be another buy phase, of course, coming from the side of Hebron. They're only going to really budget one buy, and that's going to be for the Stinger on Minty. But that's only because they bought up for the op last round.
Yep.
So that's to be expected. But now you're forcing Cast into yet another budget buy. It's not a full save round, not full eco, because they were able to buy at least a couple of Stingers. So that's something. So I wouldn't say it's a full eco round, but it is definitely a broken buy.
A broken buy. Will they be able to get a little bit thrifty with it too? Hey, if it's broken, you can still fix it. We'll see what Minty is able to do now that they have the Scepter instead of the op, as we're trying to figure out where exactly that spike is going to be planted. We have some action going along right there at the C corridor, right there at the edge. C door, C bend. A lot of bodies are hitting the floor.
That they are. Hebron again going gunny, as they should. I mean, they have the economy advantage, they have the weapons advantage, and they're making the most of it. They only lost one player, they lost Minty, but they still have 4 players standing. Meanwhile, Cast, they only have one ultimate at the ready. It's going to be that teleportation from the Omen, so now they have to try and relocate. I mean, you got to wonder if they're going to pop the ult and try and teleport over towards A, or if they're just going to save it, and it looks like that's what they're going to do.
I would definitely save it, especially to, Hebron has the advantage. Getting time is ticking away, and right now they're trying to see vision. Where exactly are these other players that are here for Hebron, and where exactly do they have their defenses set? Right now, it's looking like we're having a planting situation. Ritzy comes out of nowhere, says as soon as he starts to plant, that's as soon as I start to get some Eilins. That's a 3-piece.
Okay, eco pistol round doesn't matter. That was still a 6 shot. That was a double head click.
Oh, wait.
My goodness, that was so saucy. You even heard the crowd get hyped for that one. And again, it was like all in one motion too. They were able to play the recoil from one head click immediately to the other. That was an amazing shot.
That's why we expected Hebron to be here in the grand finale and expected them to probably walk away with this because they're so good. Their aim is true. Their focus is so nice. We have the crowd starting to chant their names too because they are so smart as we take a team time
You see
out.
why he's laughing? You know why that player is laughing right now?
Why are we talking?
Because he's a funny gunny.
He's a funny gunny. He's a silly
funny
guy.
gunny. Yeah, he's a funny gunny.
Funny gunny, silly guy, goofy goose, all of this. Goofy
And he's
goober
gunny.
too.
I mean, they're getting head clicks right now. I mean, look at the eliminations. I mean, clearly it's a little bit one-sided. I mean, they got 3 rounds to their advantage, but one thing that I want everybody to keep their eyes on is that third column. Look at the assists. Minty, often the top frag, still has 3 assists on the board.
Minty, and that's without their main weapon too. Have not been able to really do some damage with that op. We'll see what happens once they get that. Cage is up. Mania trying to put some fires between that. As you're seeing right here, the dimensional drift start to pop up for Minty here.
And now let's see if they're going to be coming out, and they do, trying to get a mean flank here. And once again, they're able to find that flank, to find a couple eliminations. Meanwhile, Boppo trying to get the elimination onto Mania, but they're not able to hit their shots. And now you can see Hebron trying to bait out the audio cue, and they get bit, hook, line, and sinker. And finally, that will be the final elimination, and yet another defuse and another round win comes from Hebron.
Yeah, Minty's dimensional drift was very good in terms of like vision, right? Any information, especially in the tactical, it's great information. As you hear this crowd saying, let's go, Hebron, we're seeing this crowd, even in these late hours, still be hyped up, and it makes sense because they're playing well. Vision has really helped close out and get some of these diffuses. Honestly, Hebron playing some great defense and great teamwork as well.
And you know what? That also harps back to what I was saying initially about the B site, is that it's very easy to plant, but it's just as easy for the retake. That's why it's really risky. So if you're going to be planting onto the B site, you at best hope that you can outgun your team, or rather, you can outgun the opposing team. But all I got to say is good luck outgunning Hebron.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe on the other side, if Hebron was actually the attackers, right, they'll be able to hold down the fort with those 4 entry points as he suggested. But on the other side, guess what? You just mentioned it too. That Omen that had that play right at the end, just spraying and not praying. They were hitting them shots too. Right there, 2 head clicks and then going around the corner, finishing the job. Hebron, they're really good at aiming down these sides, especially. They don't need much information or much time in order to aim down sight, fire, and then get that LM.
And you know what? I'll even be as brave to say that B is a good site to plan on. if you can get an early pick. Like if you're going over towards C site or even the A site and you find a pick, remember you got to play for picks. And then you have that player advantage, then by all means, yeah, try and take it to B because then you can go for trades. And if you get the trades on B site, then you take the win because you already got the player advantage. Let's see if we're going to see any swaps, any type of swap ups as far as plays being made. Because again, haven't really got to see a lot of A pushes. It's been a lot of C and mostly B.
Yeah, and you know what? They're loading on up to C initially to make sure, as you said, it's so hard to recapture. So they're making sure that they load on up early on in. A is now being popular right now. So you're seeing Cypher trying to get some information. Information has worked so well for a lot of these players. We'll see how well it works for these attackers because they need some momentum on their side. They're down 4. Bongo going ahead and taking down Minty. That's a good person to take down if you're Cast.
Yeah, and you see the first time that they're actually really trying to go for A, it is paying off much better than simply trying to go for that B push. And again, A is one of those sites where it's kind of like middle ground for both sides. It's not easy to take and it's not easy to retake. It's a little bit of both. And now Cast is able to take their second round off of that successful A hit.
You know, you ever talk to like somebody, an older individual, maybe like it's raining outside and they're like looking around, maybe in the desert, something like San Antonio, and they're like, man, you know what, this rain, we really needed that. You know what? Guess what, Cast? They really needed that rain, right? Get some momentum back on their side. It had been a streak right there for Hebron. And Hebron, one thing we know about them, when the heat is on, they continue that onslaught. One thing you don't want to happen is to have a clear weapons disadvantage, economic disadvantage with them as well, because then it becomes a snowball affair and it becomes hard to make sure you can correct that. So good job by them securing that. Let's see. Weapons, pretty much good. Full buy. There's some people who have half shields. So let's see if Cast can continue this momentum.
Yeah, already Hyplex going for those wall bangs, but there's nobody there. And they're going to try and repeat the success by once again attacking A. But look at Hebron. They get the communication, they get the comms, and they full swing over towards A. And now they hook onto the clone, they get the elim, and they get blinded in the process. And now Ritzy with the Bulldog, able to find one onto Babo. Ritzy again with the Bulldog, able to get 2 for 1, and that is a good trade being made by Ritzy.
And you know, that was all off the hands of Yoru's deception, right? Going ahead, blinding those 2 individuals and making it hard to recover from that. As you see Hyplex right now trying to turn the tides. It's 2v1. Hyplex on a roll. Can they get the last one? They do! Clutch it up!
Big clutch play being made by the Rays. And again, I said that from the very beginning. I was very curious as to why we're not seeing the Rays duelist on the side of Hebron, because that is usually the meta. And we're seeing that from Cast. They're bringing the Rays into Lotus, and it's paying off. Again, great showstopper for the record. They were able to bring out the ult, find the elimination, and then they clutched up to find the 2 head clicks. That is a 3K for that Rays, and a great play coming from Cast.
Are you saying that Rays rose to the occasion?
Yes. With the jump pad too.
With the jump pad too. Absolutely.
And they rose.
Literally,
Yeah.
metaphorically, dad jokily, they were able to go ahead and turn that around. Momentum back on the side of Cast. Again, they utilized that last round, going ahead, make sure economy was good. Really good at turning the tide around. Can they continue? As you know, Hebron is so good at changing things around.
And you know what? Right now, I got to give Cast a lot of credit because they have done something I have not seen another Valorant team be able to do against Hebron, and that's force a broken buy. Because right now, once again, Ritzy is good on the Bulldog, to be honest. I mean, I feel like they prefer the Bulldog, and I think the Bulldog is the most underrated weapon in Valorant, but Ritzy is really putting it to good use, and they might be able to pull off a thrifty round. Watch, it's not a thrifty. Again, they got Bulldogs, they got Stingers, but in my heart, I feel like it's a thrifty.
You know, if Hebron doesn't have all the high-level guns that we're used to seeing, it can feel a little bit of a thrifty, and that's what you're talking about. You force into a broken or essentially a broken buy. You normally don't see that because Hebron has their foot on the neck of their opponent and continues that. So far, it's been an even exchange. Ritzy, though, continuing to get themselves and feel good. Going out that prowler, getting blind on the other side, didn't end up hitting anybody with that there.
And now you can see they're going to try and go for this retake, and they have a big advantage. They got the 4v3, and out comes the Blade Storm coming from Trismo as they're able to get 3 eliminations, and now it's a 1v1. Ritzy and Trismo, as it will be Trismo to get the final elim and the round win for Cast.
I was totally prepared for Ritzy to clutch that thing on up. Again, shout out to the Omen of Hebron. Getting that paranoid through the wall made it so it was hard to see. They ended up getting a 3-piece of it. 1 person remained. They were able to clutch it up. So clutch plays in back-to-back rounds as it's a back and forth affair.
And you know what? This is another one of my hot takes about Lotus. And again, this is just from my experience, so it's anecdotal. Let that be known. It's been a while since I actually looked up the win percentages, but from my own time playing on Lotus, the win percentage has often favored the attacking side, which is why I think now we're seeing Cass starting to make this comeback, and they're on the cusp of equalizing against Hebron.
We normally don't see Hebron in his precarious situations like that, as Hebron essentially kind of has to give up C, and as you talked about, so hard to recapture. But look at that, as you see Fade's ult start to take place. Are they able to make it so that they can't see their opponents? The suppression, can they get them with the deafen too to see if they can get a couple of picks along the way?
Well, you see, this is why C is the hardest retake. And 3 words, Mound is meta. You got the Mound here. It's literally the perfect lineup for the defuse. All they got to do is hit the blind fire, but they get blinded, and they're able to defuse it through the smoke. The Mound no longer meta for Hebron. As long as they can blind anyone on the Mound, they can sneak the defuse.
They've been making some really clutch bounce, and look at that was off the heels of that Fade ult, able to make sure that they had to back up off of C. And you think, oh, maybe they're baiting them away, but honestly, the bait did not work out. The Mound was not making sure that they can have those natural shields, and now they have to rebuy their shields. As you see right here, some players have it, some don't. It's looking like they're going to go ahead. Some people are saving up for more powerful weapons. Some are just going for it here. Broken by Forecast, as you see where they might converge into, hopping on to the next round.
Well, here we go, Minty. Again, gonna be a lurky turkey into the side, able to find 1, but they can't find 2, but that's a fair trade.
Yep.
That is a good trade, and now it is a 4v4. Spike heading over towards the A side, and now they have the additional intel as well to let them know this is where the Spike is. If they can get Spike down, Hebron can take control of this round as the Showstopper comes out now into Tree. Double jump pack is able to take the A side, and they get gunned down by Mania!
Oh, that hunt was so nice. They had vision, they had sight, so even though they had that Showstopper in the back of their hands, they were able to get that away before they were able to pop it off. So again, the Fade, the vision has been so clutch, and really, they've been utilizing it at the right time to make sure that they don't get caught slipping.
My goodness, what a play. With the Guardian as well. I mean, the Guardian is another great, not necessarily a budget buy, but it's not the full buy that you get with the Phantom or the Vandal. But I like to think of the Guardian as an automatic Marshal because it nearly puts out the same damage, if at all. And it comes in clutch. Once again, Mania with the Guardian, able to find one, but now Trismo finally will be gunned down by Exith, and Hebron take another round.
Thought that Trismo might end up being Tradesmo and get a 3-piece right there. Unfortunately, couldn't get it at the end. Hebron going ahead and getting that round as well.
They are playing phenomenally here on defense. And like, again, one of my perfectly mid takes is that I think that, you know, Lotus is attacker-sided, so the more wins that Hebron get on the defensive side, the less trouble they're going to run into on the offensive side. And we already know Hebron likes to play aggressive. They like to go up and into your face. They are a very heavily offensive team. So once they get on the offensive side of the spike, they're going to be in their comfort zone.
And you know what? Even though that information that you're sharing that the attackers have the advantage and right now they're still down in wins isn't really good and really doesn't make you feel warm and fuzzy if you're Cast. Guess what? We've never seen Hebron really have their heels against the wall, and honestly, this is one of the more competitive matches that we've seen against Hebron. So we'll see what happens, as it looks like players know exactly where the others are. Let's see what's going to happen here as we have a little bit of a teleport.
Yeah, we did, but they got called out. I mean, if anything, they were looking for the intel using that teleport. And that's actually a good way to use it. Because again, a lot of trouble with Omens is really finding when to use the teleport. More often than not, it's either to teleport the site to get a quick spike plant, or you're just trying to regain control of the spike if you drop it. So If not for those reasons, then use it to gain intel. They were able to teleport. Their pre-teleport got shot, so now you know where they are.
And you know what? Hebron has taken quite advantage with their intel and honestly has been able to hunt down some of these players. As you see Gustav seeing a little peek of a player right there. Minty, we're used to Minty dominating. Has not happened quite yet. Gustav and Babo getting seed and fried. There are only 2 players that remain for Hebron. Make that 1. As you're seeing right now, Cypher trying to see where everybody is, and that is a clear, good job by Cass. Trades back and forth, game after game after game. Honestly, it's a little bit of a dance, a little bit of salsa going on right there, or maybe ballroom dancing, I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, right now, I don't think anybody's going to be dancing in this Valorant matchup just because of how close it is starting to become. Again, that should have been the last round of the first half, if I'm not mistaken. It should be a 7-5 split, unless I lost count, because caster math, especially mine, is terrible. But regardless, even if you do finish with that 7-5 split, that is still a good half for Cast. But if I'm not mistaken, it could also be 7-4. We're going to have to get back into the match to know exactly where we stand. But regardless, the point is Cast is narrowing the gap between them and Hebron, and you know what it is? It's a 7-5 split going into the second half. We're back to the pistols, and now Cast are only 2 rounds away from equalizing.
I was about to say, ye of little faith. I think that you don't need to be good at math in order to add 7 and 5. Cap, don't be capping, or at least not that time, right? As you're seeing on in Hebron, as you said, attackers have that slight advantage. A blind goes out, but even through the blinds, Hyprex able to make sure to use that Sheriff and get that elimination. Holding firm at C is none other than Cass, as it looks like a rotation is afoot.
And you know what? I got a bone to pick with Riot as well. Again, with these weapon names, we got the Sheriff, the Marshal, and the Outlaw, but we don't have the Deputy.
Well, you're shooting the Sheriff, but you're not shooting the Deputy.
Exactly.
So
that's
why
my
would you have
point.
this Deputy if you're not shooting it? You know what I mean?
I guess so.
You can't have any bullets for it, right? It's gonna have to be a melee weapon or something like that.
Maybe. We'll see. But regardless, you can see the spike has been planted onto the A site. This was a very quick plant, but it costed them one of their players. So already they are down a player here in the pistol round, and now the spike is ticking against Cass, but they do have the player advantage. They're able to smoke off tree, and now Hyplex trying to make their way onto site. They bait out the audio cue to see if they can get some blind fire and to try and pinpoint where the shots are coming from. Mania now able to pick up an elimination. It is a 3v2 in the favor of Hebron as the spike continues to tick down against Cass, and now it's too far gone. That's it. It's going to be a round for Hebron. There is no time left on the spike. That will do it. Hebron Varsity able to come through and get the pistol round in the second half.
I was gonna say, Mania's a little bit more quiet than we used to. Hey, they were waiting for this, right? Maybe they were waiting to be attackers and waiting to show off, and honestly, too, good job utilizing that corner, getting in between the two, and honestly getting some of those eliminations. Great job by them, and getting a 3-piece, I believe, too, or at least a 2 and an assist. I believe KJ cleaned up one of those eliminations.
Well, not only that, but again, we've seen this all weekend long from a lot of these talented players, is that they're not committed to just one agent, one character, no matter what. They're multi-talented, and for that being said, Mania, extremely multi-talented. We've seen them play the Jet, they played on a Duelist, and now they're playing Control on Smokes. They can fill where needed and when needed. So again, that's just a highly talented player there on Hebron.
And it makes sense too, right? There's no like real advantage. There's no heaven to really take advantage of the sniper. So you might as well just play the ground game. And that's where being multifaceted works out. You know what? They call it a renaissance person. When you're well versed, that's exactly what Mania is. Bongo going ahead and getting the dually right there. But a blind is happening right now. Minty can't see much, but honestly, nothing comes of it.
Yeah, but once again, remember, this is a really hard retake. And not only that, but Hebron, they're not even playing mound. They're playing from up on high. They're playing backside. And they're able to take the advantage by using the high ground, because now Cass, they have to push in from the mound, and they're not going to be able to get it done. Plus, they're still stuck with the pistols. So that is going to be another round going to Hebron, as now Gustav more than likely about to get hunted down, and down they go. There you have it. Hebron now getting yet another round win.
Minty continuing what they do before, and that's be a boss. Got a 3-piece right there. But honestly, you know, we expected it. Hebron taking the first of that, getting the first victory of that round, and then going ahead and getting the second. This is where Cass can maybe turn this thing on around in this bonus round. Let's see what the response is.
Well, let's see what that response could be as we get ready to head into the next round. And now Hebron Varsity are that much closer to putting themselves into the double digits. And again, this is another one of those theories that, you know, one of the teams, whomever they may be, that get to the double digits first are often the ones that end up taking the dub, no matter where the round spread is. But with that being said, that has to be determined by the players on the field here on Lotus. As you can see, it is going to be another B push, and they are going full send in towards mid.
Yeah, Bongo's trying to make sure if they could get any information with the decoy. Didn't see anything. Hyprex did get some information, though. They know that they're converging on that B point, and now we'll see how they operate and how they retake that. As you said, pretty easy to retake, but you're going against Hebron. That's not an easy task to go against and retake against them. They have a lot of these corners covered. In fact, they're offside to make sure that they can get it. Boppo, though, getting somebody, getting two right there. That's exactly what they needed. Let's see if they can continue this.
And the problem is that Hebron is just so good at being able to waste time off the spike. But big clutch there for Cass to try and come through and at least get it to halfway. And the spike is halfway as Boppo gets the final two elims, gets the defuse and a four-piece. Boppo coming in big for Cass.
Some clutch shots off of that blind. Sometimes all you need is just a little moment to distract them, as we talked about too. That's exactly what Hebron does in general, right? Just distract them, just taking up that time. You get that blind, you take away a little bit of time in figuring out where are these people coming from. Look at that. The aim is true for all of these players in Hebron. The omen not being a bad omen for Hebron, instead being a good one as well. And look at that. A little bit of weapons going on. Full shields almost. Ritzy doesn't have that right there. But again, looking pretty good on the side of Hebron. And looking even better as you're seeing a four-piece right now to start on off
let
through
them
the
ace.
wall.
Now you gotta let them ace. Hebron, you know what to do. This is proper Valorant etiquette, in my opinion. Once you see your teammate with the 4K, you have got to let them ace. Your only job now is to give intel to exit.
The 4K off the rip, though, it's just so crisp to see as Gustav is just running in where Jenkins doesn't fall for the deception, doesn't get blinded, but Fry cleans it on up, unable to get the ace, but got the crowd hyped up.
I mean, that's fine.